across to my colleague Krutharth also, who's joining us. Krutharth, there are many layers to this case, but it all boils down to the fact that there has been a deeper nexus, be it between the medical department, the hospital, and the police officers also, for that matter.
Indeed, and Samiksha, there are a lot of unanswered questions that will be answered today, perhaps in the quantum of the sentence and the judgment that will be delivered by the Sealdah court. And all eyes will be on this crucial judgment, as the repercussions of this judgment will have a lot of bearing on how the RG Corps former principal, Sandeep Ghosh, and how the Thala police station SP is dealt with. And there are unanswered questions with regard to this crime in terms of how the victim was earlier proclaimed to be unconscious and later found to be dead. Yes. There are a lot of questions that are being raised by the family members also at the time of the investigation. Let me jog the memory of the viewers. The parents had raised questions about why nobody noticed the absence of the victims for a lot of time and a lot of hours, the interim period between the night in which she went into the seminar hall and the hours following which she was discovered and found to be dead. There are also suspicions on the police's entire role in this investigation, because for nearly 3 hours the parents were in the building, but they were not taken to the crime scene to see the victim's body. That was another important issue. The parents have also questioned the role of former RG Corps principal Sandeep Ghosh, who, as we know, is on bail right now, and there is no criminal action at present taken against this person. Also, the father had alleged that the police had bossed up the investigation. Last time when we heard from the parents of Abhaya, they had said that they have put up more than 50 questions in front of the Supreme Court, more than 35 questions in front of the High Court, and more than 39 questions in front of the lower court. So today the parents will be very keen to understand and get answers of these unanswered questions that have been raised surrounding this entire investigation. Obviously, Sanjay Roy's conviction is a huge development in the case, but the battle of justice still remains until and unless the police and the RG Corps principal are held accountable for the dramatic manner in which the entire investigation was botched from the very minute the crime was discovered, Samiksha. And that is what we will be looking at in today's judgment.
Yes, Krutharth, I'll request you to stay with us. In fact, if you can elaborate more on the cover-up angle, because there was an undue delay in filing the FIR as well, there was also an attempt to label it as an unnatural death. Abhaya's parents have gone on to say that the cremation was done in a hurried manner. Talk to us about these many layers which stand exposed, the delay in filing FIR, attempt to label it an unnatural death, and also the hurried cremation in this case.
Indeed, it all starts from the crime scene from the start, and the Kolkata police had claimed that the crime scene was never disturbed. But in fact, we saw that construction work and renovation work under the direct supervision and instructions of the RG Corps principal Sandeep Ghosh was ordered merely hours after the crime scene was discovered, and a lot of crucial evidence has been lost. We also saw that the Supreme Court of India also questioned the delay.
I'll request you to stay with us, Krutharth. We are getting the statements of the CBI lawyer who says that it is rarest of rare crime. The victim was on duty in the hospital. We demand the highest punishment. So obviously the CBI wants capital punishment for the convict Sanjay Roy. Additionally, we are given to understand that Sanjay Roy has again pleaded innocent. He says that he's not guilty of the crime. The judge has given him option to speak. So the judge wants his statement, the confession, to be recorded. Details coming that Sanjay is not ready to admit his crime in the courtroom. Krutharth, elaborate more on this, because this is essentially the demand of the parents as well, that the confession of Sanjay Roy must be recorded.
Indeed, and Sanjay Roy has time and again reiterated that he is being engulfed in some sort of a political controversy. We also saw that the BJP and Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar also giving a reaction a couple of days ago, in which he said that perhaps the victim Abhaya was aware about certain illegalities, alleged illegalities at RG Corps Hospital, which would have been detrimental to the administration's overall accountability, due to which perhaps this crime was perpetrated. So there is a lot of murkiness surrounding the entire mystery as to why Abhaya was targeted on that fateful night, and Sanjay Roy's confession in this entire sequence of events is going to be a very crucial piece of evidence as far as the conviction of further Sandeep Ghosh and the police in this case would also be taken into account. But another big irregularities which we were talking about earlier is the post-mortem and the manner in which it was conducted. It was at around 5:10 p.m. in the evening, Samiksha, that the body was brought at the morgue, and within the next 10 minutes the post-mortem was kicked off. Now, as per the rules, in the evening, in cases of crimes like this, you are not supposed to go ahead with a post-mortem, but a special exemption was taken and a post-mortem was done in haste. And on the same evening, the body was cremated. So this entire sequence of events in which there was a lot of haste and the parents were kept out of the loop. The father at the time also said that he does not even know who even paid for the cremation of his daughter's mortal remains, is something that shows that the manner in which the entire investigation was rushed up, and there was a clear indication that they want to convict Sanjay Roy, beg your pardon, at the earliest. Now, so the role of the entire hospital administration and the police will also be under severe observation, but it all depends on what the observations of the court will be today in the statement of quantum of statement for punishment for Sanjay Roy, and following which the CBI will take cue and further prosecution will take place, hopefully of Ajika's ex-principal Sandeep Ghosh and the police station chief of Tala police station.
Yes, stay with us, Krutharth. In fact, reactions coming in from political parties, the sentiment is common that those involved must also be convicted who are being given a political shield.
Justice hurried is justice buried. वो तो नीचे था, ऊपर में उसी कमरे में वो लड़की मौजूद है. ये इंफॉर्मेशन उसको कौन दिया था? कौन सारे सबूत को मिटा दिया था? प्लेस ऑफ ऑकरेंस को ऑल्टर कौन किया? सूर्यास्त के बाद कैसे ऑटोप्सी हुआ? ये प्रश्न तो जनता की मन में है. सिर्फ पश्चिम बंगाल, भारत की जनता नहीं, पूरे दुनिया इससे दुखी है और सबका मन में ये प्रश्न उठ रहे हैं और सबका मन में ये प्रतिष्ठा है जे अकेला संजय राय से इतना बड़ा कांड घटना संभव नहीं था. तो हम लोग भी विश्वास करते हैं, जो कोर्ट भी विश्वास करते हैं कि आज कोर्ट को भी उसका बात ये अंतिम क्षण में ध्यान में सुनना चाहिए. और जो लोग ये समझते हैं जो जल्दबाजी में उसको लटका के सारे सबूत जो बाकी है, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी पूरा नहीं हुआ, सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट आना बाकी है, उसका पहले ही सारे जो मास्टरमाइंड है वो लोग पीछे रह गया.
Let's go across to Ridhita again. Ridhita, talk to us about what's happening in the court right now. The judge has given an option to Sanjay Roy to speak. However, he's not willing to accept his crime. Tell us once again about that important statement that he'd given earlier, in which he claimed that there is an involvement of a bureaucrat as well in this crime.
Correct. Samiksha, so the clerical work is at the moment going inside the court where both the sides are seated and the clerical work is on. But earlier today, we can find that Sanjoy in no way is ready to admit his crime in the courtroom, and also earlier he had stated on Saturday when the court heard him, he had stated that I am being completely framed, I am not involved into the matter. There is an IPS who is completely aware of the fact of what has happened. So this is not the first time that we have heard Sanjoy speaking in defense of him. Earlier also he has tried to speak it out to the media, stating that he's just made a scapegoat. But also on Saturday when he was produced in the court, he has also said there that there is an IPS who is involved in it, who is aware of this issue, and I am just being framed. He has also stated about the Rudraksh Mala. Now the lawyer of Abhaya's pair, Abhaya, is stating that that's a complete fabrication of the story. Now, at the moment, as we see in the courtroom, that the proceedings are on, but Sanjoy in no way is ready to admit his court. The judge has given him another option to speak to him. And at the moment, Sanjay is pleading that he is innocent and there is a complete, there is a fabrication of story that is being plotted against him. He's just made a scapegoat. Back to you, Samiksha.
Yes, Ridhita, stay with us. Let's go across to Krutharth again. Krutharth, once again, if you can take us through the timeline of this case and how there have been lapses at multiple levels, be it in the registration of the FIR and even the lackadaisical attitude by Mamata Banerjee herself.
It was at 10 a.m. in the morning at which the initial entry of the crime was recorded. Obviously, the original call of the crime was made in the early hours of the day, sometime at around 5 a.m. in the morning. What was extremely concerning is that the FIR was officially filed at almost 11:45 at around midnight that evening. So there was almost a 12-hour delay in filing of the FIR. What was even more concerning is that the cremation of the victim had already taken place before the FIR was filed in the entire matter. We remember how Sandeep Ghosh was identified. He was identified through a Bluetooth earpiece that was found and discovered near the crime scene, following which Sanjay Roy was identified, and Sanjay Roy was then arrested. But the entire manner in which the crime scene was not secured, in the succeeding hours, even the immediate next day, the crime scene was disturbed with heavy construction work and the seminar hall being dismantled right next to it. Then subsequently, we also saw a mob of people charging at RG Hospital and then destroying a lot of property and also tampering with a lot of evidence, crucial evidence that was lost. The Supreme Court had also pulled up the Kolkata police at the time for their complete failure on protecting the crime scene, and how from the start there was a delay in filing the FIR, how the entire post-mortem procedure was rushed up, which led to a loss of a lot of crucial DNA evidence, which would have led to the eventual conviction of Sanjay Roy today. But at the same time, it is not just Roy who was involved in this crime. There is a series of lapses that led to an overall cover-up, which led to this massive public campaign in West Bengal with people descending to the streets and demanding justice. So today, a part of that justice may be delivered through the quantum of the sentence against Sanjay Roy. But the questions of the larger investigation mishap in the Abhaya case continue to remain, and they will continue to remain until and unless RG principal and the police are acted upon by the courts, which is why the observations of the court today vis-a-vis the investigation and the manner in which they find Sanjay Roy guilty will be extremely important. 39 questions were presented by Abhaya's parents in front of the lower court. They want these 39 questions to be answered. Then and only then Abhaya will get true justice, is what the parents say.
Yes, and Krutarth, all said and done, fact also remains that the CBI in its supplementary charge sheet has failed to produce enough evidence against Abhijit Mondal and even Sandeep Ghosh for that matter. Statement coming in from Abhaya's parents who demand justice for their daughter, adding that there is clearly involvement of more than one person in the crime, in the rape and murder of their daughter.
বিচার সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, তদন্তই সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, কিন্তু ও দোষী সাব্যস্ত হয়েছে, ওর ফাঁসি চাই এবং এখানে বিচার প্রক্রিয়া শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্তও শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্ত চলবে, বিচার প্রক্রিয়াও চলবে এবং আসল দোষীরা সামনে আসবে এবং প্রকৃত দোষী যারা সবার ফাঁসি চাই। বিচার সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, তদন্তই সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, কিন্তু ও দোষী সাব্যস্ত হয়েছে, ওর ফাঁসি চাই এবং এখানে বিচার প্রক্রিয়া শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্তও শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্ত চলবে, বিচার প্রক্রিয়াও চলবে এবং আসল দোষীরা সামনে আসবে এবং প্রকৃত দোষী যারা সবার ফাঁসি চাই।
And let's also listen in to the statement of Abhaya's father, who says that the DNA report proves that there was more than one person at the scene of crime in the government hospital in Kolkata when the daughter was raped and murdered.
जॉर्ज, आज संजय का जो बात है वो सुनेंगे। संजय क्या बोलना चाहते हैं, इतना दिन से वो हम कुछ बोलेंगे करके आ रहा है और आज बोलने से क्या फ़ायदा होगा उसका भी मालूम नहीं। 104 क्वेश्चन उसको किया था पहले दिन, जिसको पूछताछ किया था, लेकिन उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बोला। वो जो जॉर्ज को जो क्वेश्चन किया था उसको आपने जो आंसर दिया है वो ठीक आंसर उन्होंने नहीं दिया। संजय क्रिमिनल है और भी इसका साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। लगता है को पहले से ही तो जो पहले जुड़ा हुआ है उसको अड़ाल करने का कोशिश कर रहा है प्रशासन, और वही चल रहा है। जज जो है सियालदा कोर्ट का, उन्होंने हमको बोला है आपको एक हम जिस क्वेश्चन रखा है उसका आंसर दिया है और हमको लगता है उन्होंने हमको विचार आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार कर देंगे।
Let's go across to Brinda Adige also joining us. Ma'am, what do you have to say? Sanjay Roy has been convicted. Fact of the matter still remains that several others are being given shield by the government itself.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yes, this man has been convicted and there's a quantum of punishment that is going to be falling within the purview of rarest of rare. But that said, let us keep in mind that many of the other culprits are still at large. They are loose. They are still roaming around without any fear. And that means we are talking about 8 to 9 culprits, rapists, murderers who are free, which means they are being protected and probably hidden away by the powers that be. It could be political, business, or whoever it might be, which means that if this guy is given capital punishment, they feel that he can be finished off and the others can be free. So this is not an acceptable quantum of punishment. The court must, of course, give that punishment which is rarest of rare, but put a very, very strong clause to say until and unless the remaining culprits, rapists and murderers are not found and charged, this person continues to live, so that he gives his statement, because I'm sure he knows who the other culprits are, and he should be made to give the names of all the people, and people protecting him should also be brought to book, including the management of the hospital.
Yes, and ma'am, what would be your demand be from the Mamata Banerjee government, not just those who were involved in the crime that very day, but also who were involved in the cover-up, be it the police officers and even the bureaucrats for that matter, involved in the cover-up and for the very fact that they dragged their feet in the entire case?
Absolutely right. The politicians, the bureaucrats, the business people, all the powers that be, including those who instigated the mob to come and destruct all the evidence in the hospital, all the renovations that the management did without the need and without having the right to even go into that space where the evidence was there, all of them need to be pulled up and not have the director being given all kinds of important positions, but be pulled up and punished just like the other rapist and the murderer.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. We will speak to you again. But let's also go across to Krutharth, who continues to be with us. Krutharth, we understand that the lawyer who's defending Sanjay Roy has objected to the capital punishment demand being made by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Tell us exactly the arguments that are being made in the courtroom right now.
And there is a big argument going on between the defense lawyers and the lawyers of the CBI, who are debating inside the court on what sort of punishment should be given to Sanjay Roy. The defense lawyers are obviously pleading that capital punishment should be taken off the table. The defense lawyers' arguments are that he wants a mental examination of Sanjay Roy and that to be taken into account by the judge. The judge did allow Sanjay Roy to speak for one last time and admit that he committed the crime, but Sanjay Roy has remained defiant even in this final moments before the quantum of punishment is about to be announced by the Sealdah court. Sanjay Roy time and again is saying that he's been framed, but the CBI has been extremely staunch in its response. The CBI has categorically said that this is one of the most rarest of the rare heinous crimes that has been committed in Arjikor hospital, and the manner in which Abhaya was killed, this demands the highest quantum of punishment, that is life imprisonment or capital punishment. So the CBI is pushing for the highest possible punishment in the Sealdah court right now, as heated arguments between the defense lawyers and the CBI takes place in the final moments before the Sealdah court, as the judge will now decide what will be the exact punishment that will be given to Sanjay Roy in the Abhaya case.
Yes, stay with us, Krutharth. In fact, tell us once again a quick recap of developments in the courtroom on Saturday, when Sanjay Roy had said that there is an involvement of a bureaucrat as well in the cover-up of this case.
Framed in this entire sequence of events, he's been raising a lot of bureaucrat-linked questions on the Mamata Banerjee government in hopes that perhaps there will be further investigation and that his case would be deferred. But the court has clearly said that all the evidence that was presented by the CBI has been crystal clear in convicting Sanjay Roy and his role in this entire heinous crime. Hence, there is no escaping for Sanjay Roy now in this crime, and he has been found guilty, and today's hearing is only an...
All right, more updates that we are picking from the courtroom. Quantum of punishment will be out at 2:45 p.m. So in over an hour from now, we will get to know whether capital punishment is given to Sanjay Roy or not. But the confession of Sanjay Roy is also going to be extremely crucial to watch out for, given that he'd earlier said that there is an involvement of a bureaucrat officer also in the handling of this entire case. Krutharth continues to be with us. Krutharth, quantum of punishment will be announced at 2:45 p.m. Let's go across to Adwaita Kala, also joining us right now, women's rights activist. Your first response to Sanjay Roy being convicted. The quantum of punishment will be announced at 2:45 p.m. But what would be your message to Mamata Banerjee government, who has clearly shielded several other accused in this case, right from the police station officers, the Tala police station officers, to even the medical staff at Arjikor hospital?
आपकी कॉल को होल्ड
All right, we will try and reconnect with Adwaita Kala again. But let's once again tell you that the quantum of punishment will be announced at 2:45 p.m. We will get to know in an hour from now whether capital punishment has been given to Sanjay Roy or not. Let's go across to Kruthat again, who is still with us from the newsroom. Kruthat, quickly give us a recap of the arguments that were made by Sanjay Roy's lawyer in the court.
So today Sanjay Roy has been produced before the court, and upon the request of the defense lawyers, Sanjay Roy was given an opportunity to speak inside the court, during which the judge asked Sanjay Roy on whether he is ready to admit about his guilt or for which he has been found convicted. Sanjay Roy has once again reiterated that he is being framed in this entire case and he has remained defiant. But the judge has countered him by saying that the CBI's evidence is airtight against him, and on the basis of all the evidence, he has been found guilty, so there is no scope of going back. The judge only wants to understand whether or not Sanjay Roy is ready for the kind of punishment that he is about to receive. It can be either life imprisonment or capital punishment. So far as what we collect from the arguments between the two sides, the defense lawyers are obviously pleading to avoid capital punishment at all costs. They are now even trying to bring in a mental condition angle once again, where they are saying that the mental condition of the victim has to be, or beg your pardon, the convict has to be taken into account before a capital punishment or a punishment like that can be imposed. But the CBI's lawyers or the prosecution has been extremely staunch in their response, and they have pleaded that this is an exceptional case. The manner in which Abhaya was killed, the manner in which she was raped and then later on killed is a rarest of rare case, and it is an extremely heinous crime, and that an example ought to be made out of this conviction. The CBI has presented airtight evidence. The court is convinced. The court has convicted Sanjay Roy, and right now at 2:45, after final deliberations and after final conditions, the court will deliver the historic judgment in which it will be clear whether it will be capital punishment or life imprisonment for Sanjay Roy. But right now, heated debate going inside the Sealdah court on what kind of punishment will Sanjay Roy be awarded. That's the update that we're picking up from the court in West Bengal right now.
That's right, Kruthat. Defense lawyer also saying, and I quote, "I pleaded court to examine the mental condition of convict Sanjay Roy. I defend my client and strongly object to the demand of capital punishment." We'll head into a very short break, closely tracking all the updates from the courtroom. Quantum of punishment to be announced at 2:45 p.m.
महापर्व पे गीता प्रेस ने यहाँ जो शिविर लगाया था, उसमें 3 सिलेंडर फटने की वजह से 4:08 पर आग लगने का एक हादसा हुआ। मैं चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे एनडीआरएफ के दस्ते थे और अग्निशमन दस्ते थे, उन्होंने आपस में मिलकर बहुत अच्छा काम किया और आग को बहुत ही कम से कम समय में अपनी कार्रवाई करके आग पर काबू पाया। हमारे जो दस्ते थे उन्होंने रास्ता बनाया, जहां पर आपने देखा टीन की जो शीट्स थी उनको काटा, उनको हटाया, क्योंकि हमारे पास इस तरीके के इक्विपमेंट्स वगैरह होते हैं कि रास्ते में कहीं ऐसे लकड़ी है, कोई बल्ली है, पिलाई है, तो उसको तुरंत काटकर रास्ता बनाया, जिससे कि जो गाड़ियां हैं वो तुरंत अपनी पानी की बौछार या जो उनके पास अन्य सामग्री है वो जल्दी से जल्दी वहां पहुंचाकर अपनी कार्रवाई कर सकें। तो यही हमारी टीमों ने मिलकर आपस में काम किया।
$76.5 billion to India's economy by 2028. Get your notes in just a few taps, even as you multitask. Note Assist, powered by Galaxy AI, transcribes recordings and organizes them into notes, producing super useful summaries. So record and summarize with Note Assist. Galaxy AI is here.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
कहाई सुनाही बाहु विधि सब संता राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वीर परी जब भक्त पुकारे दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे। दशरथ की गर्जन में राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ विश्वामित्र मुनीश्वर आए दशरथ भूप से वचन सुनाए। संग में भेजे लक्ष्मण राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वन में जाए तारका मारी चरण छुआए अहिल्या तारी। ऋषियों की दुख हरते राम सिया राम जय जय श्री राम।
सर इन्हें आप हिंदी में अगर पूछोगे।
तुंग मालिकम धमद्दमद्दमद्दमन्निनादमद्दमर्वयो चकार चंद तंदवंतनोतु न शिवा शिवम्। जतकटाः सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्प निर्जरी विलोलवेचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पद्म पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणम् मम। धराधरेन्द्र नन्दिनी विलास बन्धु बन्धुरा स्फुरद्दिगन्त सन्तति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपाकटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरापदि क्वचित्तिगम्बरे मनो विनोद मे तु वस्तुनि। जदा भुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत्तनामनि प्रभाकरम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधो मुखे मदन्त सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतम् बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरि। ॐ नमः शिवाय।
Welcome back. Let's now take a look at other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. In an important meeting that was held today, Uttarakhand Cabinet has approved the UCC manual. The Legislative Department has already approved the UCC manual after scrutiny. Chief Minister said that their government has fulfilled its promise and that the state is set to become the first to implement the UCC. Uttarakhand government has issued fire advisory for Mahakumbh after the incident of fire on Sunday, a major fire that broke out in 18 tents in Mahakumbh. There was no immediate news of casualties, if any. Police said it was caused by an explosion of cooking cylinders. Leaders of opposition Rahul Gandhi has landed in trouble over his recent remarks. An FIR has been registered against Rahul Gandhi for his, in quotes, I quote, "We are fighting Indian state," unquote remark. The FIR has been registered at a police station in Guwahati. Complainant has alleged that Gandhi's statement crossed the limits of permissible free speech and posed a threat to public order and national security.
राहुल गांधी के इस पूरे वक्तव्य पर कि हम भारतीय स्टेट के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, उस पर FIR दर्ज करवाई गई है। मुझे लगता है कि ये भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता पर हमला था और ये कोई सहयोग नहीं था। ये सोचा समझा सोरोस का उद्योग बन चुका है। इसीलिए एक व्यक्ति एक पार्टी का विरोध करते करते नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने के बावजूद भी भारत के विरोध में उतर आए हैं राहुल गांधी।
An incident of stone pelting has come to light in Nanbrudar city in Maharashtra after two groups came face to face following an incident between an auto rickshaw and a motorcycle driver.
10 बजे रात के आसपास कुछ गलियों में एक समुदाय के तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हुई। सुबह एक घटना दोपहर के आसपास एक घटना हुई थी, उसके अंदर जो ऑफेंस रजिस्टर हुआ था उसके बैकग्राउंड में ये पथराव हुआ, ऐसे प्राइमा फेसी लग रहा है। मौके पे तैनात जो पुलिस फोर्स थी जो दोपहर से डिप्लॉयड थी, उसने बढ़िया से उस सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल किया। ऑफेंस रजिस्ट्रेशन अभी चालू है। हमने कुछ सस्पेक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जिनके ऊपर आगे कायदेशीर कार्रवाई होगी।
Everything that's blowing up your feed. We've got the scoop on what the world is clicking. From trends that slay to news that shakes it up. It's all here. This is Trending. Every day at 7:30 p.m.
यहाँ पे जो मौतें हुई हैं उस दिन से आर्मी जो है वो पूरी मदद कर रही है, टेंट वगैरह भी लगाए हैं, राशन भी दे रही है, तो पूरा इसमें नाका लगाया हुआ है उन्होंने, तो अच्छी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं हमारे लिए।
तो पूरी तरह से जो आर्मी खाना बना के
हाँ खाना बना के दे रही है।
कितने दिनों से दे रही है आर्मी खाना?
4-5 दिन से, जब से ये मौतें इधर हुई हैं ना तब से ही आर्मी हमारा पूरा तावन दे रही है। खाना वगैरह पानी शानी की भी सहूलियत है, टेंट वगैरह दिए हैं, सब इंतजाम कर रही है पूरा।
जहाँ तक यहाँ सेना का मसला है या सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का है, तो आज 40-45 दिन से लगातार दिन रात हमारे साथ खड़े हैं। अब सेना ने भी यहाँ टेंट लगाए हैं, राशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, सुबह शाम देख रेख कर रहे हैं, तो जो भी उनसे हो सकता है वो हर कदम उठा रहे हैं हमारे हेल्प के लिए। लेकिन हर कोई सियासी लीडर आ रहा है, हर कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हमारे साथ, तहसील एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, एडी साहब, पुलिस, हर एक कॉपरेट कर रही है बड़े पैमाने पर।
Viewers, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get to the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Trump to assume charge as the 47th US president, likely to sign 200 executive orders on day one. Day ahead of inauguration ceremony, TikTok services restored in the US. Sources in Mumbai police say stabber conducted recce at houses of several celebrities with intent to steal. Crackdown on narco terror in Assam. Drugs worth 1 crore seized. And that was a news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start with the big story of the day. Viewers, as we love it breaking, let's go to the top story coming in. That is the Donald Trump inauguration. As Donald Trump returns to the Oval Office on the back of an emphatic mandate, we look back to the moment that became the turning point in the US presidential election last year. Take a look.
Take a look at what happened.
Fight, fight, fight. Those were Donald Trump's words as he was led away from the stage by his security detail after dodging a bullet by a whisker on the 15th of September last year. Amid the shock and horror at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, Trump received a rousing send-off from the crowd that chanted his name as he emerged as a wounded hero from the field of battle. That image of Trump bleeding from his cheek but clenching his fist triumphantly as his bodyguards ring-fenced him after the failed attempt on his life stuck with the people as America voted for a new president. 2 months post that fateful moment, on the 6th of November 2024, Trump stood at a victory rally in Florida, soaking in the cheers after scripting arguably the biggest comeback win in the history of US presidential elections. And less than 5 months on, Trump lapped up the applause from the MAGA crowd on the eve of his inauguration as the 47th US president. That moment in Butler, Pennsylvania sealed the fate of the Democratic campaign. There was no looking back for Trump from that moment on, and his ratings soared, and so did his standing with the people. The last-ditch attempt by the Democrats to replace Joe Biden on the ticket with then Vice President Kamala Harris failed to turn the tide for them. What was seen a race that was too close to call before Trump's assassin fired and missed became a lopsided one thereafter. Trump won all the swing states, securing a whopping 93 electoral votes, 42 more than what he needed to seal the presidency. As he returns to the Oval Office, that moment in Butler, Pennsylvania will forever be etched in history as one that won Trump a second term.
With India's growing closeness and cooperation with the US, what can change under Trump 2.0? Where will the two countries stand in terms of bilaterals? The good news is, going forward, political experts foresee a significant boost in India-US ties. Take a look at this report for more.
As Donald Trump prepares to be formally sworn in as the 47th President of the United States today, political experts are looking at a significant growth in ties between India and the US. The deeper collaboration across a wide range of sectors can also be pegged on the common threat of the two, China. While the strategic benefits of US-India partnership in countering China's rise must be acknowledged, it is vital for India to maintain an independent foreign policy, particularly for territorial conflicts. In fact, India's demographic advantages and growing technological capacity could help diversify global supply chains away from China, a priority of the United States.
Today, when we look, at all the possibilities before us, in an era of AI, of EVs, of space, of drones, I think and of bio and, it's today our relationship will be heavily based on technology, even more so than before. I would very much hope to see collaborative campuses and, exchange of students and, a stronger American education presence in this region. Trusted supply chains will really become key to strategic partnerships.
The growing Indian diaspora in the US is also an increasingly crucial extension of the Indian influence in American politics, which cannot be overlooked by the incoming cabinet.
And viewers, let's go to our guest who's joining us right now. Robindra Sachdev is joining us, live foreign affairs expert. And our viewers just saw this report highlighting how might India and US bilateral ties change, given the fact that Donald Trump will once again become the president of the US. And I want to remind our viewers, and if you could talk a little bit more on this, that when he was in India, last time he was president, he called Prime Minister Modi a very good friend of his, and India a very good friend of his. If you could talk a little bit more about the dynamics we might see between India and US going forward.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you. A pleasure to be with you. Yeah, certainly. I mean, the dynamics and the chemistry and the visuals and the optics of the relationship friendliness between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, I think, has been demonstrated several times, be it at the Ahmedabad Motera Stadium event, which India hosted, or be it in the Howdy Modi event in Texas, Houston, which the Indian diaspora hosted, about which you were mentioning. But other than these joint appearances, even also, right, Trump on his own has, in his press statements and his conversations, often been talking that he shares a very special relationship with Prime Minister Modi, and he's highly appreciative of India, the progress of India, and also the Indian diaspora, if you may, right, in the United States. So that is very, very much appreciated. But at the same time, Trump says, and we also realize, that India is a tough negotiator. Trump considers himself to the master of the deal, right, of the art of the deal. And he does realize that India is a tough negotiator. Also, Prime Minister Modi is a tough negotiator and will negotiate for his own country's interests to the best we can, just in the same way as we can assume Trump would. So going forward, this relationship would have all those aspects which your report covered, which Minister Jaishankar says. There's a huge scope of collaborations, cooperation between the world's oldest democracy and India, the world's largest democracy, right? But as with any mature partners and partnerships, there will be some differences of approach and views, which I think the two will reconcile and move ahead. So on the whole, a very interesting phase ahead, I would say, given the fact that Trump is a very creative, very instant, out-of-the-box thinker. So we could look forward to some pretty interesting and creative and, I would hope, impactful, compelling initiatives in the relations between the United States and India.
Right. Hold on, Mr. Sachdev. I will come back to you. I just want our viewers to go ahead and listen to these statements that Donald Trump made at his victory rally in Washington, D.C., where he gave his supporters and the people of the U.S., citizens of the U.S., a glimpse into what we might expect on day one as he takes office. Let's have a look at those statements coming in from Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump is expected to sign 200 executive orders on the first day in office. He is expected to issue orders on reduction in living costs, border security, energy, and ending diversity, equality, and inclusion programs across federal government. U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson showed behind-the-scenes activities ahead of Trump's swearing-in ceremony. In the video, Johnson reveals the grandeur of the inauguration ceremony venue. He also acknowledged the sentiments of the people who wanted to attend the inauguration ceremony but could not.
The weather outside is pretty fierce. It will be really even worse tomorrow. And so I know there are a lot of people disappointed because they wanted to be out on that National Mall. We would have had hundreds of thousands of people, but we had to do it this way, and I think it's better, as President Trump said, because of the weather for everyone in their best interest.
And big tech moguls like Tesla CEO Elon Musk, Apple CEO Tim Cook, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman will be attending the Trump's oath-taking ceremony. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is representing India in the inauguration ceremony. Several world leaders are also on the guest list, including Japanese Foreign Minister, Argentinian President, Hungarian Prime Minister, outgoing President Joe Biden, and former U.S. Presidents Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who will also be attending the inauguration ceremony. Incoming U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance, Grand Aunt Professor C. Santama has wished Vance and Trump for their upcoming term ahead of the inaugural ceremony.
Congratulate you both for the excellent position you are now going to occupy. May God bless you both and your country and my country.
Another news coming in ahead of the ceremony. Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. They laid a wreath at the tomb of an unknown soldier. Both the leaders spent at least half an hour with the families of the soldiers killed in an ISIS suicide bomb attack outside Kabul airport in August 2021. Going back to our guest, Rabindra Sachdev, foreign affairs expert. So I read out a lot of these stories that we are tracking simultaneously as we count down to that big Donald Trump inauguration, Trump 2.0. And speaking on that, and we touched about India-US ties. Similarly, we see that Donald Trump has invited a lot of foreign leaders, and this is being seen quite a historic move by the Trump to-be government, because we have not seen so many foreign leaders, so many leaders from all across the world coming for the inauguration of Donald Trump, including S. Jaishankar, who is representing the PM Modi-led government. What do you think Trump is trying to achieve by inviting multiple global leaders at his inauguration?
Thank you. Yeah, as you very rightly point out, in the US, there is no tradition that the inauguration of a president, you invite foreign leaders. There is no such tradition. Generally, maybe some European leader could be around or invited as a personal friend for an inauguration of an earlier leader. But this time around, Trump seems to have gone about it in an informal way also, as well as he seems to have gone around and connected more with the leaders of the right and the far right. Like he's been very happy to welcome Hungary's Orban, Italy's Giorgia Meloni, Argentina's Milei. So these are clearly, political leaders who share the, absolute overlapping ideology with Trump. But apart from that, he seems to have the U.S. government or the inauguration committee has definitely invited, from the government of India, which Minister Jaishankar is representing, from the government of China, which the Chinese, I think the VP is attending, the Japanese foreign minister. Trump wants to make everything a grandeur. Trump is a firm believer or a believer in grandeur and optics, and everything for him has to be the biggest, hugest, largest, right? Grandest. So, though I think this inauguration, he did not or does not intend to, kind of make it as the grandest affair with all world leaders, but he wants to also show to the world leaders as well as his own domestic constituency that, he is a leader of the world. So that is one, I think, signal and messaging he wants to send out by having several such leaders in town. Plus, having these leaders in town is very helpful also for some immediate steps, like for Minister Jaishankar there. I think other than attending the inauguration, of course, as the courtesy, he would be and is meeting senior officials of the Trump administration so things can get down cracking quick. And one of the things on which things have to get down cracking quick is the Quad, a meeting of the Quad, which is to be hosted by India sometime anytime this year, maybe sooner the better. So Jaishankar is meeting with the foreign minister of the Quad. Secondly, and something more important for America, is that Trump has promised that the US will pause or will bring a pause or a halt to the Ukraine conflict within 24 hours. Okay, not 24, let us 72, 7 days. Trump has to perform on that count to keep his credibility. Now, in that process, India can be an amazingly valuable partner for the Trump administration. So if Trump has to hit the ground running, the Trump administration needs to be, working and is already working, of course, on several of these, initiatives which could start bringing some early wins for Trump. So that is another reason for several of the leaders to be there, even with China, the Chinese VP or whoever is there. He will be meeting with, the Secretary of State, one can assume, and other senior advisors of the Trump administration to figure out how the Trump administration and China could resolve or figure out their trade disputes. So that would, again, accelerate, that whole process of US-China trade affairs. So one byproduct of such leaders attending the inauguration of Trump is that it would help Trump's foreign policy get off the ground running quick.
Okay, thank you for joining us there, Robindra Sachdev, foreign affairs expert, joining us as we count down to the big Trump inauguration. Trump 2.0 is all ready to kick off. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We are live and breaking this Monday.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Wait. This is an excellent article. Let me just summarize it and take it at the end of my bulletin.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Counting down to the Trump inauguration, and just a short while back, TikTok was restored in the US on Sunday after briefly going dark as law banning the widely popular app on national security grounds came into effect. Take a look at this report.
TikTok has resumed its services after temporarily shutting down in the US on Sunday. The company said it is in process of reinstating access after Trump vowed to try to pause by executive order. On Sunday morning, Trump effectively reversed the blackout with a single post to his Truth social media network. He issued a statement vowing to pause the law and said he would extend a liability shield to tech companies that support TikTok. On Friday, the US Supreme Court upheld a law that effectively banned TikTok in the US. The decision sided with the government's national security concerns about the social media platforms and its parent company. TikTok users were met with pop-up messages notifying them of the ban on Saturday, leaving several millions of creators scrambling for alternatives.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
الحمد لله الله اكبر ولله الحمد خلاص يا سلام.
When in the newsroom, it is not that simple to summarize a story that is breaking. With the Notices feature powered by Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can make a long story short and format it into a clear, easy to review summary. Galaxy AI is here.
महापर्व पे गीता प्रेस ने यहाँ जो शिविर लगाया था उसमें 3 सिलेंडर फटने की वजह से 4:08 पर आग लगने का एक हादसा हुआ। कहना चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे एनडीआरएफ के दस्ते थे और अग्निशमन दस्ते थे, उन्होंने आपस में मिलके बहुत अच्छा काम किया और आग को बहुत ही कम से कम समय में अपनी कार्रवाई करके आग पर काबू पाया। हमारे जो दस्ते थे उन्होंने रास्ता बनाया, जहां पर आपने देखा टीन की जो शीट्स थी उनको काटा, उनको हटाया, क्योंकि हमारे पास इस तरीके के इक्विपमेंट्स वगैरह होते हैं कि रास्ते में कहीं ऐसे लकड़ी है, कोई बल्ली है, पिलाई है, तो उसको तुरंत काट कर रास्ता बनाया जिससे कि जो गाड़ियां हैं वो तुरंत अपनी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
On the 23rd of January 2025, Republic Media Network is proud to present the second edition of the Republic India Women's Summit, an inspiring celebration of women breaking barriers and redefining leadership. This summit shines a spotlight on the remarkable women from diverse domains like governance, business, technology, entrepreneurship, politics, and even thought leadership. As we honor the women pioneers and visionaries at the Republic India Women's Summit, join us live only on Republic Media Network. Donald Trump is set to return to the White House for his second term. Trump will take the oath of office today as the 47th President of the United States, alongside Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
But we will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien, gang member, and migrant criminal operating on American soil.
Donald Trump exudes confidence of ending war and chaos in Middle East. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will represent India at Trump's swearing-in event on the invitation of Trump-Vance Inaugural Committee. Judge arrives at Sealdah Court. Quantum of punishment for Sanjay Roy to be announced shortly. 10 more arrested in Sambhal violence case, one linked to gang working for Dawood Ibrahim. And in the RJ hospital rape case that occurred on August 9th last year, the court has pronounced Sanjay Roy as guilty of not just raping but also murdering a doctor on duty in the hospital and medical college. Today, the Sealdah court is all set to pronounce the punishment for Sanjay Roy. Let us also listen in to what the family of the victim has to say about this. Take a listen.
বিচার সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, তদন্তই সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, কিন্তু ও দোষী সাব্যস্ত হয়েছে, ওর ফাঁসি চাই এবং এখানে বিচার প্রক্রিয়া শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্তও শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্ত চলবে, বিচার প্রক্রিয়াও চলবে এবং আসল দোষীরা সামনে আসবে এবং প্রকৃত দোষী যারা সবার ফাঁসি চাই।
जॉर्ज आज संजय का जो बात है वो सुनेंगे। संजय क्या बोलना चाहते हैं, इतना दिन से वो हम कुछ बोलेंगे करके आ रहा है और आज बोलने से क्या फायदा होगा उसका भी मालूम नहीं। 104 क्वेश्चन उसको किया था पहले दिन, जिसको उस पूछताछ किया था इसके, लेकिन उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बोला। वो जो जॉर्ज को जो क्वेश्चन किया था उसको आपने जो आंसर दिया है वो ठीक आंसर उन्होंने नहीं दिया। संजय क्रिमिनल है और भी इसका साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। लगता है को पहले से ही तो जो पहले जुड़ा हुआ है उसको अड़ाल करने का कोशिश कर रहा है प्रशासन, और वही चल रहा है। जज जो है सियालदा कोर्ट का, उन्होंने हमको बोला है आपको एक हम जिस क्वेश्चन रखा है उसका आंसर दिया है, और हमको लगता है उन्होंने हमको विचार आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार कर देंगे।
Joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Ridhita, who is right outside the Sealdah court. Ridhita, this is a big day. Today, the Sealdah court is all set to pronounce the punishment for the accused Sanjay Roy. In fact, the CBI has also pushed and said that this is the rarest of cases and the punishment should be maximum. Tell us more about the pronouncement, which will take place at 2:45, just moments from now. Ridhita.
Right, okay, so all eyes are on the pronouncement of the verdict in the Arjikar rape and murder case. The horrific night of 9th of August will finally have a light on it. And just before some time at around 12:40, the judge Arnab Das had came inside the court. The pronouncement and began the proceedings had began. But then there was a heated argument which we had seen between the defense lawyer, Abhiya's lawyer, and the CBI lawyer. The defense lawyer has stated on behalf of Sanjay Roy when he was pleading today again in the court that I am innocent, I am just being framed, like Saturday he was mentioning. So the defense lawyer has said that I plead to the court to examine the mental condition of the convict. I defend my client and strongly object to the demand of capital punishment, whereas the Abhiya's lawyer and CBI's lawyer has repetitively said that we demand for capital punishment for Sanjay Roy, who is the prime accused in the Arjikar rape and murder case. And also we have heard from her parents who are stating that we seek nothing else but only capital punishment in this case. At 2:45 today, the judge will, Judge Arnab Das, right at that room of 210, again the preparations are underway for the pronouncement. The verdict will be, the final verdict will be announced right just few moments from now, like half an hour from now. That is what we have gathered from the court. We are awaiting for more updates on what the final verdict is on the judgment of Abhiya rape and murder case, as both the parties have been heard well by the judge. So that is all that we are understanding from the Sealdah court. Back to the studio.
Right, Ridhita, thanks for joining us on the broadcast. For now, stay with us, because we're also being joined by BJP's Agni Mitra Pal to get us more on the story. 5 months it took for the authorities to narrow down to pronouncing a punishment for the prime accused in the Arjikar rape case that happened on August 9th last year. And in fact, the parents of the victim are pushing for capital punishment, as is the CBI. Tell us more about this. Where were the faults of the authority in this entire case, and who is accountable?
Total accountability goes to Mamata Banerjee's government and Mamata Banerjee's police, because she is not only the chief minister, she is also the police minister. 9th August morning, the case happened, the murder happened, and 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. In 5 days, every evidence was wiped out, destroyed. So today, Sanjay Roy is being punished. We want capital punishment for him. I doubt, whether he is being framed or not, but I'm very sure that he is not the only person who is there in this case. It is not possible for one person, a civic volunteer, to murder a 36-year-old doctor, bring her body from somewhere else to the crime scene. That is not the crime scene, CBI said. From where the body was found, that is not the crime scene. So it is impossible for one person to murder, break her hip bones, break her shoulder bones, and get her from somewhere else where the murder happened to that place where the body was found. Number one. Number two, many questions are unanswered. Who destroyed the evidences? CBI said that the complete tampering of evidence. Who destroyed it? Under whose instructions the evidence was destroyed? Why was post-mortem done after 6 p.m.? Without following any norms? A magistrate was supposed to be present. Nothing was followed. We saw after 7 days, Arjikor, that floor was attacked. Who gave the permission to, destroy that place of crime, if we take that as place of crime? And, total construction work was started 200 meters from the crime scene. Who gave orders? In the cremation, in the Shamshan, 2 other bodies were there, lying from much before. But the TMC leaders, the MLAs, they were in so much hurry to cremate the body. The 2 bodies were asked to put aside, and Abhaya's body was cremated in much hurry. Why? Why was Abhaya's parents were trying to be bribed to keep their mouths shut? I am not saying this. CBI said this. So CBI, we are waiting for the, the second charge sheet. What do you say that, where, the names are supposed to come. We are still waiting for that. Because we very firmly believe that Sanjay Roy is not the only person who is there in this crime. We were there from the very first day. We were there on the 9th. And we are there with the parents. And of course, nothing less than capital punishment for Sanjay Roy. And this is half judgment. We want the full judgment. We want the complete judgment. Whom did Mamta Banerjee trying to protect? Whom was she trying to protect? Who were the Mamta Banerjee's police, Kolkata ex-CP Vineet Goyal, the administration trying to protect? There are much, much bigger bosses in this case who are being protected. So we want CBI to come up with those names.
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic. I will request you to kindly continue being with us. Viewers, we will also take a quick listen in to Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, who has reaffirmed the victims' parents' demand of a capital punishment in the rape case. Listen in to Mamta Banerjee, viewers.
এবং কিভাবে কেস সাজানো হয়েছে আমরা তো পরপর 3টি কেসে ফাঁসি করে দিয়েছি এবং আমাদের পুলিশ 54 দিনের মধ্যেও করেছে আমরা প্রত্যেকটাই 53-54 দিনের মধ্যে করেছি কিন্তু জাজেরা একটু টাইম নেয় তার কারণ তাকে দেখতে হয় আফটারে এটা জুডিশিয়ারিকেও অনেক থ্যাঙ্কস জানায় এবং আমাদের টিম অফ ইনভেস্টিগেশনকেও টাইম জানায় তো এই কেসটাও আমরা বিচার চাই।
Right. Ma'am, coming back to you, now that Mamta Banerjee's statement is out where she has reaffirmed that she also is demanding for capital punishment for the accused Sanjay Roy, do you think that still, even now, accountability is being shifted? Do you think that the authorities could have done this better somehow? Tell us more about that.
It is not about doing something better. It is about trying to shield the actual culprits. I still feel very strongly that Sanjay Roy was part of the incident, part of the murder. He is not the only person who has murdered. The bigger ones, the bigger criminals are being sidelined. Mamta Banerjee says she is a, advocate. And after that,
right. I think we have lost connection with our guest. That was BJP's Agni Mitra Pal. Ridhita, for now, I will come back to you. Ridhita, my colleague who is right outside the Sealdah court. Moments from now, the court is supposed to pronounce the punishment for Sanjay Roy. In fact, Ridhita, talk to us more about the fact that the court said that the minimum punishment in the case will be of life imprisonment and the maximum will be a capital punishment, which is a death sentence. Tell us more about that also, Ridhita.
Correct. It is 2:14 at the moment, and the court, the final verdict or the final pronouncement of the punishment is just few minutes to this. At 2:45, the judge Anirban Das will be pronouncing the verdict. So we have heard earlier that Sanjay Roy has tried speaking in defense of it. He has also spoken about the Rudraksh Mala, which is stated by the Abhaya's family lawyer to be a fabricated story. They have also said that the court earlier earlier had also found suspects in the activities of police, the HOD, and other medical staff in the Arjikar hospital that night. They have found the lapse of investigation into the process, and as correctly said by the BJP MP Agnimitra Paul, that there has been a try of a lot of evidence tampering and lapse of information. So Sanjay Roy on Saturday, when he was proven guilty by Judge Anirban Das, he was booked under the certain sections of Section 66, Section 64 and 1031 of Bharat Nyaya Sanhita Act, under to which he is to be imprisoned for which states of rape and murder and murder. So in these sections he is to not get any he's not to be released before 25 years of maximum or a life imprisonment, or he under 1031 he can also be penalized for death penalty. So these are the three sections under which the judge on Saturday has proven him guilty. At 2:45 in few minutes from now, the final verdict will be pronounced at the Sealdah court by Judge Anirban Das.
Right, Ridita, thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast. We will closely keep tracking this story, the biggest story of the day, as the nation awaits the pronouncement of the punishment against Sanjay Roy. But for now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a quick check of news from across Bharat in just 2 minutes. Take a look. In an important meeting that was held today, Uttarakhand Cabinet approved the UCC manual. The Legislative Department had already approved the UCC manual after scrutiny. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami said that their government has fulfilled their promise. Uttarakhand will become the first state where UCC will be implemented. Uttar Pradesh government issues fire advisory for Mahakumbh after the incident of fire yesterday. A major fire broke out in 18 tents in Mahakumbh, and there were no immediate news of any casualties. Police said it was caused by an explosion of cooking cylinders. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has landed in trouble over his recent remarks. An FIR has been registered against Rahul Gandhi for his "We are fighting the Indian state" remark. The FIR has been registered at Pan Bazar police station in Guwahati. Complainant alleged that Gandhi's statement crossed the limits of permissible free speech and posed a serious threat to public order and national security.
राहुल गांधी के इस पूरे वक्तव्य पर कि हम भारतीय स्टेट के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, उस पर एफआईआर दर्ज करवाई गई है। मुझे लगता है कि ये भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता पर हमला था और ये कोई सहयोग नहीं था। ये सोचा समझा सोरोस का उद्योग बन चुका है। इसीलिए एक व्यक्ति एक पार्टी का विरोध करते करते नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने के बावजूद भी भारत के विरोध में उतर आए हैं राहुल गांधी।
An incident of stone pelting has come to light in Maharashtra after two groups came face to face following an incident between a rickshaw and a motorcycle. No casualty has been reported. Police intervened and controlled the situation.
दस बजे रात के आसपास कुछ गलियों में एक समुदाय के तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हुई। सुबह एक घटना दोपहर के आसपास एक घटना हुई थी, उसके अंदर जो ऑफेंस रजिस्टर हुआ था उसके बैकग्राउंड में ये पथराव हुआ, ऐसे प्राइमा फेसी लग रहा है। मौके पे तैनात जो पुलिस फोर्स थी जो दोपहर से डिप्लॉयड थी, उसने बढ़िया से उस सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल किया। ऑफेंस रजिस्ट्रेशन अभी चालू है। हमने कुछ सस्पेक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जिनके ऊपर आगे कायदेशीर कार्रवाई होगी। के तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हुई। सुबह एक घटना दोपहर के आसपास एक घटना हुई थी, उसके अंदर जो ऑफेंस रजिस्टर हुआ था उसके बैकग्राउंड में ये पथराव हुआ, ऐसे प्राइमा फेसी लग रहा है। मौके पे तैनात जो पुलिस फोर्स थी जो दोपहर से डिप्लॉयड थी उसने बढ़िया से उस सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल किया। ऑफेंस रजिस्ट्रेशन अभी चालू है। हमने कुछ सस्पेक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जिनके ऊपर आगे कायदेशीर कार्रवाई होगी।
As the US countdown to mega Trump inauguration begins, all eyes are on his cabinet picks. The incoming US president has already come in for criticism over his controversial cabinet choices, topping which is Matthew Lomier, the incoming Undersecretary of the US Air Force. Take a look at this report for more details on the incoming cabinet.
Some of Donald Trump's cabinet picks are grabbing headlines even before he checks into the Oval Office for a second term. And topping the list of Trump's controversial cabinet picks is Matthew Lomier, who served as the Lieutenant Colonel in the US Space Force under the previous Biden administration. Trump earlier named Lomier as the Undersecretary of the US Air Force. However, in naming Lomier for the top post in his administration, Trump overlooked the controversial podcast interview which cost him his previous job. In the interview, Lomier called out Biden's woke policies in defense, which he claimed were weakening or diluting the efficacy of the country's military services. Lomier strongly argued for the country's defense services to return to a non-partisan course. Teasing Lomier as the Undersecretary of the US Air Force earlier in a social media post, Trump also took a veiled jibe at the Biden administration over its woke military policies. While having Trump's backing, Lomier's nomination now rests on a Senate vote. According to a report, Linda McMahon, who was picked by Trump to lead the Department of Education, has only a year of experience overseeing public schools. Further, Trump's pick to oversee the country's intelligence agencies, Tulsi Gabbard, is also being called out over her apparent lack of experience.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will represent India in Trump's swearing-in event on the invitation of Trump-Vance's inaugural committee. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कहाई सुनाही बाहु विधि सब संताराम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वीर परी जब भक्त पुकारे दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे। दशरथ की गर्जन में राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ विश्वामित्र मुनीश्वर आए दशरथ भूप से वचन सुनाए संग में भेजे लक्ष्मण राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वन में जाए तारका मारी चरण छुआए अहिल्या ताई ऋषियों की रुख
शुरू टाइम पे पाते हैं सर। इन्हें आप हिंदी में अगर पूछोगे
हमारे लिए सदा नेशन फर्स्ट रहा है, राष्ट्र प्राथमिकता रही, राष्ट्र प्रथम रहा है। कुछ राजनीतिक दल ऐसे हैं जो लोग इन देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ हाथ भी मिलाते हैं, राजनीतिक लाभ उठाने के लिए उनका चंदा भी पाते हैं और फिर मौन हो जाते हैं। और ये चुप्पी क्यों है? तब तो वो बड़े बड़ी बातें करते हैं और ये डबल डेटिंग करने वाले माननीय राहुल गांधी जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बाहर से कुछ
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
यहाँ पे जो मौतें हुई हैं उस दिन से आर्मी जो है वो पूरी मदद कर रही है, टेंट वगैरह भी लगाए हैं, राशन भी दे रही है, तो पूरा इसमें नाका लगाया हुआ है उन्होंने, तो अच्छी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं हमारे में।
तो पूरी तरह से जो आर्मी खाना बना के
हाँ खाना बना के दे रही है।
कितने दिनों से दे रही है आर्मी खाना?
4-5 दिन से, जब से ये मौतें इधर हुई हैं ना तब से आर्मी हमारा पूरा तावन दे रही है। खाना वगैरह, पानी शानी की भी सहूलियत है, टेंट वगैरह दिए हैं, सब इंतजाम कर रही है पूरा।
जहाँ तक यहाँ सेना का मसला है या सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का है, तो आज 40-45 दिन से लगातार दिन रात हमारे साथ खड़े हैं। अब सेना ने भी यहाँ टेंट लगाए हैं, राशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, सुबह शाम देख रेख कर रहे हैं, तो जो भी उनसे हो सकता है वो हर कदम उठा रहे हैं हमारे हेल्प के लिए। लेकिन हर कोई सियासी लीडर आ रहा है, हर कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हमारे साथ, तहसील एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, एडी साहब, पुलिस, हर एक कॉपरेट कर रही है बड़े पैमाने पर। लेकिन अफसोस है कि अभी तक कुछ हल नहीं निकाल पाए हैं, तो इससे जो है अभी दहशत का माहौल बराबर बना हुआ है।
On 23rd January 2025, Republic Media Network is proud to present the second edition of the Republic India Women's Summit, an inspiring celebration of women breaking barriers and redefining leadership. This summit shines a spotlight on the remarkable women from diverse domains like governance, business, technology, entrepreneurship, politics, and thought leadership as we honor the women pioneers and visionaries at the Republic India Women's Summit. Join us live only on Republic Media Network. Donald Trump is set to return to the White House for his second term. Trump will take the oath of office today as the 47th President of the United States alongside Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
But we will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien, gang member, and migrant criminal operating on American soil.
Donald Trump exuded confidence of ending war and chaos in the Middle East. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar will represent India at Trump's swearing-in event on the invitation of the Trump Wants Inaugural Committee. And quantum of punishment for Sanjay Roy to be announced shortly in the Abhaya rape and murder case. Ten more arrested in Sambhal violence case, one linked to gang working for Dawood Ibrahim. And ladies and gentlemen, in the ongoing Arjikar rape and murder case, Post-Sealdah court has pronounced Sanjay Roy as guilty in a short while from now, that was around 2:45 p.m. The court will also announce the quantum of punishment in the case. The court had earlier noted that Sanjay Roy, the minimum punishment would be life imprisonment and maximum death penalty. First up, let's take a listen into what Abhaya's parents had to say. All right, we're getting in, before we get you what Abhaya's parents had to say, we are getting in live visuals from the Sealdah court where the quantum of punishment will be announced for the rapist Sanjay Roy in just few minutes from now. 2:45 was the time that the court had given. These are the live visuals that we're getting outside Sealdah court. The judges have arrived. Lawyers of both sides are also present in the courtroom. Hearings, remember, was underway where Abhaya's parent had demanded death penalty for Sanjay Roy in the case. We also have Ridhita who is joining us live from outside Sealdah court. Ridhita, talk to us about the arguments that were placed in the court just few moments back where the CBI lawyer and Abhaya's parent both had demanded maximum punishment for the main accused, the rapist, Sanjay Roy.
Yes, it is 2:32 already, 2:45. We are expecting at 2:10, the room number 210, the courtroom number, there the proceedings will begin. As you see, the preparations are already underway. Police has guarded the way. There are lawyers who are going in. Just at 12:30 when the proceedings had began, there was a heated argument between the CBI's lawyer, defense lawyer and Abhaya's lawyer. So CBI lawyer there had stated that it's a rarest of rare crime. The victim was on duty in hospital, and that time this heinous crime had taken place. She was an on-duty officer who was heinously murdered this way, and we demand the highest of punishment. We demand for capital punishment. And supporting that, Abhaya's lawyers has also stated that the convict was a civic volunteer. He was found, the footage
All right.
was found. And
Ridhita, stay with us. We're also getting in reactions of Abhaya's parents. Let's listen into that as well.
বিচার সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, তদন্তই সম্পূর্ণ হয়নি, কিন্তু ও দোষী সাব্যস্ত হয়েছে, ওর ফাঁসি চাই এবং এখানে বিচার প্রক্রিয়া শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্তও শেষ হয়ে যাবে না, তদন্ত চলবে, বিচার প্রক্রিয়াও চলবে এবং আসল দোষীরা সামনে আসবে এবং প্রকৃত দোষী যারা সবার फांसी चाहिए।
जॉर्ज आज संजय का जो बात है वो सुनेंगे। संजय क्या बोलना चाहते हैं, इतना दिन से वो हम कुछ बोलेंगे करके आ रहा है और आज बोलने से क्या फ़ायदा होगा उसका भी मालूम नहीं। 104 क्वेश्चन उसको किया था पहले दिन, जिसको पूछताछ किया था इसके, लेकिन उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बोला। वो जो जॉर्ज को जो क्वेश्चन किया था उसको आपने जो आंसर दिया है वो ठीक आंसर उन्होंने नहीं दिया। संजय क्रिमिनल है और भी इसका साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। लगता है को पहले से ही तो जो पहले जुड़ा हुआ है उसको अड़ाल करने का कोशिश कर रहा है प्रशासन, और वही चल रहा है। जज जो है सियालदा कोर्ट का, उन्होंने हमको बोला है आपको एक हम जिस क्वेश्चन रखा है उसका आंसर दिया है, और हमको लगता है उन्होंने हमको विचार आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार कर देंगे।
Let's also listen into the latest response that we're getting in from West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who says that the government supports the parents' demand of capital punishment for the rapist Sanjay Roy. Listen into what Mamata had to say.
হওয়ার আগে তো কিছু বলবো না, বাট ফাঁসির দাবিতে আমি নিজেও মিছিল করেছিলাম, সবাই করেছে। সুতরাং এটা জাজেদের উপর নির্ভর করে এবং কীভাবে কেস সাজানো হয়েছে। আমরা তো পরপর 3টি কেসে ফাঁসি করে দিয়েছি এবং আমাদের পুলিশ 54 দিনের মধ্যেও করেছে। আমরা প্রত্যেকটাই 53-54 দিনের মধ্যে করেছি, কিন্তু জাজেরা একটু টাইম নেয়, তার কারণ তাকে দেখতে হয় আপনার এটা জুডিশিয়ারিকেও আমি থ্যাঙ্কস জানাই এবং আমাদের টিম অফ ইনভেস্টিগেশনকেও টাইম জানাই। তো এই কেসগুলো আমরা বিচার চাই।
All right, Ridhita continues to stay with me on the broadcast. Ridhita, the court will pronounce the quantum of punishment for Sanjay Roy, who has been convicted of rape and murdering an on-duty doctor in the state-run hospital at 245. The charges that Roy has been convicted entail a minimum sentence of life imprisonment, while the maximum can be capital punishment. Take us through what the parents are demanding, Ridhita.
We have heard the parents earlier and we have heard the parents today as well. They are stating that they are very happy with the judgment. We are very happy with the judgment. We want Sanjay Roy to be hanged for the heinous crime that they have committed against their daughter, for how badly she was raped and murdered on the night of 9th of August. But then they're again also expressing their dissatisfaction. They're saying that the investigation is still not complete. We want deeper investigation. We want more probe into the investigation, because they still think that there are more people involved into this case, and it is not Sanjoy alone who has committed this heinous crime. It is more involved. There are involvement of more people who have been sidelined, who have been shadowed by Mamata's government, and they have earlier also said that they find there is a lot of lapse of information today also, as we heard her lawyer stating that the court last day has pinpointed on the activities of police, the HOD and the medical staff in the night of 9th of August, and then as the days passed on, there was lapse of information. There was a try to tamper the evidence. There was a trial to tamper the evidence. We have also seen that the body was cremated as fast as it could be, without it being even shown to the parents. Even when the parents, they wanted to see the body or know what has exactly happened, half-hearted information was provided to them. There was no full information provided to them. There was no permission sought from them to during the cremation of the body. Even when there were 2 other bodies before her body was brought to the cremation ground, but the police had instructed clearly that it should be Abhaya's body should be cremated first. So they still think that there are something suspicious, there's something fishy into the matter, and the investigation is still incomplete without the other culprits who are involved into this case being pulled up. They want hanging of them as well.
Right, Ridhita.
Back to the studio.
Right, Ridhita, stay with me, because we're also getting in a lot of political reactions from the BJP as well. Let's listen into what they had to say.
देखिए, आरजीकर मामले में वर्डिक्ट तो सामने आ चुका है और संजय रॉय को दोषी पाया गया है। उसकी सेंटेंसिंग आज होने वाली है, परंतु सवाल ये है कि न्याय का इंतज़ार आज भी आरजीकर पीड़िता के माता पिता और उसके सभी साथी प्रोटेस्टिंग डॉक्टर्स कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि न्याय तब मिलेगा जब जिस प्रकार से सबूतों को मिटाने के लिए तृणमूल कांग्रेस की सरकार ने, उनकी पुलिस ने कार्य किया, उनको भी सजा मिलेगी।
वो तो नीचे था, ऊपर में उसी कमरे में वो लड़की मौजूद है। ये इंफॉर्मेशन उसको कौन दिया था? कौन सारे सबूत को मिटा दिया था? प्लेस ऑफ ऑकरेंस को ऑल्टर कौन किया? सूर्यास्त के बाद कैसे ऑटोप्सी हुआ? ये प्रश्न तो जनता की मन में है। सिर्फ पश्चिम बंगाल, भारत की जनता नहीं, पूरे दुनिया इससे दुखी है और सबका मन में ये प्रश्न उठ रहे हैं और सबका मन में ये प्रतिष्ठा है जे अकेला संजय राय से इतना बड़ा कांड घटना संभव नहीं था। तो हम लोग भी विश्वास करते हैं, कोर्ट भी विश्वास करते हैं कि आज कोर्ट को भी उसका बात ये अंतिम क्षण में ध्यान में सुनना चाहिए।
All right, we are getting in breaking news coming in. The judge Anirban Das, who will be pronouncing the verdict, has entered the courtroom, and we are standing by for the sentencing that will be pronounced in about 5 minutes from now. I'm also being joined by Kruthat, my colleague, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Kruthat, 2:45 p.m. is when the verdict will be announced. Sanjay Roy has time and again pleaded guilty. The arguments that are placed are extremely crucial in the case because the parents have time and again been demanding death penalty for the rapist.
Indeed, and these are the updates as we are picking up from the court that the judge has now entered inside the courtroom, and within 4 minutes now there will be a verdict in the Sealdah court, and we will finally have partial closure on the Abhaya case after months of protest and nearly 4 months of a relentless public campaign. The Sealdah court is all set to pronounce the verdict, and Sanjay Roy will now face the law and the hammer of the law. Whether or not he will be awarded capital punishment is the big question we are tracking here at Republic TV. Earlier today, just a few hours ago, the court had given an opportunity to Sanjay Roy one last time to confess whether or not he has committed the crime. This was irrespective of his conviction because the court did find him convicted in this case on Saturday, and one final opportunity. The court had asked him whether or not he is accepting his crime. He has refused to accept his crime, and this will be a significant factor in which the court will decide whether or not to award capital punishment to him or not, because Sanjay Roy so far has shown no remorse at all. He has continuously maintained that he has been framed in this case. The defense lawyers on behalf of Sanjay Roy have pleaded the court that his mental state has to be taken into consideration, and they are trying their best to avoid a capital punishment. But the CBI's lawyers are clear. Abhaya's parents' lawyers are clear. They want capital punishment. The CBI lawyers, in fact, went on to say that an example needs to be made from this extremely controversial and crucial case in which Sanjay Roy murdered and raped Abhaya in cold blood. And just in a few moments from now, the Sealdah court is all set to pronounce the verdict, and all eyes will be on the observations of the court in the conviction of Sanjay Roy, because this will have significant bearings on the further cases against Sandeep Ghosh and the Tara Police SP, who are also under scrutiny, presently on bail, but under scrutiny over the botched investigation. The reason by which the court has found guilty Sanjay Roy is that the evidence presented by the CBI in the court was airtight. That was the reasoning given by the court when he convicted Sanjay Roy on Saturday, and just in moments from now, the quantum of the sentence will be delivered. Whether it will be capital punishment, which is the maximum punishment for which the family and the CBI have been pushing, or whether it will be life imprisonment, something that then can later on go to the higher judiciary and challenge, is something that remains to be seen. But for now, we are standing by, getting live shots outside the Sealdah court. Any moment now, the judge is all set to pronounce the verdict. Back to the studio.
Right, Kruthat, stay with me because, yes, the bigger question here is life imprisonment or the death sentence. What is in the fate of Abhaya's rapist, Sanjay Roy, who has already entered the courtroom? The arguments, I believe, are underway. Now, Kruthat, also take us through the arguments that were placed inside the courtroom just few minutes back, where the defense lawyer had argued that the mental condition of the convict should be kept in mind. However, Abhaya's lawyer had said that the convict was a civic volunteer and that he used to be regular at the Arjigar hospital and that they demand capital punishment. Take us through the arguments that were placed inside the courtroom just few minutes back.
As the last-ditch effort, the defense lawyers of Sanjay Roy have now come to the mental condition of the convict. They believe that if they play this mental card up, perhaps they can evade capital punishment and find some grace. This is a last-ditch effort to influence the judge to give a punishment that is not capital punishment. They will take anything at this point than capital punishment, because fighting capital punishment in the higher courts will be much more of a steep battle for Sanjay Roy. But the defense lawyers and the CBI CBI lawyers have been very clear in their argumentation. CBI and Abhaya's parents' lawyers have been very clear. They want an example to be made out of Sanjay Roy, for which they are pushing for capital punishment, which is the maximum punishment. The defense lawyers have been pleading on mental grounds that perhaps capital punishment is something that they can avoid. But Abhaya's lawyers and CBI has clearly stated that this is the rarest of the rare case in which in Arjikar campus, on campus, a regular volunteer who had very, very close ties to the West Bengal police has perpetrated this heinous crime. The entire manner in which the crime scene was botched, the post-mortem was rushed, the cremation was taken place even before the FIR was filed in the case. This is the rarest of the rare case and has exceptional repercussions, for which they seek the first step of accountability against Sanjay Roy. They want capital punishment, and the judge will now decide whether or not the mental stability of the convict angle is able to sway the judge to go away from capital punishment and perhaps go for life imprisonment. Either cases, it is going to be a historic mandate in this case, which will set a very, very strong precedent in such cases, which will prove as a deterrence factor in the future. But by itself, the Abhaya case has captured the public's imagination. It was a people-led movement that led to a relentless campaign. Eventually, CBI took over from the botched investigation of the West Bengal police, and they have presented some solid evidence in the court, on the basis of which, finally, in a few moments from now, the court will decide whether it will be capital punishment or life imprisonment for Sanjay Roy.
Right. Kruthat, keeping in mind the earlier arguments that were placed inside the court, what do you believe is the court likely to grant to the convict?
This earlier today, when the court gave one final opportunity to Sanjay Roy to confess, it was basically the judge attempting to assess whether or not Sanjay Roy has any remorse for the crime that he has committed, and whether, before facing the law and justice be delivered today, whether he is willing to accept that the crime that he has committed is heinous and whether he shows any remorse. Clearly, Sanjay Roy has wasted that opportunity by not accepting the crime. He believes that he is being framed in this entire case. That is what his defense lawyers have also argued. So the judge very clearly told him that, see, there is no question of whether or not you did that crime. The CBI has presented some airtight evidence and there is clear evidence against you. All the judge wanted was whether or not they will confess. We have Abhaya's parents sitting in that courtroom today. We have his lawyers. We have the CBI. We have all the state machinery sitting in that room. And before them, Sanjay Roy had one last opportunity to accept whether or not he committed the crime. But he has maintained that he's been framed in this. So the judge will take that into consideration on whether or not he has remorse. And obviously that will place some sort of a bearing on the judge's discretion on what kind of punishment to give. But ultimately the punishment will be given in accordance to the law of the land, and justice will be delivered in just few moments from now in Sealdah court.
Right. Kruthat, also take us through the statement that has been given by Sanjay Roy in the court, where he has time and again pleaded guilty.
He has done exactly the opposite, Tanisha. He has pleaded innocent, and when he was given an opportunity by the judge to speak inside, he said that he's been framed in this entire case. He is also looking at some bureaucratic links. He's trying to drag the West Bengal government into this entire angle, and he is saying that he has time and again reiterated that he is the one who is being framed in this entire situation. Again, this was something that the CBI also looked at, and it will be obviously further investigation as to what extent did the West Bengal state government have an influence in this entire case, and whether or not their negligence led to a lot of botch-ups in this initial stages of this entire investigation before the case was handed over to the CBI. But what Sanjay Roy specifically said to the judge when he was asked is that he is innocent. That is one line that he has maintained since Saturday, and he reiterated it earlier this morning when he was presented in front of the court, and he is maintaining it continuously. That is what we are hearing from Sanjay Roy and his defense team. His defense team now pivoting towards the mental angle, saying that the mental condition of the convict also has to be taken into consideration. But largely, it seems like the defense's larger plan is to show that perhaps Sanjay Roy is not mentally stable, and that is why he should not be awarded the capital punishment, and that they are trying to cast some sort of a doubt on the evidence presented by the CBI, saying that he has been framed as a last-ditch effort. But all of these are tactics only to avoid the conviction that is already been delivered. It is just the quantum of the sentence that is coming. And Sanjay Roy now being brought inside the courtroom is the breaking news update that we are tracking.
Right, Kruthat, stay with me, because we are learning that the sentence will be announced in just some moments from now. The judge is seated, the accused, the convict, Sanjay Roy, has been brought to the courtroom. Any moment now is when Abhaya's rapist will be sentenced in Kolkata. We are tracking all the live updates from Sealdah Court. Ridhita continues to stay with me. Also, Kruthat, also take us to the arguments that the CBI has presented inside the court to make sure that their arguments are strong enough for the harshest punishment. to Sanjay Roy?
It was the DNA evidence at the end of the day that really sealed the deal for the entire CBI case. Although the crime scene was initially largely disturbed by the West Bengal police, we saw in the manner in which the crime scene was not accurately secured. CBI did manage to secure enough crucial forensic evidence that was then presented to the court. Even Sanjay Roy was taken for forensic examination by the CBI. CBI did interrogate Sanjay Roy, and all the basis of these hardened evidences was the judgment, the conviction order rather on Saturday delivered when it was deemed that Sanjay Roy is indeed the convict. This is something that was even acknowledged by the court on Saturday when they said that the CBI has presented enough evidence. Every time that Sanjay Roy has tried to bring up the innocence angle, the judge has said that there is enough evidence.
All right, Prutath, stay with me because we are getting in big breaking news. Judge is now pronouncing the sentence where he has said that Sanjay Roy has been found guilty. That's the big breaking news that we're getting in. The judge says that Sanjay Roy has been informed that he is found guilty under sections 64, 66 and 1031. The judge is reading out the sections that the convict has been charged under, and the sections are 64. Okay, all right. The big breaking news that we're getting in from the courtroom is that life imprisonment has been announced for the rapist, for Abhaya's rapist. A big verdict there by Sealdah court. Life term for Sanjay Roy is the verdict that has been given by Sealdah court. Prutath, over to you.
That the Sealdah court has now awarded life sentence to Sanjay Roy. No death penalty, I repeat, no death penalty has been awarded to Sanjay Roy, and he has been now given a life sentence. And life sentence is what Sanjay Roy is going to get. Obviously, the order is now being delivered by Sealdah court. It may or may not be challenged in the higher judiciary, depending, but the verdict is out. Abhaya's rapist has been convicted. It is a life sentence for Sanjay Roy that has been given under the grievous sentences.
Right, Prutath, we're getting in continuous updates from the courtroom. All right, Rhythm is joining me live on that top story. Rhythm, not death sentence, but life imprisonment has been given to Sanjay Roy. Please take over.
All right, this is a life imprisonment. The court has said, the judge, while pronouncing the verdict, has said, Sanjay Roy, you were informed you were found guilty, after which they've said the case is not the rarest of the rare cases. Life imprisonment has been given for rape along with a fine of 50,000 rupees. It's life imprisonment until death for the torture during the rape. Judge Arnab Das entered the courtroom, gave out the verdict for Abhaya's rapist, and has today pronounced that the Sealdah court had heard the rape murder case, the RG car murder case, and was going to give the quantum of punishment today. The judge says this is not the rarest of the rare case, and therefore life imprisonment until death has been given to Sanjay Roy, who's guilty of the rape and murder of the doctor at Kolkata's RG car hospital. Additional district and sessions judge Arnab Das delivered the verdict after hearing this in camera, which means that the media was not allowed in. This case was heard for 57 days in the camera. The CBI had asked in this case for capital punishment, that is death, to be awarded to the murderer, the accused Sanjay Roy. However, the court has said it's not the rarest of the rare case. For capital punishment to be there has to be the rarest of the rare case. However, for the torture that he has done, the court has given out the quantum of sentence to be life imprisonment until death. There are two types of life imprisonments in India. Usually it's either till 14 years or it's till death. It has been clarified by the Sealdah Civil and Criminal Court that this punishment is going to be till death, life imprisonment until death. It's a harsh punishment. However, the victim's father had stated they are looking for death sentence to be awarded to him. There was heavy security deployment that was present there at the courtroom. However, now the judge has pronounced Sanjay Roy, who was found guilty of the murder and the rape of the doctor in the RG car hospital, for giving him life imprisonment. Several wordings that had been stated by the judge at that time clearly stated that the CBI had said that in this case, there has to be capital punishment given, and they had stated that in this case, because of the torture, it has to be seen as the death penalty for the rarest of the rare case. The CBI lawyer had said this is the rarest of the rare case. However, the courtroom where the hearing was held had stated that now it's going to be life imprisonment until death. The CBI will choose to appeal against this verdict if they want the death sentence to be given to him in a higher court, possibly the Kolkata High Court, after which we shall see what happens. The minimum punishment is 10 years. It could, but they have given the imprisonment for life until death has been given for this murder. Remember, on August 9, 2024, the horrific rape and murder of the doctor had left India shocked and aghast. There were movements, there were people on the streets, there were protests in Kolkata and around asking for relief to be given in this case. First, it took a long time to identify who Sanjay Roy was, after which the Kolkata police identified him. The incident led to a nationwide protest. There was outrage among thousands of people, and finally today, the life imprisonment.
সর্বোচ্চ সাজা তাকে দেওয়া হয়েছে, যেটা হচ্ছে আমৃত্যু কারাবাস। আপনার তাকে রেপের জন্য তাকে সাজা হয়েছে যাবজ্জীবন, এবং তাকে খুনের জন্য তার সাজা হয়েছে যাবজ্জীবন। এবং রেপ করার সময় তাকে যে মারা হয়েছে তাতে মৃত্যু ঘটতে পারে, সেই 66 BNS অ্যাক্ট, সেই কারণে তাকে আমৃত্যু কারাবাস দেওয়া হয়েছে। এবং আদালত এও জানিয়েছেন যে সিবিআই এর আইনজীবী এবং ভিকটিমের বাবা মায়ের পক্ষ থেকে আইনজীবীরা দাবি করেছিল তার মৃত্যুদণ্ডের তারা দাবি করেছিল, সওয়াল করেছিল, কিন্তু আদালত বলছেন যে রেয়ারেস্ট বিষয় নয় এটা সেই কারণে আমি এই সঞ্জয় রায়কে এই কেসে কোনো রকম মৃত্যুদণ্ড না দিয়ে সর্বোচ্চ সাজা তাকে আমৃত্যু কারাবাস এবং তার সঙ্গে ফাইন, যে 3টে ধারায় তাকে দোষী সাব্যস্ত করা হয়েছিল বিএনএস অ্যাক্ট, সেই বিএনএস অ্যাক্টের 64, 66 এবং 103-এর এক, এই 3টে ধারায় তাকে 64 এবং 103-এর একে তাকে যাবজ্জীবন সাজা ঘোষণা করা হয়েছে। লাইফ ইমপ্রিজনমেন্ট যে 66 বিএনএস অ্যাক্টে সেখানে
66 BNS
ধর্ষণের সময়
for rape and torture,
যাতে মৃত্যু হতে পারত,
he has been given life imprisonment till death.
এবং সবাই নাগরিক সমাজ, জুনিয়র ডাক্তার
and all the junior doctors and family members
যে প্রধান অভিযুক্ত আর্যিকর কাণ্ডে
demanded
মৃত্যুদণ্ড, কিন্তু
capital punishment for him, for the culprit, but the court did not give capital punishment,
তাকে মৃত্যুদণ্ড না দিয়ে আমৃত্যু
and now
এবং একই সঙ্গে
he has been given life imprisonment and fine, and the court has also instructed the victim's family will get 17 lakh compensation from the state, 10 lakhs and 7 lakhs for both of the crimes of rape and murder. This is what the judge has instructed in the Arjikor case.
আমি অ্যাডভোকেট আনিসুর রহমান।
I am advocate Anisur Rahman, and now he will be speaking in Hindi.
जो दोषी साब्यस्त किया था 18 जनवरी 2025 में, जो आज का सीबीआई का चार्जशीट और ट्रायल का बाद आज जो फांसी का जो सवाल उठा था, फांसी नहीं हुआ, उन लोग को आमृत्यु जो कारावास, आमृत्यु जेल उनको हुआ, और उसी का साथ साथ फाइन भी हुआ तीनों सेक्शन में। 64 रेप में जावज्जीवन, 66 में आमृत्यु कारावास और 103A जो मर्डर, उसी में भी उनको जावज्जीवन कारावास दिया। एक ही संगे तीनों सेक्शन में फाइन भी किया। एक ही साथ में आपका उनको संजय का जो केस है, राष्ट्रों के स्टेट को डायरेक्शन दिया, लर्नेड कोड जो 10 लाख को और 7 लाख एंड 10 लाख, मोट 17 लाख उनको फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण, विक्टिम का फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण देने के लिए निर्देश दिया। सर आपका नाम?
Advocate Anisul Rahman.
That was the reaction given by Abhaya's lawyer, where he was giving details of the arguments that took place inside the court. But the moral of the story being here, the court has made a mockery of justice in Abhaya case. Rhythm continues to join me live on the story. Rhythm, the court has said that no death sentence will be offered and that a life sentence and compensation will be offered. Abhaya's parents has rejected the same.
You know, this is something that is going to be seen for the nation that was standing in protest against this as a mockery. I just want to remind our viewers towards the events that happened August 9th. This horrific rape took place in the RG Kar hospital. We saw there was the resignation in 4 days of Sandeep Ghosh, the hospital's principal, following nationwide protests led by the Federation of Resident of Doctors Associations. It brought the elective medical services in India at that time to a grinding halt. On 13th of August, the dissatisfaction had been palpable. The victims' parents filed a petition before the Calcutta High Court. The High Court handed over the case from the Kolkata police to the CBI. The protests only grew. Services in hospitals across India were disrupted. Viewers, all we're trying to tell you in this background or taking you back to what happened in August is why this was a fit case to be seen as the rarest of the rare case and death penalty to be given. Several banners were there which said that we're not going to be stopped. As the nation had watched, the NHRC intervened. They said there was nothing that could be seen to be only, not the NHRC also intervened. On August 15th, as the nation was celebrating its independence, another form of protest had emerged, viewers. Reclaim the Night rallies organized by women, by activists demanding justice and protection. A mob at that time, remember, vandalized the hospital and the crime scene. Tensions once again flared up. The NCW accused the authorities of security lapses and raised alarms. August saw a cascade of events. The IMA announced a 24-hour nationwide strike in solidarity with the victim. On 20th August, the top court of the country, the Supreme Court, constituted a 10-member task force to address the safety of healthcare professionals. The CBI, under intense pressure, raided the homes of the principal Sandeep Ghosh and several others. By mid-September, the CBI arrested Ghosh. Let me go across from the TMC, Shimanta Bhattacharya joining us. Shimanta Bhattacharya, we saw West Bengal break out into protests for this. Today, the court gives him only life imprisonment unto death. How are you looking at this verdict?
Well, frankly speaking, I was expecting a lot from the court, Honorable Court. I thought that the culprit would be sentenced to nothing less than the death punishment. Already the Calcutta government, the West Bengal government has brought in the hardest of law. They have introduced the hardest of law in the state. But despite of that fact, I think the way the case has been put up by the CBI, the merit that it has hold in the court, the court, I don't know whether they couldn't find that kind of they couldn't hold it as a rarest of rare case, whereas we were all expecting that the culprit should be given the hardest of the punishment.
I interrupt you for one moment, Shubhankar, for just a minute. I also have BJP spokesperson Priyanka Tibrewal joining us on the phone line. Priyanka, this was a fit case for death penalty. This is what the CBI had asked for. Life imprisonment seems too little for the horrific rape and murder that had shocked India, sent national outrage across India, and the parents demanding justice. Isn't this something in which the death penalty must have been given?
See, this was a rarest of rare case, and I am totally not convinced by the verdict which the court has given. And this is not justice at all, but absolute mockery. See, initially only I had said that the state government is very much involved. There were many other people who were involved behind this crime, but he was made the scapegoat, so that is the reason that maybe whatever was promised to him has been delivered in the form of justice.
And Priyanka,
And
you
he
know,
knows
this is
this very
also
well
something
that,
in which the
other
CBI charge sheet after the trial had said capital punishment should have been given. This is the rarest of the rare case. I was just taking our viewers, Priyanka, and I want to also remind them about what happened when charges had been faced under India's Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. This is the new Indian law which included rape and murder. The trial began, it went on in the December CBI case had also been there. Charge sheets had been filed, allegations had been swirled that Ghosh had known about the crime earlier than he reported. The parents waited for this. It was a long and painful protest. They moved the Calcutta High Court. 16th of Jan, in the final hearing, the court had given out this verdict saying he's the main accused and said the sentencing will be today. But today, once again, it seems like a mockery when Priyanka, the nation continues demanding justice in this rarest of the rare case, and death penalty has not been awarded.
Definitely, this was a rarest of the rare case. Like I said earlier, it is not just that Sanjay Roy was the only one. There were others who were also involved. But the state government of West Bengal, which is the TMC government, has rather safeguarded them. That is the reason. If death punishment would have been given to Sanjay Roy, he would have absolutely taken out the names of others who were involved. So this safeguard has been given by the state government. CBI was left with nothing when the investigation went to CBI, because whatever was there, whatever evidences were there, had been destroyed by the government and others involved in the case.
But I don't understand, Priyanka, and I'm going to also ask our directors to open up and get more reactions on this. The Calcutta High Court that
का म्याद दिया बीएनएस का जो 64 है 64 में जो रेप के बारे में उनका जो जाबोजीवन अर्थात जाबोजीवन उनका सजा दिया, उसके साथ फाइन किया 66 जो है रेप एवं उसी टाइम में जो टॉर्चर के बारे में उनका डेथ हुआ, इसलिए उनका अमृत्यु जब तक जिंदा रहेगा तब तक उनको जेल में रहने होगा। एक ही साथ उनको फाइन भी किया और 103 का एक जो बीएनएस एक्ट है वो उसके बारे में जो मर्डर है उसके बारे में उसके लिए उनका जाबोजीवन कारावास का सजा सुनाया, एक ही साथ में फाइन भी किया, एक ही साथ में स्टेट को गवर्नमेंट को डायरेक्शन दिया अलॉटेड एडिशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेशन जज एक्ट नंबर सियालदा कोर्ट जो 10 लाख को 10 lakhs and 7 lakhs टोटल 17 lakhs उनका फैमिली को देने होगा एज पर क्षतिपूरण विक्टिम फैमिली को लिए। कैपिटल पनिशमेंट हम लोग मांगा था सीबीआई का तरफ से और फैमिली का तरफ से, फिर भी कोर्ट जो बोला ये रेयरेस्ट मैटर नहीं है, इसलिए हम फांसी का सजा नहीं सुना रहे। हम उनके अमृत्यु कारावास 66 के बारे में और 64 एंड 103(1) के बीएनएस एक्ट के बारे में उनका जाबोजीवन कारावास का उनका घोषणा दिया कोर्ट। एडवोकेट अनीशुर रहमान, हम एडवोकेट है इधर का, हम एडवोकेट अनीशुर रहमान है। बोलो।
All right, we have Shubhankar Bhattacharya, who's a pro-Trinamool voice, and what we are seeing is essentially a miscarriage of justice. The judge really not treating this as a rarest of rare case. Shubhankar, you think while we had the prosecution demanding that this be treated as the rarest of rare case and the capital punishment be imposed, you think the judge has erred in this, in taking this position that this is not the rarest of rare and giving life imprisonment instead?
I completely agree that this should have been considered as the rarest of rare case, and the culprit should have been, treated with the hardest of punishment. But at the very same time, I think this is what happens. I would like to, reply to Priyanka Tibawala earlier, what she was saying over here. See, this is what happens when you play with justice with vested political interests. This is what BJP did over there. Once they use this case to just topple the government, not to get justice for the victim. The only idea was to somehow threaten the West Bengal government. not to get justice over here, and that what disturbed the entire case. That has disturbed the evidence, and that is somewhere I think
no,
the
but
CBI
if you believe that this is actually a rarest of rare case, Shubhankar, and that capital punishment should have happened, then obviously justice has not been delivered to Abhaya. And remember, it was not BJP's fight. You are sort of singling out BJP because we had Priyanka Tebrewal before you. But the fact of the matter is, it was a people's movement. The voices that you heard on the streets of Calcutta and rest of Bengal, rest of the country, were voices that really wanted justice to be given to Abhaya, and that unfortunately has not happened. Shubhankar, you are mistaking, you are mistaken in politicizing this at this moment.
If you just don't have sympathy for the victim, rather than if you are much more interested
so are you saying
towards
those protesters who spent days, nights, taking a stick of the police, being beaten by the police, they did not have sentiments for Abhaya, they were not empathizing with what happened, they were not wanting justice for Abhaya?
Sorry, I couldn't get you.
No, I was saying, why are you again and again diverting this whole thing into a BJP versus Trinamool? It's not about BJP versus Trinamool. It is about a government who did not respond to the sentiments of the people on the ground in the speed and manner it should have. That led to a very protracted protest movement across the state, across the country. And now when there is a miscarriage of justice, at least be seen to be owning it up or doing something about it.
No, please don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, let's listen to some of those live voices coming in of the lawyer.
There is a severe laches which we pointed out in our argument, and today is the result of such a investigation, whereby we always prayed for the highest level of punishment, but the learned court has given the life sentence of the accused person, and we have pointed out the latches of the investigation that created a confusion in the mind of the learned court. That is the reflection of the judgment. Later,
of confusion, this judgment has come.
Later the judgment will come, the copy of judgment, and the elaborate part of it will explain as soon as we get the copy. Thank you.
The court has stated it that the compensation is not.
I also want to now, as these reactions are coming in, Abhishek, let me also draw in the others who are walking here, because I don't think this is the time to politicize the case like Shubhankar is doing and put a blame game attack on the BJP or the TMC. Priyanka Tibrewal continues to be with us. Shubhankar is with us. I also want to go across to Kamruzaman Chaudhary, political analyst who's also joining us live from Kolkata. Kamruzaman, if I can come to you now. The court has made some statements and they have to be seen, or they are being seen by India and the family as being a bit difficult to comprehend. The state has said statutory compensation is going to be given to you. I am not asking you to take any money in any way, but it's for the state's responsibility to protect your daughter, and therefore compensation is being provided. And viewers, what is the compensation? It's 10 lakhs for her murder and 7 lakhs for her rape that is being given to her family. It shocks, saddens, and it's heart-wrenching to see that 17 lakh rupees is what is being given to the victim for the rape and the murder to her family. And the judge has also said you can appeal in the High Court if you want. But at such a time, I also want to, like I said, draw in on this show Kamruzaman. Kamruzaman, please don't politicize the issue. Like Abhishek, my colleague, was telling you, it's a case in which the nation stood at a standstill. The nightmare that unfolded on 9th of August, on the 15th, we saw nationwide protests. Alarms were raised, I remember, at the RG Medical College when a mob vandalized the hospital and the crime scene. Security lapses were seen. First, the CBI should have also got other accused in the case, and not only Sanjay Rao, but also the principal and others who resigned. But in this case, a death penalty not being there only adds injury to the already wounded nation that was looking for justice in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. You see,
Government, I can't say anything.
ये भी कहा गया है कि पीड़ित के परिवार के पीड़ित की मौत के लिए 10 लाख रुपया और बलात्कार के लिए 7 लाख रुपया की जरूर दिया जाना चाहिए।
रुपया में क्या है, रुपया में कुछ नहीं है। वो परिवार रुपया चाहेगा ऐसा भी मुझे नहीं लगता, रुपया ऐसे करके भी नहीं है।
दादा जिस तरह से एक संजय राय का ही नाम सिर्फ इसमें आ रहा है, वो लगातार कह रहे हैं कि इसके पीछे और भी बड़े नाम है।
बंगाल के लोग नहीं बिलीव करते कि इसमें एक लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व है।
क्या कहना चाहिए आगे आप, ये जस्टिस मिला परिवार को?
कोर्ट के राय के खिलाफ हम कुछ नहीं बोल सकते।
जस्टिस के लिए और भी जारी
मुझे लगता है और भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए। स्पेशली कोर्ट को बोलना चाहिए था कि जो बात संजय कर रहा है, संजय जो बात कर रहा है, उन्होंने राजीव कुमार का नाम लिया, पुलिस का नाम लिया, उसका तहकीकात होना।
सामने उपस्थित समस्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ता बृंद
को आजीवन कारावास और 50
साधारण मानुष एवं
क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
संमान माध्यमे भाईरा बोनेरा
देखिए पूरा भारतवासी माफी
पुलिस भाईरा बोनेरा যারা এসেছেন।
All right, we are getting now political reactions, but what is important is that the manner in which the court has pronounced the judgment or quantum of punishment in the RGR case, slapping only life imprisonment on Sanjay Roy, and, taking really a very procedural view of the law and not going by the gruesomeness of the crime. And it did qualify for the rarest of rare cases. And we have Kamruzama Chaudhary, leans towards the Congress party, joins us, political analyst, joins us over the phone. Very good afternoon, Mr. Chaudhary. Now that we know the quantum of punishment and the fact that the family is absolutely furious, not just the family, all those people who really wanted justice for Abaya are furious at the manner in which the court has taken a very procedural view of the law. You think that the court could have given capital punishment to Sanjay Roy?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Niranjan, the first reaction will be it's a travesty of justice. When the whole world's conscience was shaken over this incident which happened with the Abaya case out here and the way she was murdered after a rape, it qualifies for a heinous crime and the rarest of the rarest crime. We all were expecting a death penalty for Sanjay Roy, the criminal out here, but the court had got its own opinion on this issue. I believe the state government will be appealing against the quantum of punishment in the higher courts, and I believe the judiciary is erred today in its judgment in deciding the quantum of punishment. I believe a death penalty will be coming in.
इतना बड़ा एक केस जो कि पूरी तरह से ऐसा बनता है कि उनको लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट ना होकर उसको डेथ पेनल्टी मिलनी चाहिए थी, वो नहीं हुई। तो मुझे लगता है जो उस महिला को जो हेल्प मिलनी चाहिए थी या परिवार को हेल्प मिलनी चाहिए थी, आज परिवार भी दुखी होगा और हम सब जो इस केस को फॉलो कर रहे थे हम सब दुखी हैं। एक जजेस की इनसेंसिटिविटी भी बताती है कि इतना बड़ा केस रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर नहीं कहा गया, तो वो भी एक इनसेंसिटिविटी है जुडिशरी की। और कुछ तो लूप होल्स इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पुलिस ने छोड़े होंगे और पुलिस ने जो भी चीज़ें सीबीआई को पेश की होंगी, क्योंकि जो शुरू में था वो ही पूरा कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो गया था, सीन भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो गया था, जो क्राइम सीन था वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो गया था, वहाँ कंस्ट्रक्शन शुरू हो गई थी, वहाँ काफ़ी कुछ तो मिला ही नहीं था सीबीआई को, उससे पहले सफाई हो चुकी थी, धो दिया गया था। तो पूरी एक सरकार जैसे वेस्ट बंगाल की सरकार है वो इसमें कुछ लोगों को बचाना चाहती थी और वही हुआ, उन्होंने वो प्रूफ ही नहीं दिए जिसके कारण सीबीआई कोर्ट में प्रॉपरली रख पाती।
तो कहीं ना कहीं अब हायर कोर्ट्स को तक ये मामला जाना चाहिए कि जो लड़की है उसको इंसाफ
बिल्कुल जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि इस जजमेंट से कोई भी खुश नहीं होगा। आई डोंट थिंक सीबीआई विल ऑल्सो नॉट बी हैप्पी, दे विल गो फॉर हायर कोर्ट्स। वो मैं तो सीबीआई से भी यही मांग करती हूँ कि आप हाई कोर्ट की डिमांड कीजिए, हायर कोर्ट्स में जाना चाहिए और ये इसमें डेथ पेनल्टी के अलावा और कुछ होना ही नहीं चाहिए।
जैसे शुरुआत में भी सीबीआई हो चाहे परिजनों वो डेथ पेनल्टी की मांग कर रहे थे, और जब जज ने परसों वर्डिक्ट सुनाए थे तो दो संभावनाएं बनती हैं, एक आजीवन कारावास और दूसरी उन्होंने खुद भी डेथ पेनल्टी का जिक्र किया था, लेकिन जब आज फैसला आया तो
जजमेंट कहाँ कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हुई, क्यों कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हुई? इसमें तो होना ही चाहिए था। और ये रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर नहीं होगा तो और कौन सा होगा, जिसमें एक ऑन ड्यूटी डॉक्टर को आप रेप और मर्डर करते हो और वो भी रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर नहीं है, तो और किस केस को आप रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर करोगे?
All right, Kamru Chaudhary continues to be with us. That was Rekha Sharma of the NCW. Now, what is important is Kamru Chaudhary, as the NCW chairman was underscoring, that we have Prasoon Ghosh, in fact, of TMC joining us live. And Mr. Ghosh, if this is not the rarest of rare case, despite the fact that the evidence was lost, despite the fact that there was tinkering with the scene of crime, and the court now taking such a lenient procedural view, this is clearly a case of miscarriage of justice. You think the Bengal government should be doing more, should be making more noises, should be seen to be doing something to assuage those concerns that there should not be a miscarriage of justice when the matter comes for appeal?
Sir, one thing I am telling you, apart from any party, I am telling as a normal citizen, as a normal human being of this India,
that we have to go beyond feeling and do something, right, Mr. Ghosh?
This is not at all acceptable, because if a normal human being, as a normal person, as a doctor, I can say, if this is not the rarest of the rare, then what is rarest of the rare? A doctor is a duty doctor, is resting inside the hospital. People had come inside the room, raped her, murder her, and the report will come, not the capital punishment. Then every whole India will ask to that judiciary system, what exactly the rarest of the rare? This should be whoever the respectable judge should be given the capital punishment, and should be the example by that no one should do this thing again in future. But really, I am really heartbroken, and I am saying, if this is not the rarest of the rare, then what is the rarest of the rare?
No, I mean, the point is, Mr. Ghosh, that you can't just dismiss it by saying that this is, you are pained. My point is that since you represent the Trinamool sentiment, why not be seen to be doing something? Why not, call it a miscarriage of justice and really say that in appeal you would again want capital punishment like prosecution did, of course, in this lower court?
Sir, one thing I am telling, if whatever the party will tell, that is party propaganda, this party matters. But the party made by the people, as that common people I am telling, this should be given the capital punishment, and this is the rarest of the rare incidents, sir, and capital punishment should be given irrespective of any party. I am saying capital punishment should be given.
Okay, I think we are opening the lines for getting to the viewers, the public sentiment. Remember the kind of...
Seen a lot of palpable anger that broke out across India on this. It seems a mockery has been made. We remember the protests that were there in Kolkata across... Arnab, and then we just really need to remember those and stay with those visuals. How and what do you think will now the CBI do? It's time they went to a higher court looking for justice for Abhaya. Viewers, I just want to remind you, as we're going to stay with that and remember those protests that had broken out at that time and what... Okay, viewers, I also want to now go across and remember that time that had, and what had happened at that time, August 9, this horrific incident that took place, after which the entire India, there were protests that broke out. There was a time in which we saw the principal of the Arjikar Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh stepping down 12th of October following nationwide protests. Protesting doctors blocked roads in Mohali, in Kolkata. We remember the victim's family filed a petition before the Calcutta High Court. They demanded for the CBI to be looking into this matter. The family said, we distrust the Kolkata police. The High Court had then agreed to hand over the case to the CBI. The Human Rights Commission was under scrutiny. The nation watched. The NHRC intervened. 14th of August, the Kolkata police formally handed Sanjay Roy over to the CBI. We also remember a day later, 15th of August, Arjikar Medical College, the protests turned violent. A mob vandalized the hospital and the crime scene. Tensions flared further when the NCW also accused the authorities of security lapses. There were Reclaim the Night protests in Kolkata. A cascade of events broke out after that. By the end of the month, the protests had spiraled into larger movements. There were movements and there were people protesting. The Nabana Abhijan march to the West Bengal Secretariat turned into clashes between the police and the protesters. It led to a statewide strike. In such a case, where the Kolkata police used water cannons and tear gas shells to disperse protesters en route to the West Bengal Secretariat. In such a case, where the CBI was under pressure, they raided the homes of Sandeep Ghosh. By mid-September, the CBI arrested Ghosh, and the also officer in charge of the local Tala police station, Abhijit Mondal, was also detained for delaying the filing of the FIR. In such a case, when there was a trial where the victims' parents watched the long and painful process, everyone awaited this verdict. The verdict came. Sanjay Roy was held guilty, but even Sanjay Roy, the only accused in this case, has been given life imprisonment unto death, but not the death penalty, not the capital punishment which the CBI had asked for. There are protests already outside the Kolkata court. As we stay with those pictures, we remember what had happened earlier when the nation had stood up in unity with Abhaya, asking for some strict action against all the accused, the security lapses that took place. The quantum of punishment now for the lone accused has shocked India. Not only in this case, which is the rarest of the rare case, it seems like a mockery has been made on India, in India. The investigation by the CBI also, which only had the lone accused, has also not been given anything but life imprisonment. I also remember at that time when the court formally charged Sanjay Roy, only in November, Roy faced charges under India's Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, including rape, including murder. But even as the trial went on, it was unclear whether the road to justice was going to be smooth for the family. Today, the family is shocked. A compensation has been given to them, viewers. That compensation is what the protest is against today at the Sealdah court. The compensation is 10 lakhs for murder, 7 lakhs for rape of Abhaya, and the court said you can always appeal in a higher court. The family, of course, is going to go for the higher court, but the cascade of events that broke out, 17th of August, we remember the IMA announced a 24-hour nationwide strike in solidarity with the victim. This is the rarest of the rare case that should have been given the death penalty. 20th of August, I remember the Supreme Court weighed in, constituted a 10-member task force to address the safety of healthcare professionals. By the end of the month in August, the protest had spiraled into larger movements across India. We're also now joined on the line by Hridita live from the Sealdah court. Hridita, give us more details. There's a protest that is now broken out outside the Kolkata court.
Yes, ma'am. As you can see that we are at the Sealdah court, Abhaya's lawyer has just come out and they have said that they are not happy with this judgment. There is a protest already that has led out outside the Sealdah court near the Sealdah metro station, where the doctors, the junior doctors, the senior doctors, everybody has come along. The people of Kolkata who has uproared this 3 entire months in the protesters that we have been seeing who had come in the roads in seek of justice for Abhaya, they have been waiting outside the Sealdah. They have been. I will take you to the. They have come out. They have been waiting today for the final judgment. I will take you near the protest ground where the doctors have started to protest here near the Sealdah metro station. You can see people who have been waiting there. They are normal common men who have been waiting to see what exactly the court announces today at the Sealdah court. You can see they're just standing opposite the Sealdah court because there is a high security deployment outside the court. You can see how many vans, how many police jeeps, how many vans and convoys have come today to bring Sanjoy to the court. Sanjoy has been brought in the special police van. Along with that, he has been accompanied in 10 convoys. And here we have reached near the Sealdah metro station, which is just beside the Sealdah civil and criminal court. And you can see how many people have been waiting here. There are protests already going on. They have been chanting. I will go to them and understand what are their exact demands. क्या डिमांड क्या है? संजय रॉय को लाइफ इम्प्रेजन दिया।
সঞ্জয় রায়ের ফাঁসি চাই। যতদিন না ফাঁসি হবে সঞ্জয় রায়ের মতন মানুষের একটা নিরীহ কিডকে যতদিন না ফাঁসি দেবে আমরা অনশন এখানে অনশন করতে বলবো।
Saying that we want Sanjay Roy to be hanged. Until and unless he is hanged, we will sit here. We will sit and protest here. We will not move from here because a person like him cannot be denied, cannot be denied of the charges, and he should be hanged for such an grievous that has happened. I will move forward. I have Asfakul Naya, who is one of the junior doctors, and I'll ask him. Sir,
we are making live.
We'll just try and talk to them and see that, sir, today Sanjay Roy has been given life imprisonment and not death penalty. What are your views on that?
We believe that this is not the complete justice. You can say this is the part of justice because in this heinous crime where a woman doctor posted for saving the life who is lost her life with her dignity. So this is not the justice that we expected for. This is part of justice, you can say, but this is also seen that the one person is accused. This is not right also. So we believe that there is
So the judge has said it is not one of the rarest of rare cases, and therefore he will be not given a death penalty.
We are not agree with that because that is the judge version, and whatever judge says because of surrounding evidence too. But we have the another questions, and we have the scientific reports, scientific everything So we believe that we will put all the reports together, we'll put all the people's emotion together, and we'll fight in the higher court and higher court.
Will there be more protests coming in from your side?
Obviously we will be on the street. We were in the street, so we will be future. We will be on the street, and we will accumulate all the reports, everything, whatever questions raised. Because this is not the question we have raised. This is the question raised by the investigation team too. But we don't know why the investigation team is not included all the reports too.
So you're going to begin with your protest again?
Obviously we will have a protest, and we will be on the protest till justice. Not for the this should be an exemplary punishment on this stage because this is not a normal case. This is obviously rarest of rarest crime. But I don't know why judge says in different view. But we will be on the street. We will be fight on the higher court to higher court.
So that is what we are understanding from the junior doctors' perspective, that they are going to come back to the streets again. There are more people out here who are protesting, who are not happy with what judgment the court has given. You can see how busy is this Sealdah road, and amidst which everybody has made a stance to come out. There is a protest from Abhaya Manch's side, and they have been voicing. They have been voicing. There are postcards that they are putting out, and they're saying that they need actions in this case. I will go and speak to her. Ma'am, you're wearing a headband. You're saying that bicha chiniye nebo. I will ask you to show her headband, saying that justice, we will snatch away the justice, we'll bring justice to our court. Ma'am, life imprisonment has been given. He has been denied of the death penalty. What do you have to say on that?
Actually, for this time, it is okay. Because for this time,
his survive is required because he knows everything. He knows the name of others culprit. So if she got hanged, then the
But do you really think he will be there will be a more deeper punishment taken on there will be he will be given more crucial punishment if the court goes to the next level?
we should bring.
I will bring you more voices and try and understand, like, are you really happy with the judgment that has been given?
This is very this is very disappointing. I condemn this verdict. I hope that Sanjay will be highly accused, and this is rare of rarest cases, and we ought to be the capital punishment. We want capital punishment, and there were multiple DNA were found in this rape and murder incident were occurred. That is Arjikar Medical College, and we demand justice. We snatch justice. We demand justice.
So that is what we are hearing, that they demand for justice. There is more that is happening here. There are pamphlets which has been delivered. You can see there are preparations of this. You can see their preparation where they are making a doll, they are making a cruise doll that they will burn in the name of Kolkata police. They are writing Kolkata police, and then they are going to put that into the t-shirt and burn this. This is the level of anger that we see in the roads of Calcutta again. Calcutta has again rose to this. Anger will come with more reactions, understanding. Are you really happy with the justice, ma'am? Multiple people are involved. Are you happy with it?
We are not actually happy, actually sad.
Are you going to come back to the roads again?
Yes, definitely. Because this is not possible for one man to create this kind of crime. So
he is not given a death penalty.
we are not talking about that. We are saying that there are multiple people behind that. Okay, behind him there are multiple people, and all they are involved with the government and all. So until and unless they are not gonna criminalized, we will continue our movement and everything.
So everyone, that is what we are understanding, that everyone demands justice. Nobody is ready to understand the fact that it is one person who has done. They are not really happy with the judgment that has been passed by the Sealdah court here. So all they want to say is that it is not only one person but several people are involved here, and they will continue the protest. I will try and show you the scenario of Sealdah right now. Outside the court, I will ask my VJ to pan and show you that how many people have actually gathered here in protest of Abhaya, in protest to seek justice. There are constant micings which are going.
আশা ছিল যে সিবিআই কেন্দ্রীয় তদন্তকারী সংস্থা তারা রাজ্যের নিয়ন্ত্রণে নয়, তারা হয়তো ঘটনাটার ঠিকঠাক তদন্ত করবে এবং যারা অপরাধী প্রত্যেক অপরাধী শাস্তি পাবে। আমরা যে ঘটনাক্রমগুলো
I will go and speak to I will go and
সাপ্লিমেন্টারি চার্জশিট জমা করা হলো।
Sir.
চার্জশিট সময়ের মধ্যে
Why are you going to burn this Kolkata police statue?
Because they are completely ineffective and worthless people who couldn't even give us the justice for Tilottama.
So that is why you're burning this?
The effigy, exactly.
So are you really happy with what?
How can we be happy? How can we be happy? Because we know this is an institutional murder and rape. And it has not been done by a single person. It has been done by a lot of people, and we already have demanded justice for all those who are involved. Whether it is a jurisdiction, whether it is the judiciary, whether it's the police department, whether it's the health department, everybody has to be punished.
So that is why you're back again. I will show you their badges. They're again wearing these badges for we demand justice.
All throughout. From 9th August we are wearing this badge, and we will be wearing this badge till the day we get the justice.
I will go and hear from more. Ma'am, Shirdar Bikri Noy, which means the spine is not sellable. So, how long do you think this protest for Abhaya will go on?
As far we have seen, for the Honorable Court has already given the verdict that the lowest sentence is 25 years and the highest judgment is fashi, that means hangout. So, for that thing, we are not only satisfied with that, because we know that Sanjay Roy is not capable for doing this rape and the organized drama.
Judgment that the court had passed for Sanjoy Roy.
No, we're not at all satisfied, because that's why we are planning to go for habeas corpus to the court, because we are planning to give that, because that was the constitutional rights is not being denied. We already denied, because we are denying, the court is denying, the government is denying, and everyone is trying to suppress our voice. That's the main thing.
That is exactly the main thing, that the voice is being actually tried to be submissed down. It is tried to be lowered down, and that is what people of Kolkata are saying, that it is not possible for one person to do, and they will come to the roads and protest till actual justice is served. What do you say on that?
We actually want the punishment of every member of the racket. Not only Sanjay Roy, we firmly believe that there are many people who were involved in the crimes and the anti-national racket works or racket activities. Yes, we want justice for Abhaya, and we want the punishment of all anti-national elements involved in the racket and other rackets. Unless we get the punishment information from the Honorable Court, we will be on the road and we will continue our fight.
So you understand that people are saying that they will be in the road till justice is served, and this protest will continue. This पुलिस पे भरोसा कैसे करे? कोलकाता पुलिस ने भरोसा कैसे करे? क्योंकि कोलकाता पुलिस तो रेप किया है, उनके सिविक ने तो रेप किया है, वो तो, और उन्होंने सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस टेम्पर किया है, तो हम कैसे हम उन पे भरोसा करें? सीबीआई पे थोड़ा सा भरोसा था जब हाई कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया था सीबीआई को केस को लेने के लिए, तब थोड़ा सा, लेकिन उनका चार्जशीट जब देखा हमारा तो माथा एकदम घूम गया. No, we are not. We are extremely sorrowed about the giving justice, but I don't know what to say. But I'm sorry.
लैब रिपोर्ट है, उसने भी कहा
Trust on Kolkata police never stayed. And that is what people are saying.
All India Lawyers Association for Justice.
That justice, they will not leave the roads till justice is served. And that is the one thing that we're hearing. You see, there is currently a program that the Abhaya Monch is doing. Abhaya Monch is currently organizing this, and all they have to say that till justice will be in the roads today. The court had
অত্যন্ত ডিফেক্টিভ, কারণ সাপ্লিমেন্টারি চার্জশিট সেটা দেওয়া হলো না, ইনকমপ্লিটনেস অফ চার্জশিট। দ্বিতীয়ত হচ্ছে যে আপনারা জানেন যে
Sir, do you think the compensation of rape is an insult to the family and to everyone who have been protesting?
Yes, it is an insult for us and for the family also.
Do you think this is a mockery?
It is not only mockery, it is a joke. Only one person cannot do. Everybody is telling same thing. We are demanding that not only Sanjay, everybody, those who are culprit, they should be punished and hanged till death. This is our demand.
Do you feel that all this protest, the 3 months of protest, it has been betrayed? The justice has not come in favor of Abhaya.
Yes, justice still date. Complete justice is not come in favor of Abhaya, but we are hopeful that it will come and we will bring that. That is our motto.
The judge has stated it is not one of the rarest of rare cases, and therefore he has not been served with death penalty. What do you have to say on that?
Death penalty. If death penalty was given, then it will be end. Because we think that Sanjay, again, he can open his mouth and he can tell the truth and we will get the justice and we'll...
Is it a time for another national campaign again?
Yes. We are preparing for that and we'll do
Will you
that.
be coming back to the roads again in protest for Abhaya's justice?
Not only coming back, we are already on the road and we will do the same every time.
Ma'am, do you really think that justice has been served? Or has the doctor been betrayed, sir?
I'm not saying. So we are just getting that there is a mixed emotion. Some people are saying that justice has not been served well, and some people are saying if only Sanjay was hanged, then other culprits would have been died. There would not have been mention of them. So after today's judgment, the judge has said it is not one of the rarest of rare crimes. So what do you have to say on that, sir?
We have been anticipating this sort of judgment since long, because the investigations which have been done is total in a false way, in a very immature and wrong way.
Do you think it's a mockery that has been done?
Yes, definitely. At least the investigation procedure is nothing but a mockery, because the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigations, what they have done, they assured that they would give a supplementary charge sheet, but the supplementary charge sheet was not at all submitted. And the Central Forensic Laboratory, which is a scientific organization, is also under the ownership of the central government. They have categorically told that such sort of event can't occur in that room, which was so much neatly and cleanly maintained. So how we should rely upon the CBI investigations report, where another organization owned by the central government is totally saying that this can't happen at all.
So there has been a compensation which has been given over to the family. Do you think that is an insult to the family and everybody who has been protesting?
That only the family can tell. I can't tell their own version. But
is it again a time for national campaign now, sir, for us to come back to the roads?
Can't understand it properly.
Is it a time for the national campaign again for us to come back?
Yes, we should be. India is a democratic country, and the basic human right, the event which has occurred, is unprecedented, unheard anywhere in our India, anywhere. Such a doctor on duty, a lady doctor, have been murdered and possibly raped before or after the murder. This sort of event in her own duty premises is totally unprecedented.
So that is what we are understanding here, that this order, people of Kolkata are really not happy, as you understand. They feel that they have been betrayed, that justice has not been served, rather they have been betrayed of the fact. And they will be coming back to the roads and waiting for, and they will be in the roads until proper justice is served. I will go and reach out to more people.
Advocate Ali Fat Khan,
was justice actually served?
Justice was not served as per the appropriate, as per our demand. What we have demanded, the lawyers and the citizens of India, we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a socialist, secular, democratic republic. But where is it now? There is no such justice. Yes, we got the justice, but not properly. It is for the time being. For the time being, we want capital punishment. But still, we have to maintain the law and order. We have to follow the court's order, because Justice J. Verma said, Supreme Court is supreme, but not infallible. নিশ্চয়ই আমরা কোর্টের অর্ডার তো মানবো, কিন্তু ওটাকে আমরা আপিলও করতে পারি।
Do you think the compensation that was offered to the victim's family, is that an insult to the family and all?
নিশ্চয়ই এটা ইনসাল্ট, নিশ্চয়ই,
Yes.
Yes, it's an insult.
How much money will you get? I will get 1 crore. 1 crore.
টাকা পয়সা বড় নয়, Money is not important. My respect is important. My dignity is important.
Yes, investigation was conducted as per the line decided by Mrs. Mamata Banerjee. You know, she demanded that Sanjay Roy should be hanged. So she decided who is the...
Is she shadowing the other culprits?
Yes. State administration, even central agency, CBI, they did not investigate properly, and the culprits were not brought to the scenario of investigation. They are loitering here and there. They are threatening the other people. So the CBI has completely failed. They could not arrest the main culprits, and they are
Madam, I would like to tell, Supreme Court has 4 times did the hearing, and this is the 46th suo motu case. The Supreme Court has took. I want to give you a hearing in your news channel. Just 1 minute. CGI, former CGI D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Sinha, they had, for the first time, 20 August, passed the judgment where they said during the hearing, the bench expressed concern over the virtual absence of safe working conditions for doctors.
होने चाहिए क्या कोर्ट इसमें
दो राय नहीं है। चाहे स्कूल हो, शिक्षा के कोई और संस्थान हो, चाहे खुला बाजार हो, चाहे अस्पताल हो, जहाँ जहाँ पर सरकार अध्ययन करके ये इस उपाय पर पहुँचती है कि महिलाओं को उस क्षेत्र में या उस स्थान पर सुरक्षा की आवश्यकता ज़्यादा है, वहाँ पूर्ण रूप से सुरक्षा मिलनी चाहिए। आज हमारे पास मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी है, टेक्नोलॉजी का हम सही इस्तेमाल करें, सही उपयोग करें तो हम पूरी सुरक्षा का प्रबंध बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं। बार बार हम चूक जाते हैं, इस देश में चूक हो जाती है, ये बहुत दुख का विषय है। आज सामूहिक रूप से सब लोगों को मिलकर, कोई किसी पार्टी से जुड़ा हो, कोई किसी संगठन से जुड़ा हो, आज सबको आपस में बैठकर एक बात तय करनी है कि जहां महिलाओं का मामला आता है, बालिकाओं का मामला आता है, उसमें हम सब एक ही राय के हैं, एक ही मत के हैं, और इसके लिए हमको प्रेरणा इस कोर्ट के फैसले से होनी चाहिए।
क्या फांसी की सजा सुनाकर भी उदाहरण दिया जा
देखिए, मैं कानून का एक से संबंधित हूँ। कानून में फांसी की सजा कब दी जाए, कैसे दी जाए, उस पर बहुत विचार होते हैं। इस वक्त जो कोर्ट ने किया है उस पर मैं समझता हूँ वहीं तक हमको बोलना चाहिए, आगे और नहीं बोलने की आवश्यकता है।
All right, viewers, Salman Khurshid, Congress leader there, not believing that this is the rarest of the rare case. But let's remind our viewers, 16 external injuries Abhaya had, 9 internal injuries. She died when she was manually strangulated. She was confirmed death following rape.
যেমন নাগরিক, আপনি অফিসার যেমন নাগরিক, আপনি বাবু যেমন নাগরিক, আমরা এই দেশের সমান নাগরিক, আমরা অফিসার এবং বাবুদের মতো সমান জায়গা থেকে বসে যে সমস্ত বিচার হলো, বিচারককে ক্রিটিসাইজ করতে পারি না, কিন্তু বিচারকে আমরা ক্রিটিসাইজ করতে পারি, জাজমেন্টকে আমরা ক্রিটিসাইজ করতে পারি। সেই ক্রিটিসাইজের ক্ষমতা নিয়ে আমরা ক্রিটিসাইজ করছি। এই জাজমেন্টটা আমরা মনের কোণে মানতে পারলাম না। একজনকে লাইফ ইমপ্রিজনমেন্ট দিয়ে বাকি কাদেরকে সারা জীবনের জন্য মুক্ত করা হলো। একজনকে জেলের ভিতরে ঢুকিয়ে বাকি কত তোতা পাখিকে উড়িয়ে দেওয়া হলো। আমরা এই প্রশ্নগুলো করতে চাই। একজনকে খাঁচায় আপনি ঢোকাবেন আর বাকিগুলোকে কি বাইরে বাঘ তৈরির জন্য ছেড়ে দেবেন? এটা আমরা মানব না। আমরা মনে করি এটা শুধুমাত্র একটা পাঠ হতে পারে, এটা একটা ধড় হতে পারে। আমরা শুধু ধড় নয়, মাথাও চাই, লেজও চাই, পুরো শরীরটা চাই। এই অন্যায় যে বা যারা করেছে, যে বা যারা এই অন্যায়টাকে ধামাচাপা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে, যে বা যারা এই অন্যায়ে মদত দিয়েছে, প্রত্যক্ষ ভাবে পরোক্ষ ভাবে এখনো পর্যন্ত সাপোর্ট করে যাচ্ছে, ডিরেক্ট ভাবে ইনডিরেক্ট ভাবে সবাই সমান অপরাধী, কেউ ছাড়া পাবে না। আজকে আমার গলার আওয়াজ যার যার কানে পৌঁছাচ্ছে, কান খুলে শুনে রাখুন। একজন যদি রাস্তায় থাকে সে আমাদের সাহস। আমরা এই রাস্তায় যুদ্ধ করছি, শুধু একটাও হয়ে নয়। পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বুকে, ভারতবর্ষের বুকে রোজ রোজ
কেন অভয়া তৈরি হবে? স্বাধীনতার 75 বছর পরে এসে এরকম অভয়ার মতো ঘটনা কেন আমাদের দেখতে হবে? প্রশাসন, আইন, আদালত, বিচার ব্যবস্থা আমাদেরকে উত্তর দিয়ে যান। আর কত অভয়া দেখলে, আর কত অভয়া দেখলে তারপর আমরা অভয়াদের জাস্টিস পাবো? এই উত্তরটা আমরা চাই। আমরা চাই এই সমাজে একটা অভয়া তৈরি যাতে না হয়। আমরা চাই যারা জীবন বাঁচানোর জন্য নিজের জীবনকে উৎসর্গ করে দিয়েছে তাদের জীবন কোনোভাবে নষ্ট না হয়। আমরা চাই যে মায়েরা, যে বোনেরা নিজেদের জীবনটাকে সন্তান, সন্ততি, ভাই, বোন, বাবা, দাদা তাদের জন্য উৎসর্গ করে দিয়ে বাড়ির কাজ করে, সামাজিক কাজ করে, চাকরি করে, পয়সা নিয়ে আসে, আবার বাচ্চা মানুষ করে, আবার ভাইকে সেবা করে, বাবাকে সেবা করে, সেই সমস্ত মায়েদেরকে অসম্মান করার জন্য রেপ এবং মার্ডারের পরে লাইফ ইমপ্রিজনমেন্ট করে দেওয়া, এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা লজ্জার বিষয়। একজন মানুষ হিসেবে এই জাজমেন্টটা আমরা মানছি না, মন থেকে মানলাম না। যে যেখানে আমার বিরুদ্ধে যেমন খুশি কেস করুন, গণতান্ত্রিক রাইট নিয়ে আমি বলছি, জাজকে ক্রিটিসাইজ নয়, জাজমেন্টকে ক্রিটিসাইজ করা আমাদের গণতান্ত্রিক অধিকার। সেই অধিকারটা এই শিয়ালদার বুক থেকে, শিয়ালদার মাটি থেকে আমরা ঘোষণা করে দিলাম। এই যে অভয়াদের বাঁচানোর, অভয়াদের যে সম্মান বাঁচানোর, অভয়াদের যে এই জায়গাটা বাঁচানোর, রেসপেক্ট বাঁচানোর যে যুদ্ধে অভয়ার বোনেরা, অভয়ার ভাইয়েরা, অভয়ার বাবারা, অভয়ার ছোট ছোট বন্ধুরা এই যুদ্ধে নেমেছিল, সেই যুদ্ধটা বিফলে আমরা যেতে দেব না। ছোট ছোট বাচ্চারা যারা উই ওয়ান্ট জাস্টিসের মানে জানে না, কিন্তু উই ওয়ান্ট জাস্টিস তারা বলে উচ্চ কণ্ঠে গলা থেকে স্বর বার করেছিল। আমাদের সমাজে যারা উই ওয়ান্ট জাস্টিসের মানে জানি, এই মানেটা তাদেরকে বোঝাতে হবে। যারা উই ওয়ান্ট জাস্টিসের জায়গা বোঝে না, ব্যাচ নিয়ে ঘুরেছিল, তাদেরকে উই ওয়ান্ট জাস্টিস মানে কি সেটা বোঝাতে হবে। আর সেই বোঝার জায়গা থেকে আমরা যতটুকু জানি আমাদের জীবনের শেষ রক্ত পর্যন্ত বুঝিয়ে যাব। তাতে যত রকমের শক্তি, পুলিশি পাওয়ার, আইনি পাওয়ার, যে কোনো পাওয়ার আমাদের কাছে যদি মাথার উপরে পাহাড় নামিয়ে দেওয়া হয়, আমরা ভয় পাওয়ার কেউ নয়, ভয় পাবো না। এই যুদ্ধ চলছে, এই যুদ্ধ চলবে। একটা অভয়াকে সম্মানহানি করে, একটা অভয়াকে মেরে, একটা অভয়াকে রেপ মার্ডার করে, এটা যদি আপনি বুঝিয়ে দিতে চান যে একজন অভয়ার যদি এরকম ঘটনা ঘটতে পারে, সমাজে সমস্ত অভয়া ঘটনা ঘটানো খুব সহজ হয়ে যাবে। এই মানসিকতার বিরুদ্ধে আমাদের যুদ্ধ, এই মানসিকতার বিরুদ্ধে আমাদের যুদ্ধ। বারবার বলছি, ঘটনার বিরুদ্ধে যেমন যুদ্ধ, মানসিকতার বিরুদ্ধে যেমন যুদ্ধ। কোন মানসিকতা থেকে এরকম অভয়া ঘটনা ঘটে? কোন মানসিকতা থেকে এরকম অভয়া ঘটনা ঘটে যাওয়ার পরেও তাদেরকে যারা এই ঘটনাকে সামনে আনার জন্য আন্দোলন করে, রাস্তায় থাকে, ট্যাগ দেয়, না ঘুমিয়ে না খেয়ে রাস্তায় পড়ে থাকে, তাদের উপরে দমন পীড়ন করার প্রচেষ্টা করা হয়। এই যে মানসিকতা, এই মানসিকতার বিরুদ্ধে আমাদের যুদ্ধ, এই যুদ্ধটা অনেক দীর্ঘ আছে, এই যুদ্ধটা লড়তে হবে। আর আমরা শপথ নিয়েছি, বারবার শপথ নিয়েছি, আজকে আবার শিয়ালদার বুক থেকে শপথ নিলাম, অভয়াদের সম্মান বাঁচানো, অভয়াদের বিচার পাওয়ানো, অভয়াদের নিজেদের জায়গায় মাথা উঁচু করে বাঁচানোর যে দায়িত্ব আমরা অভয়ার ভাই বোন বাবা মায়েরা নিয়েছি, এই দায়িত্বটা আমরা শেষ পর্যন্ত করে নিয়ে যাব। আজকের লোয়ার কোর্টের জাজমেন্টকে আমরা মানলাম না, ক্রিটিসাইজ করলাম। আমরা হায়ার কোর্টে যাব, আরো হায়ার কোর্টে যাব। আস্থা থেকে যুদ্ধ করা শুরু করেছি, আরো যুদ্ধ করব। এই ধরনের বিচারে ম্যাক্সিমাম জায়গায় আমরা যাব এবং এই যুদ্ধে আমরা জয়ী হব, এই আশা রেখে আমি আমার কথাটা শেষ করলাম।
नहीं, ये हम लोगों को लगता है पार्ट ऑफ जजमेंट, ये हम लोगों को लगता है पार्ट ऑफ जजमेंट। हम लोग चाहते हैं कि इससे भी बड़ा पनिशमेंट होना चाहिए था। ये छोटा सा पनिशमेंट हुआ है। हम लोग और भी जगह पे हम लोग जहाँ जहाँ रिक्वेस्ट, ये कंप्लीट जजमेंट नहीं लग रहा है, हमको लगता है कि जजमेंट और भी जगह जगह है जहाँ पे हम लोग अप्लाई कर सकते हैं, हम लोग अप्लाई करेंगे। और ये एक एग्जाम्पलरी पनिशमेंट नहीं हुआ है। एक लोग जो अपना लाइफ सेव करने के लिए पोस्टेड है, वहाँ पे आप क्या बोलते हैं कि लाइफ चला गया खुद का, तो उसी जगह से हम लोग नहीं मानते कि उसके लिए ये जजमेंट ठीक है। उसके लिए कहीं ना कहीं कंप्लीट जजमेंट नहीं है और कंप्लीट जजमेंट करना चाहिए। नहीं, सीबीआई तो इंक्वायरी सीबीआई के कर रहा है, लेकिन हम लोग देखते हैं कि बाकी सीबीआई जो गैप है, जो प्रश्न अभी भी है सवाल, उस सब सवाल का उत्तर आ जाए हम लोग को।
জায়গা থেকে তাদের পদক্ষেপ নিতে আটকাচ্ছে কোথায়, কেন তারা এভিডেন্স টেম্পার করা হলো, ইনভেস্টিগেশনকে হাসাপ করা হলো, এই যাবতীয় প্রশ্ন তো থাকছে। তাহলে কিসের বেসিসে ট্রায়াল, এত দ্রুত ট্রায়াল শেষ করে আমরা ভার্ডিক্টের জায়গা থেকে সেই প্রশ্নও খোঁজার চেষ্টা করব। সামগ্রিক ভার্ডিক্টে এলে আমরা আরো আমাদের বিস্তারিত মতামত
একই প্রশ্ন কিছুক্ষণ আগে আশফাকুল্লাহ নাইয়া যা বলছিলেন।
Just as they were 6 months ago across India, the IMA, I remember, announced a 24-hour nationwide strike in solidarity. Viewers, before I tell you about the protest, there is high drama happening at the courtroom. We stay with those visuals of protesters who say this is not Abaya's fight, this is our fight. Okay, as I continue to stay with those visuals, I want to go across to our caller. Kamal Khandelwal joining us from New Delhi on the phone line. Kamal, we've seen the kind of protest that took place outside the Kolkata court. We've seen the protest, the station-wide strikes that have taken place. There were injuries to her, rape, strangulation. Today the court says this is not the rarest of the rare case. As an Indian, Kamal, what are your first thoughts on this?
ये जो इस तरीके की घटना जो ये हुई है वहाँ पे कलकत्ते में, मैं कलकत्ते का रहने वाला हूँ, 66 से यहाँ पे रह रहा हूँ दिल्ली में, और छोड़ के आना पड़ा था क्योंकि वहाँ पे नक्सलिज्म बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया था। और जो इस लड़की के साथ हुआ है, मेरी 3 पोतियाँ हैं, मेरी उम्र 82 साल है, ये कोर्ट ने बिल्कुल गलत जजमेंट दिया है। ये जो नई जो संहिता बनी है, कोर्ट का नया रूल जो बने हैं, उसमें इस आदमी को और इसको जिन लोगों ने सपोर्ट किया है, इनको सड़क पे खड़ा करके पब्लिक में हर आदमी आए और एक थप्पड़ मारे। जो बंगाल ऐसा था मेरे टाइम में कि अगर किसी लड़की को या किसी औरत के पैर से पैर भी छू जाता था तो वो माफ कोर्बेन ये शब्द कहता था। उस कलकत्ते में ये क्या हो रहा है? ये औरत प्राइम मिनिस्टर बोलते हैं लड़की बचाओ लड़की पढ़ाओ, पढ़ने के बाद यही उसकी दुर्दशा होगी जो पहले दिल्ली में हुई अब यहाँ होगी। उस लड़की को किस तरीके से ब्रूटली उसका मर्डर किया है, इसमें जो लोग इंटेंगल हैं, चाहे वो सफाई कर्मचारी है, चाहे वो राजमिस्त्री है।
ओके कमल जी, मैं आपको बिल्कुल आप जो कह रहे हैं हम उससे सहमत है। वी विद यू। लेट मी गो अक्रॉस टू रिदिता। रिदिता, यू विद दोस प्रोटेस्टिंग डॉक्टर्स इन द कोलकाता कोर्ट। What is their demand, Ridita?
We want justice. We demand justice. Justice for justice for justice for Sanjoy akka doshi noy. Sanjoy akka doshi noy. Sanjoy akka doshi noy. Eka Sanjoy doshi noy. Eka Sanjoy doshi noy.
সব রকমের করে দোষ
What is the demand? Can I speak in Bengali? বলছি যে ডিমান্ড কি আমাদের ডিমান্ড গুলো আমাদের যেটা আছে এটা we are not satisfied. এই যে জাজমেন্টটা হয়েছে আমার সাথে
They are chanting that we demand justice and we will not leave the main roads. We will not leave Kolkata roads of Kolkata until the justice is served. And that is what we are gathering. You can hear them. They are saying that what is the price that the body. You can hear the chanting that they are saying that they will the roads of Kolkata, they will stay the roads of Kolkata and protest till the justice is served. They will not leave Rajpath meaning the main roads of Kolkata. They are saying how many price, at what price will the body of Dr. Didi, which is Abhaya, of the Dr. Didi will be. And we can hear them. We can hear them say that which is Mamata Banerjee's office. Completely involved in it. Mamata Banerjee. That what is it like? At what price you want to sell the body of the doctor? He is
लेबोरेटरी ने बोला है कि मल्टीपल पीपल इन्वॉल्व है इसमें, उनका कोई जांच उन्होंने नहीं किया है, उन्होंने सप्लीमेंटरी चार्जशीट नहीं जमा किया है। हमारे मांग है अभी जल्दी से जल्दी ये जो सारे आदमी जो इन अपराध से जुड़े हुए हैं उन सभी को आप जो आपका इंक्वायरी का अंडर ले आइए, जल्दी उनका जो जस्टिस डिलीवरी सिस्टम का अंडर ले आइए। उत्पल बंदोपाध्याय, जॉइंट प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ डॉक्टर्स।
As the Sealdah court sends convict in Arjika rape and murder case only to life imprisonment, protests outside the Kolkata court. My colleague has been speaking to people there who are shocked and aghast at the verdict, but death penalty should have been given to the accused, the rapist. At the same time, movements have started now, protests across India continuing. Let me also go across to viewers who are joining in. We have Shubhankar, our caller from Hooghly, who's patched with us. Shubhankar, you are seeing the protest and they say this is our cause, not Abhaya's cause. First, tell us what you feel about the compensation. The court, Shubhankar, has said 10 lakhs for murder, 7 lakhs for rape, 17 lakhs in total. The family is still shocked at this verdict. Shubhankar?
Yes, I want to say that the judgment is a very rich judgment because he should continue in the jail throughout his life. But apart from this punishment, he should be last 2 or 3 times per week throughout his life. If he continues in the jail and lasts throughout his life, then the whole of the criminals will be shattered because they also know that they have to send the same punishment if they commit a crime. But throughout his life, he should be last in the jail and not twice or thrice a week. And that will more. I think that it will be more painful for him.
Shubhankar, absolutely. As you're stating that, I also want to remind our viewers here as I go across to the next caller that's calling in. This is no longer about Mamata Banerjee also asking and saying she's not satisfied with this verdict. At the same time, we are seeing spokespersons of the TMC come out and say Mamata Banerjee is vindicated. Srinivasan is calling us from Bangalore. Lakshman Bhatt is also calling us. Lakshman, what are your first views? Isn't this the fittest case for death penalty? Lakshman Bhatt from Bangalore. Lakshman? Yes. Okay, as I'm waiting for Lakshman. Lakshman, if you can hear me, is
isn't this the fittest case for death penalty? And as Lakshman is going to be answering that, I also want to go to Ridhita once again to see the protests outside the Kolkata court. Ridhita.
এই মিছিলটা মৌলালি অবধি যাবে। সমস্ত প্রতিবাদীদের কাছে বলবো যে আপনারা এতক্ষণ যখন ছিলেন, আপনারা আশা করি আপনারা এই মিছিলে থাকবেন, আমাদের সঙ্গে মৌলালিতে পা মেলাবেন, হাতে হাত মেলাবেন এবং আগামী দিনে যারা এখনো দোষী সাব্যস্ত হয়নি তাদের দোষীদের সাব্যস্ত করবার জন্য আপনারা এই মিছিলে পা মেলাবেন। আমরা এখন মিছিলটাকে শুরু করব এবং অভয় মঞ্চের ব্যানার যেটা থাকবে সেটা সামনে থাকবে এবং দায়িত্ব সহকারে আমাদের অভয় মঞ্চের যারা নেতৃত্ব আছেন তারা ব্যানারের সামনে থাকবেন। তারপর আমরা মিছিলটাকে আমরা পেছন থেকে নিয়ে যাব।
Who have lost their daughter to such a heinous crime. We have been hearing them chant justice. We have been hearing that we will not leave the roads until justice, proper justice is served. I will just hear it from them. Ma'am, what?
তার পিছনে আমরা মিছিল করে এগিয়ে যাব মৌলালির দিকে।
We don't know anything. We will go to the higher courts and we are extremely saddened by the given verdict of this court. We are going to be further protest and all. We'll see what will be going on.
মিছিলে অংশগ্রহণ করার জন্য
I demand, I know. Mockery that you feel. This is a mockery that has happened. We are in the streets for last 5 months. This is something like not. We can't say that it's mockery because the respected justice gave us this verdict. We can't say this is a mockery, but this is extremely saddened. We are here on the roads for the last 5 months, and the justice is not behalf of us. But do you think the price offered to the parents who has lost their daughter to such a crime? What is that? What is your reaction to that? Is it accepted?
This is not acceptable. मतलब अगर rape हो जाए, if someone has been raped and people give their family money and all this set up, मतलब setting हर जगह है. This is the setting theory.
क्या बोलोगे आप? You have been chanting. I have been hearing you chant that.
Be more humanitarian. You are a humanitarian chief minister. You already declared that by yourself. Be some kind. Let's just hope some kind.
Mamata Banerjee is still trying to shadow her people.
Yes.
Do you agree to that?
Yes, we are all agree to that. We are all agree to that. We all can see that. Without any further glasses, we all can see that.
So you can hear that people are really angry. Now from here the protest has not stopped. They will walk up to Moulali. They will walk up to Moulali from here. I will get you more reactions.
সিবিআই চার্জশিটে ছিল যে তথ্য প্রমাণ লোপাট করার চেষ্টা করেছে টালা থানার ওসি এবং আরজিকর মেডিকেল কলেজের প্রিন্সিপাল, সেই ঘটনার পরে কিন্তু সাপ্লিমেন্টারি চার্জশিটে সিবিআই সেই ঘটনা তুলে ধরল না। যে তথ্য প্রমাণ লোপাটের যে কথা প্রাথমিক চার্জশিটে ছিল, যদি সেটা প্রমাণের জায়গায় না যায়, আমার মনে হয় বিচারকের সেই জায়গায় তার দিকে রায়দান করার ক্ষেত্রে কিছু বাধ্যবাধকতা থাকে আইন অনুসারে।
Continuing, viewers, we're going to go across to callers who are joining in. They say there's going to be compensation ridiculously for the rape and murder. I want to go across to Pradeep joining us right now. Pradeep, we are hearing this judgment. There is death penalty not announced. What are your first thoughts, your reactions on this? And viewers, as I go across, we're going to go across to Pradeep also, but I'm getting more news as I'm talking. We just played out a reaction of Salman Khurshid, Congress leader, who says this judgment is very apt. The Congress welcomes this judgment, where we are seeing protests break out across India and in Kolkata outside the court. Pradeep, if you can tell me, Pradeep, if you've joined us right now, death penalty must have been awarded, Pradeep. How are you looking at the judgment from the Kolkata court?
Number one is that death penalty was the only way out. But what is more shocking than beyond this question of death penalty is the way the rate card has been set up. That is abominable. Believe me, it's something which I never even dreamt I would ever see this in my life, in Kolkata at least. For a rape, and if the person dies, 7 lakhs, is that a rate card? This is abominable. Believe me, and that's the least I can talk about Someone has to take up this matter with the highest court in the country and ask them what sort of statements are these to be made in the press or by the court, for that matter. It's something which is really shocking. 7 lakhs if you're raped and then if you die. Thank you.
Okay, Pradeep Raghava, they're saying death was the only way that there could have been some closure. I'm going to stay with those visuals from outside the Kolkata court. Viewers, several of you calling us, but there's high drama at the Kolkata court that we are staying with. BJP is also now speaking and questioning this verdict as we are seeing the events that unfolded. Abhaya's family at the court says we don't want compensation. The judge says you can appeal in a higher court of law. The judge says this is not the rarest of the rare case. Activists are disagreeing. NCW's Rekha Sharma has said that they'll appeal in a higher court. The case was taken away, remember, from the Kolkata police, handed over to the CBI. Protests outside the Kolkata court that keep demanding for justice. And is the rape, is the murder of the RG card victim, isn't it an insult to give a compensation of 17 lakh rupees? 17 lakhs for the rape and murder? The court says appeal. I'm also joined by A. Sarkar from Kolkata here. A. Sarkar, we are seeing protests have broken out once again in Kolkata. We saw earlier when there was a station-wide ban, statewide ban. What are your first thoughts? A compensation of 17 lakhs and no death penalty being awarded to the lone accused in this case.
এর কথাটা আসছে না
A. Sarkar. Mr. Sarkar, if you can hear me.
Yes. Hello.
Mr. Sarkar, can you put the TV on mute?
Yes, I have put the TV on mute.
Thank you, sir. Sir, do you think a life imprisonment is enough?
I am thinking it is not enough, first thing. Second thing, the verdict is, in my opinion, it is ridiculous. Third point, CBI investigation is also in a question that how these central government agencies are investigating the case. This is also very, very unsatisfactory. And this will lead to the common people anger against the judiciary system where the central government should work lots. Nothing has done so far.
Yes.
That is what I want to tell from my side.
Absolutely.
No action from the central government on the judiciary system. If there is no action, this type of verdict will come from everywhere.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, sir. Sir, and I understand the sentiment with which you're calling us. This is exactly the sentiment, and this is why the RG car case, the quantum of punishment, viewers, once again causes a storm. But viewers, I'm going to tell you even more shocking breaking news. As the visuals on the screen show the protest outside the Kolkata court, the Congress party has come out and welcomed this judgment. They say the judgment is very apt. The decision is good. Let's go across and hear senior legal eagle of the Congress party, senior politician of the Congress party, Salman Khurshid.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी चिंता हमारे देश में इस बात की है और होती है, लोग करते हैं, कहते हैं इस बात को, आप लोग भी इस बात का उल्लेख करते हैं मीडिया में कि बहुत दुखद घटनाएं घटती हैं और उस पर फिर कार्रवाई कब होगी, कैसे होगी, अदालत कब अपना निर्णय सुनाएगी, इस पर लोग बैठे रहते हैं हाथ पे हाथ धरे कि क्या होगा, कब होगा, कैसे होगा, और बड़ी निराशा चारों तरफ फैलती है। इतनी तीव्र गति के साथ इसमें पूरी तफ्तीश हुई है, पूरी जांच हुई है, जांच के बाद अदालत में मामला आया है और अदालत ने इतनी जल्दी सब कुछ सुना के अपना फैसला दिया है और एक अच्छा गंभीर फैसला हुआ है, इसका स्वागत होना चाहिए। क्या इससे ये संदेश जाएगा उन लोगों को जो ऐसी हरकतें करते हैं, ऐसे अन्याय करते हैं आम लोगों के साथ और मासूम लोगों के साथ, उनको क्या संदेश जाएगा या नहीं जाएगा, इस पर विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन अदालत ने इतनी जल्दी इस पर निर्णय लिया है, इसका स्वागत होना चाहिए।
And even as the Congress welcomes this verdict, there is high drama outside the court where the judge has said it's not the rarest of the rare case. There were injuries on her face. There was unimaginable gore that we saw in this case. There was strangulation. She had 9 external injuries and 7 internal injuries. She was found in a semi-nude state, strangulated. I want to go across to Mayuk, who's joining us live from Republic Bangla. Mayuk, you've seen close up the protest that broke out across India, across Kolkata, the march to the Secretariat, the way the people in Kolkata protested, the tear gas that was done by the Kolkata police, the water cannons on them, and today's verdict, Mayuk, could have given some closure to the family. But the way the compensation has been given of a mere 17 lakhs, the way that they say that this is still not the rarest of the rare case. Mayuk, in your opinion, after seeing the protest, after seeing what happened there so closely, what are you picking up from the protesters? Mayuk?
Well, let me tell you, frankly, Bengal is fuming right now. We can see the junior doctors again. They are going to start their protest. In fact, our correspondent Ridhita is there. She will be showing you the frames. On the other hand, this mockery of judgment by the lower court right now tells a lot of things. First of all, Supreme Court, under whose cognizance this entire case was running, Supreme Court categorically said that we have not seen this kind of lapses by the state government or the brutality that was there. In fact, that was the Supreme Court court observation. In spite of that, a zero precedence case like Arjikor is not put under the sections of rarest of rare crime. If this is not rarest of rare crime, which is a rarest of rare crime, is this a time to return back to jungles and start the laws of the jungle Raj? We don't know. These are the questions, these are the opinions vented out by the people in West Bengal. A doctor on duty, lady medical officer, she is being brutally raped, she is being murdered, and then her body is kept in the seminar room of a very, very popular hospital, a medical college in West Bengal. None of the college authorities were cooperating. The state government was hand in gloves with the culprits, and specifically they were trying to shield the culprits, the accused. Then this is not a rarest of rare crime. What it is, that is one of the biggest questions right now. And most importantly, what we are picking up from the ground, several protest marches are going to be organized. There are already petitions and campaigns. One of the biggest campaigns started by Republic Media Network, questioning the mockery, questioning the legal system, the way this judgment has been turned into a joke, a mockery. This needs to be questioned, because Abhaya's parents are really heartbroken. Abhaya's parents want justice. Abhaya's parents wanted Sanjay Roy to get a capital punishment, to be hanged until death. Unfortunately, this is still not being served.
Absolutely. And like you said, Mayuk, it is also, like you said, there are going to be Abhaya's parents who are once again going to continue demanding for justice. Let me go across to Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya, one of the lawyers for Abhaya, who's joining us right now. Because you've seen the verdict, you've seen how the CBI asked for a death penalty, you are Abhaya's lawyer. How are you looking at this judgment? What seems to have happened in the courtroom that the judge believed this is not the rarest of the rare case?
You see, judge has decided on the basis of the material placed before him. We from outside cannot make any comment on that. Therefore, the judge has felt it, after applying his judicial conscience, that it should be life imprisonment. That is also a very severe punishment. Death penalty is not the only alternative. And now the parties will have the liberty to go to higher. If someone feels that the punishment was less, he can ask for higher punishment. If someone feels punishment is harsh, he can ask for lesser punishment. The avenues are open to everybody.
Yes. And you were inside the courtroom, Vikas, when this happened as a lawyer for Abhaya's family. Are you going to be appealing in a higher court?
You see, I was never inside the courtroom when the trial was going on. It's a misconception. And second is whether appeal would be preferred or not. It is the judgment of the victim's family. We cannot give our own opinion on that.
Is there going to be an appeal in a higher court, Vikas?
Nobody can say. Only the parents of the victim girl can say. It depends on their own judgment.
Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya, as the lawyer for Abhaya's family, are you going to be appealing in a higher court against this judgment?
As I let you know that the decision of preferring an appeal does not depend on the lawyer. It depends on the party concerned. If the parents decide that they will prefer appeal because they are not happy with the punishment, they have every right. Then they will take the assistance of the lawyer.
Sure. Because have you spoken to the parents after the verdict? Have you had a word with them?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Have you seen them inside the courtroom? What was their...
No. I didn't have any opportunity to see them or meet them at this juncture.
Okay, Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya still waiting, possibly to see a copy of that judgment before going ahead with what has to happen. Abhaya's parents also inside the courtroom. And as my colleague Mayuk, first let me go across to the visuals and the protests outside the Kolkata court. Let me go across to Rijita joining us from outside the Kolkata court. Rijita, protests have broken out at the Kolkata court. Tell us more.
Yet not come out of the court. There is police deployment, high police deployment, force deployment has started already. They are preparing for Sanjay Roy to come out of the court, and he will be again taken to the presidency court. On one hand, when we see that the force has been highly deployed and they're getting ready to bring out Sanjay from the court, on the other hand, we can see that people, commoners, have actually gathered here in protest and to see what the final judgment was. They are not happy. The people here are not happy. The protest is ongoing here. Just a few minutes back, we have seen that there was protest here saying that at what price does Mamata Banerjee want to sell off the body of the doctor? I'll just go across to these commoners. They are just common layman and understand that what are they demanding at the moment? संजय राय का फांसी नहीं हुआ है, उसको जिंदगी का लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट होना चाहिए मैम, फांसी होना चाहिए, ऐसा को फांसी होना चाहिए, फांसी होना पूरा सेटिंग আছে, पूरा सेटिंग আছে, पूरा एक मंथ बेल पाएगा, सेटिंग আছে, पूरा सेटिंग আছে, तो पूरा सेटिंग है, सेटिंग है, पूरा सेटिंग है, सब समझ गए, सब मिला हुआ है. तो यही बोल रहे हैं सबको कि पूरा सेटिंग है. मैम आपको क्या बोल रहे हैं इस बारे में? कुछ नहीं. इधर छोड़ के মানে क्या बोलता है মানে বাঘকে ছেড়ে দিয়েছে বিড়ালকে ধরছে, এটাই হলো আমার বিল্লি ধরছে বাঘকে ছড়ছে. So they are common man who are standing here and they're saying क्या पूरा setting है इस मामले में, and Sanjay Roy is not the only culprit, उसको फांसी होना चाहिए. इस बारे में आपका क्या राय है?
চোখে চোখে মানে কি যারা আসামি শুধু সঞ্জয় রায় না আরো 4-5 জন থাকতে পারে, সবাইকে সাজা দেওয়া উচিত.
অনেক আছে, এটা অর্গানাইজড ক্রাইম.
Everyone is saying that it is an organized হিন্দিতে
आरो किचू और कुछ आदमी को वो लोग निकालेगा, बहुत आसानी लोग और है.
फांसी का सजा नहीं मिला है, इसके बारे में आपको क्या बोलना है? उसके माता पिता को कंपेंसेशन पैसा देने का बात बोला है, तो आपको क्या लगता है ये क्या मजाक चल रहा था?
ये तो जस्टिस नहीं मिला, उस लड़की को तो जस्टिस नहीं मिला ना. अभी तो फांसी देने से अच्छा होता, जस्टिस तो नहीं मिला.
आपको क्या बोलना है?
फांसी फांसी फांसी
तो मजाक चल रहा था ये?
नहीं, फांसी मजा.
फांसी के अलावा और कुछ?
जिसका जान गया उसका क्या है, जिसका जान चला गया उसका माँ बाप का क्या होगा, उसका माँ बाप का क्या होगा, उसका माँ बाप का क्या होगा, उसका माँ बाप भी खा गया.
जान के बदले जान. जिस माँ का एक बच्चा गया है, सोचिए उस माँ के दिल पर क्या बीत रही होगी. अब उसके माँ बाप को कोई जस्टिस मिला? नहीं मिला. कोर्ट ने ये जो फैसला सुना दिया, इससे क्या पूरा पब्लिक क्या खुश है? कोई खुश नहीं है. जान के बदले जान, पब्लिक का यही डिमांड है.
हम यही चाहते हैं कि उसको फांसी होना चाहिए, जैसे लड़की का जान गया इसको भी फांसी होना चाहिए. और सियालदा कोर्ट का जो फैसला है ये हम लोग नहीं मानते,
कोई नहीं मानते,
कोई हम लोग नहीं मानते. हम लोग फांसी चाहते हैं,
पूरा इंडिया
मौत का बदला मौत, क्योंकि यहाँ का कानून भी है कि रेप जो मर्डर करे उसको फांसी होगा. कानून को तोड़ा गया यहाँ पे.
एक नॉर्मल घर से पढ़ी हुई लड़की गरीब घर से पढ़कर इतने ऊपर तक गई,
अपने माँ बाप का एक सपना पूरा किया, अब उसके बाद उसके साथ इतना
आप
बड़ा
लोग फिर से रास्ते पे आएंगे इसके प्रोटेस्ट के लिए?
जरूर आएंगे, क्यों नहीं आएंगे, जरूर आएंगे।
हम लोग इसके लिए जान दे देंगे, खून बहा देंगे, लेकिन हम लोग इंसाफ चाहेंगे। एक लड़की का जान गया, उसका भी जान जाना चाहिए जो उसने मर्डर किया।
हाँ,
इंसाफ चाहते हैं हम लोग।
और ये बात ये है कि इसमें सिर्फ संजय राय शामिल नहीं है, और भी कुछ लोग हैं जिसका नाम सामने नहीं आ रहा है, नहीं आ रहा है। ये बहुत उसको छुपाया जा रहा है। अब इसमें किसका हाथ है ये तो अभी तक क्लियर नहीं हुआ है। शायद कोर्ट को कुछ लग रहा होगा ऐसा कुछ, जिसके वजह से उसको ये फांसी का ऑर्डर नहीं दिया गया है। कुछ और भी अपराधी है जिसको बोलते हैं चूहों को बिल से निकालने के लिए एक जाल फेंका जाता है,
ये जो समझ रहा है
फेंका जा रहा है, ये वही बात है मैडम।
शायद अपराधी सबको फांसी होना चाहिए
सामने
और क्योंकि वो अकेला नहीं किया, यहाँ तक कि जो संदीप घोष उसको भी फांसी होना चाहिए।
तो यही बोल रहे हैं ये लोग संदीप घोष should also not have been left free. He should also have been, everyone should be hanged. People of Kolkata outside the Sealdah court are saying they are not happy with the judgment that has been passed by the judge Anirban Das today. They are saying it's a mockery. It's completely a mockery that has happened. Offering compensation to the parents is actually an insult. और क्या बोलना है आपको इस बारे में? I will go and get more reaction. কোনটা আসল আছে বলে আপনার মনে হচ্ছে?
সঞ্জয় যে ব্যাপারটা, সঞ্জয় এবং সঞ্জীব এরা দুজনে তো আছেই, প্লাস যে টালা থানার সহিত যার সাথে যোগাযোগ ছিল এও আছে। কিন্তু আমার একটা বক্তব্য, বোন, আমার ঘরেও মা বোন আছে, এবং এদেরও সব মা বোন আছে। সঞ্জয়কে ফাঁসি দেওয়া অবশ্যই দরকার, এর সঙ্গে সঞ্জীব আর টালা থানার যে ওসি, এই দুটোকে ফাঁসি দেওয়া অবশ্যই
So that is what we are getting from Sealdah court, that they are saying that it is just not Sanjay Roy, but it is also Sandeep Ghosh and the Tala police station's OC who should be hanged. There are a lot of more people who have been involved. They are saying that Mamata Banerjee,
মমতা বলছে 10 লাখ টাকা দেবো, 10 লাখ টাকা দিলে কি কেস নষ্ট করবে? মমতাও আছে এর ভিতরে।
they are saying that Mamata Banerjee herself is involved. He is giving 10 lakh rupees enough.
মমতা কেন বলছে 10 লাখ টাকা দেবো? কেন দেবে?
হিন্দিতে বলতে পারবেন?
बोलना चाहता हूँ जिन लोगों का, हाँ हिंदी में ही बोल रहा हूँ, जिस 5 आदमी का डीएनए सैंपल मिला उसका भी वेरीफाई होना चाहिए, कौन वो लोग था उनको भी पकड़ना चाहिए।
पैसा जो दे रहा है
ठीक है,
उसके लिए क्या बोलोगे आप?
पैसे से इसको कुछ नहीं हम कर सकते। ठीक है, पैसे से क्या होगा? ये बहुत बड़ा क्राइम है एक, ठीक है, और इसको फुली प्रिवेंट करना चाहिए। ठीक है,
ममता बनर्जी जो बोली थी पैसा देंगे, क्या पैसे से उसका इज्जत वापस आ जाएगा? क्या उसका जिंदगी वापस आ जाएगा? ममता बनर्जी पैसे से इज्जत को क्यों नियम करती है? क्या मैं पूछता हूँ कि ममता बनर्जी भी एक महिला है, उनकी इज्जत का क्या दाम है?
That is very correct that he has pointed out that Mamata Banerjee herself is a woman. Then how is she offering money?
हमारा कहना है कि संदीप घोष को क्यों छोड़ा गया, ये मेरा प्रश्न है।
मेरा Mamata Banerjee being a woman, she is offering. That is what they're asking, that Mamata Banerjee should come up front and answer that why is she offering money? Is the amount of money, that 10 lakh rupees that she is offering, is that enough for getting back justice to her family? Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Ridhita, stay with us. Let me also go across to Mayuk. Mayuk, we're just going to be breaking more details that are coming in. And there's a reaction that's just come in, and we're going to break it in just a while, where Brinda Karat has said, Mayuk, and I want you to explain this to us. She says the whole purpose of the CBI coming into this investigation is that the state government of Bengal had destroyed the evidence.
Well, specifically, this is one of the biggest points that has been raised from day one. Time and again, systematically, evidence have been tampered time and again. Systematically, forensic samples have been replaced, is what the doctors have alleged. In fact, systematically, forensic teams were deployed to erase all the footprints, all the fingerprints, and most importantly, blood samples, is what the protesting junior doctors have said. This is a curious case of evidence tampering of the highest order. Doctors were deployed, forensic experts were deployed. The principal of Arjikar Medical College, he was hand in gloves with the entire incident, and he's still behind the bars because of his involvement in the corruption. Then why this aspect has not been kept in the mind? CBI, right now, what they are investigating is there. But the fact is that, are there enough corroborating evidences which can prove that this is not the case of only Sanjoy being a singular convict? This is a case of multiple convicts or multiple accused who are still scot-free, who may be roaming inside Arjikar still. Abhaya's parents, sitting in Republic Bangla, they said that we are unfortunate parents. We could not provide justice to our children. We are unfortunate parents. We are non-resourceful people. If we had more resources, we could have saved the daughter from being raped or murdered. This is one of the most shocking comments that has come in. And today also, Abhaya's parents, who are sitting live in Republic Bangla, they are saying that we are slowly losing hope. It's a mockery of justice, and they are also raising fingers to CBI, saying that CBI could have made a more watertight case. CBI could have submitted more proofs so that the corroborating evidences can naturally suggest capital punishment for Sanjay Roy.
Now, the BJP has said the TMC tried to shield the rapist. We've seen attempts were made to shield people. We've seen evidence was tampered with. We've seen there should also have been identified. Action should also be taken against the other people who were arrested in this case, Mayuk.
Well, absolutely. First of all, the Tala police station officer, the police officer who was arrested, has been given bail. Secondly, the Sandeep Ghosh, who has been arrested in the corruption charges, he's still behind the bars, but he's appealing for a bail in the high courts. But the fact is that whether Sanjoy Rai, the question remains the same, whether Sanjoy Rai was the single person committing the entire crime, in fact, returning to the same spot, removing and keeping his clothes intact, and giving all the necessary evidences that are needed to frame him. Is this a very, very coincidental, or there are more shades, more layers behind this entire thing? So basically, what the CBI right now is investigating is that, are there multiple peoples involved? The judgment today, in fact, the mockery of judgment today is really disheartening, is really very depressing for the people in West Bengal, and most importantly, the protesting junior doctors and the protesting civil society in Bengal. They are disheartened. They are saying that we are losing hope. Of course, there are options of going to higher courts, approaching the Kolkata High Court and then the Supreme Court. But the fact is that most of the protesting lawyers and doctors are saying that, is there a chance that this life sentence of Sanjay Roy may again be reduced in higher courts, because of the fact that if the lower court is giving a death sentence, if a lower court is giving a life sentence and not giving a death sentence, where is the merit of this case, and why?
For just a second, I'm going back to the protests at the Sealdah court and also to the family that is moving out of the courtroom. We spoke to the lawyers earlier, and they said that it's going to be on the family on whether they're going to go ahead and going to be asking for appealing in the higher court. Mayuk, I want to come back to you, as the lawyers also told us that the family is heartbroken when they were told by the courtroom that 17 lakh compensation, Mayuk, is going to be given to them. The family said, we don't want compensation.
किया, खून किया और उसके बाद दूसरे जगह से वहां पर लेकर आ गया अकेला? कैसे हो सकता है ये? हम लोग खुश नहीं है, हम लोग को विचार चाहिए। सीबीआई से हम लोग का उम्मीद है, ये उम्मीद मत डाउन कीजिए, हम लोग को मत दुख दीजिए। हम लोग को बहुत गुस्सा है, पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा है। हम लोग किसी को नहीं मानेंगे, हम लोग को विचार चाहिए। We are extremely upset. We are shocked because we very strongly believe that Sanjay Roy, the civic volunteer, is not the only one. Maybe he is one of the person involved. He cannot be the only one. CBI said that the evidence had been tampered. Do you want to say that the evidences were tampered by Mamata Banerjee's government to save this civic volunteer? Never. This civic volunteer is just one frame, probably. One of the person. CBI is saying from where the body has been found, that is not the actual place of crime. That means crime has been done somewhere else. And do you want to say that Sanjay Roy, a civic volunteer, raped, murdered, got the body of Abhaya from somewhere else, got it in that place, nobody knew? Everything happened by Sanjay Roy? Do you want to say evidences were tampered by Mamata Banerjee's government to save Sanjay Roy, a civic volunteer? Do you want to say CBI has said that the conspiracy, the planning was hatched in Tala police station? Do you want to say it was done by the Tala police station to save Sanjoy Roy, a civic volunteer? Never.
And we're going to come back to this story after a short break where protests break out outside the Kolkata court. There's anger over Abhaya rape and murder verdict. We're going to stay with those protests right after the short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
हमारे लिए सदा नेशन फर्स्ट रहा है, राष्ट्र प्राथमिकता रही, राष्ट्र प्रथम रहा है। कुछ राजनीतिक दल ऐसे हैं जो लोग इन देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ हाथ भी मिलाते हैं, राजनीतिक लाभ उठाने के लिए उनका चंदा भी पाते हैं और फिर मौन हो जाते हैं। और ये चुप्पी क्यों है? तब तो वो बड़े बड़ी बातें करते हैं और ये डबल डेटिंग करने वाले माननीय राहुल गांधी जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बाहर से कुछ और
chain being formed. There's a protest in Kolkata that is broken out, and now a human chain once again, viewers, that is formed to protest the verdict of the Kolkata court. The Sealdah court has given life imprisonment to the rape murder accused, convicted in this case, Sanjay Roy, because of which there is now a human chain against this verdict of life imprisonment. Death penalty not given. There's anger across India, demanding justice for Abhaya. The family is heartbroken also at the 17 lakh compensation directed by the judge, the state, to be given to them. Our colleague is joining us from there. I want to go right across to my colleague. Live shots that are coming in, which have been covered exclusively by Republic Bangla. Human chain protests once again in Kolkata. This is a deja vu of what happened last year, viewers, where we remember when the body was discovered. At that time, the West Bengal government had transferred the superintendent of the hospital, but the CBI investigation began in the case much later after the Supreme Court had come into the picture and the Kolkata High Court. I want to go across to Ridhita. Ridhita, I want you to tell us what's happening at the Kolkata court. Simultaneously, in Kolkata, human chain protests have begun. Ridhita?
Correct. I'm standing near the Sealdah court, as you can see, ma'am, and here you can see that vans, Kolkata police convoys are getting ready for Sanjoy to come out. Heavy force deployment. If I can show you the pictures, that heavy force deployment has been made. There are police officers who are coming down from the court as Sanjoy.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to Rodita. I think there seems to be an issue where she is, because at the Sealdah court, the convicted rapist murderer Sanjay Roy is going to be brought out any moment. This is a human chain that has been formed in Kolkata. Viewers, this brings us to what happened last time when the protest grew. The cascade of events that happened, the victims' family, parents, in a long and painful process, had to move the Calcutta High Court for the investigation to go urging for a new inquiry. The CBI was brought into the picture. The CBI gave 57 days when this trial happened to the Sealdah court, and then the verdict that shocked India. Only life imprisonment. These shots at and from Kolkata, where a human chain has been formed, of effigies being burnt right there in Kolkata, where our cameras are covering what happened. The dissatisfaction was palpable. The protest across India that grew. The NCW accused the authorities of security lapses, raised alarms. We remember the 24-hour nationwide strike that happened in solidarity with IMA. The Supreme Court weighed in, constituted a task force. And viewers, all of it really started with the main government, with the seat of the power in West Bengal, the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who did nothing last year to ensure that the shock, the anger could go down. There were several people questioning the security lapses and tampering of evidence. Let's listen in to the same Mamata Banerjee and what she says today after the verdict.
ছিলাম বলে আমি ডিটেলসটা এখনো শুনিনি, তো আপনাদের কাছ থেকেই শুনলাম যে এটা নাকি যাবজ্জীবন দেওয়া হয়েছে। এটা আপনাদের কাছ থেকে প্রথম আমি শুনলাম। আমার রিয়াকশন ইজ ভেরি ক্লিয়ার। আমরা প্রথম দিন থেকেই ফাঁসির দাবি করে এসেছিলাম এবং আজকেও আমরা সেই দাবিতে অটুট আছি, কিন্তু আদালতের রায় ন্যাচারালি এখন সবাই মিলে কি বলবেন আমি জানি না, বাট আমার কথা আমি বলতে পারি বা আমার দলের বক্তব্য যেটা হচ্ছে, আমরা 3টে কেসে আপনারা দেখেছেন 54 দিন থেকে 60 দিনের মধ্যে আমরা ফাঁসি অর্ডার করিয়ে দিয়েছি, কিন্তু আমি জানি না এটা একটা সিরিয়াস কেস এবং এটা নিয়ে ফাঁসি দাবি আমাদের সেক্ষেত্রে বিচারের রায় নিয়ে আমি আমার কথা বলতে পারি। আমরা এটাই বলেছিলাম, আমাদের হাতে কেসটা থাকলে আমরা কিন্তু অনেক দিন আগেই ফাঁসির অর্ডার দিয়ে দিতে পারতাম, ফাঁসির অর্ডার করে দিতে পারতাম। আমি জানি না কিভাবে লড়াই করেছেন, কি করেছেন, কি যুক্তি, আপনারা তো লয়াররা জানেন, সুতরাং ডিটেলসটা তো আমি জানি না, ডিটেলসটা তো সিবিআই করছে এবং আমাদের হাত থেকে তো কেসটা ইচ্ছা করে কেড়ে নিয়ে চলে গেল। আমরা তো বলেছিলাম আমরা যদি করতে না পারি তাহলে আপনারা সিবিআইকে দিন, আমার কোনো আপত্তি নেই, কারণ আমরা চাই বিচার হোক। এই নরক বিচারদের চরমতম শাস্তি হওয়া উচিত।
দিদি সিবিআই তদন্তে কি কোনো ত্রুটি রয়েছে?
আমি এসব বলতে পারবো না, কিন্তু আমি এখনো আপনিও লয়ার।
And coming up after a short break, viewers, we stay with the human chain protests that have broken out once again in Kolkata as people demand the death penalty for the lone accused in the RG car case.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
غزة الصغيرة يا رب تنتصر على الجميع. الحمد لله، الله أكبر ولله الحمد. خلاص يا سلام. I will voice record or note assist, and we can transcribe that and you can use that as the intro to my show.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आई सुनाही बाहु विधि सब संता राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम ओ वीर परी जब भक्त पुकारे दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे दशरथ की गर्जन में राम सिया राम जय जय राम ओ विश्वामित्र।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Blowing up your feed. We've got the scoop on what the world is clicking. From trends that slay to news that shakes it up. It's all here. This is Trending. Every day at 7:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Kolkata court mocks the battle for Abhaya, gives life imprisonment to Abhaya's rapist Sanjay Roy. Congress backs life imprisonment for Sanjay Roy. Salman Khurshid says we are happy with the judgment. Donald Trump all set to return to the White House for his second term. to take oath as the 47th President of the United States alongside Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. And 10 more arrested in Sambhal violence case, one linked to gang working for Dawood Ibrahim. That was the note summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. And the top focus that we continue tracking today, Sanjay Roy, convicted of raping and murdering on-duty doctor at Kolkata's RG Medical College and Hospital, has, viewers, today been sentenced to life in jail. Now this verdict comes as a complete mockery of the justice. This is the judge called the case not the rarest of the rare case, and therefore there could be no death penalty. We stay with those visuals of a human chain, burning of effigy in Kolkata. We also saw protests outside the Kolkata court, where at any time the main accused is going to be brought out. The Kolkata police had earlier been questioned in the delay, the destruction of evidence. Today, as Sanjay Roy, the lone accused in this case, was given only life imprisonment, the court is now being questioned. I want to now go across to Ridhita, who's joining us from outside the Kolkata court, the Sealdah court, where protests have broken out. Ridhita, what's happening? We're seeing human chain protests in Kolkata. We are seeing people continue demanding justice. Ridhita?
Correct. After Saturday today at 12:30, the court had started its... Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So, after Saturday today, the court at 12:30 had started its procedure where the judge Anirban Das, it was under Judge Anirban Das, and we have heard Sanjay Roy even after Saturday today repetitively saying that I am innocent. In defense, his lawyer has said that that the accused's mental health should be kept in mind, to which there was a heated argument, and we have the Abhaya's lawyer and the CBI's lawyer saying that he should be given and capital punishment, and so has the parents of Abhaya wanted that. Here today, now we are standing at 5:04 and we are waiting that Sanjay Roy, where the judge Anirban Das has said that this is not one of the rarest of rare case. I don't know what kind case is this then, if it is not rarest of rare case, for which he will not be given a capital punishment, but he will be given life imprisonment. We are standing at 5:04 outside the Sealdah court. Sanjay Roy has still not been brought. The guardrails that you have seen that had been in the morning has been tied heavily so that nobody can elapse this area and go in front of the court. I'll show you guardrails after how many barricades have been put. 1, 2, 3 and 4. There have been 4 barricades in which the court's distance has been separated from the normal roads. The distance, there has been special cars. As in the morning we have seen Sanjay Roy has been brought in a special car, in a special police van, and followed by 10 convoys. So we see that the prison vans are being lined up here. That is the prison van, the black prison van that I'll show you on frame. That is the prison van in which Sanjay Roy was brought along with 2 SIs and 2 constables. This is the prison van. As earlier, Sanjay Roy many of the times have tried to come out of the prison van and make statements to the media stating that he is innocent. So this time Kolkata police was extra aware, and they have made this soundproof so that not a single scope is given to Sanjay Roy to come out and voice his statements. So here at the Sealdah court, we are seeing that deployment is rising, security is being tightened again as we await of Sanjay Roy to be brought out of the court and be taken to the presidency jail. Back to the studio.
Okay, Ridhita, I also want to ask you another question. There were several people you spoke to. The storm that is caused after this verdict, where people are saying we demand the death sentence. Life term for convict Sanjay Roy is not enough. There are also people who are saying that the family is heartbroken over the compensation of 17 lakhs that has been awarded by the judge, directed to the state government to give to them. What are the people that you are speaking to saying death penalty is the real closure that the family is looking for? Has anyone been in touch with the family? Are the lawyers speaking about what steps they're going to take next?
As we have spoken to the lawyers, we have understood that the lawyers have said that we will appeal to the higher court. We are not happy. Arnab Sealdah, the lawyer of the victim's family, has said that we are very unsatisfied with the judgment that the court has given. The compensation that the court has offered, we have denied that. We will now appeal to the higher court. This is not just. And also we have spoken to the people of Kolkata. The roads of Kolkata is again uproar in protest, in seek of justice for Abhaya, and people are constantly chanting that we want justice and we will again not leave the roads of Kolkata until justice is served. That is what we are hearing. We have also heard people saying that फांसी के अलावा कुछ नहीं, which means that it is only death penalty that we look for Sanjoy and nothing else. There are more people who have gathered outside the barricaded area, and I'll try and get voices from them, understanding, are they actually happy with the verdict that the judge has given out today? क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप आज जजमेंट के बारे में?
যেভাবে সঞ্জয় রায়কে সঞ্জয় রায় আমরা চেয়েছিলাম যে ফাঁসি হোক, কিন্তু একটা দিকে যে রায়টা দিয়েছে এটা ওরা ঠিক বলার কথা যে ফাঁসিটা দিলে পরে পরবর্তীতে ওনার পাশে আর কেউ ছিল কিনা, আদতে ওনার একার দ্বারাই সমস্ত এই যে কার্যকলাপগুলো হয়েছে এটা ওনার একার দ্বারাই হয়েছে কিনা এটা আমরা জানতে পারতাম না।
So it's a mixed feeling, you understand, rhythm from here. The one side, one certain group of people are saying that if Sanjay Roy is hanged, then we will not understand who are the other culprits behind it. Because in the morning also we have heard Abhaya's parents saying that we want other culprits to also be caught and they should be hanged as well. And on the other side we are hearing people saying that they should be hanged. Sanjay Roy should be hanged because they have been questioning Mamata government, stating at what price would you buy the body of the doctor? Earlier also Mamata Banerjee has stated that I am offering 10 lakh rupees compensation for the doctors to the family, to the dead doctor family, and the family had rejected that time, and also today the family has rejected that. So people are raising voice as to understand at what price can a body be sold. People are saying jaan ke badle jaan, which is life for life. A family has lost a child and it cannot be bought by money. That is the pulse of Kolkata at the moment. We can see the protest has led out to Bolali, where human chain is being formed, and our Abhaya, the Arjikor Monch, the Abhaya Moncho has again come up, and junior doctors, senior doctors, everybody has come up and said, we will not leave the main roads, Amra Rajpath Charbona, and we will stay there nights after nights until justice is served. Back to the studio. So this is the view of Sealdah Court out here. It is already evening in Kolkata. It is already evening, it's darkening. But Sanjay Roy, why is Sanjay Roy not being yet brought out of the court is the question. I will show you on the other side of the road what is exactly happening in the other side of the road. There are people waiting, there are people still waiting, and to understand why was this final judgment made, because everybody is unhappy. They're feeling that these 3 months of protest, everything is a mockery. The state has turned the protest, the emotions of people to mockery, and offering this compensation is actually insult to the family is what they are feeling. I will get you more reactions from the field to understand what are they feeling at the moment. So what do you have to say?
What I want to say, whatever the reason has taken by the judge.
Do you think it's a mockery? The protest has been, everything, protest, emotions of people, everything has been mocked out by the judgment today.
And I don't say any comment, but order the judge has taken the decision, that is the final. I no say any comment.
I will hear out from more people. Ma'am, you have a daughter. You have a daughter here today. Another mother has been offered money in return of her dead daughter's body. What do you have to say on this?
আমি একটা কথাই জানি যে বিচার যেন সবার, আমরাও একটা মা, আমার মেয়ে 13-14 বছর, কিন্তু আমরা বেরোতে গেলে এখন ভয় পাই যে আজকে স্কুলেও নিরাপদে সে আছে কিনা। আমরা বিচার
All right, the human chain protests in Kolkata, and this is happening as once again people are questioning the verdict. People are saying this is the rarest of the rare case where she was strangulated, where she was beaten, where she was hurt. Her genitals had marks on them. Her eyes had been nearly gouged out, and yet it is being stated this is not the rarest of the rare case. We stay with this human protest that's broken out in Kolkata and other top focus stories. Viewers, first, also a look at the other news that's making national headlines. In an important meeting that was held today, Uttarakhand Cabinet approved the UCC manual. The Legislative Department had already approved the UCC manual after scrutiny. Chief Minister Dhami said their government has fulfilled their promise. Uttarakhand will become the first state where UCC will be implemented. Uttar Pradesh government has now issued fire advisory for Mahakumbh after the incident of fire yesterday. Remember, a massive fire broke out in 18 tents in Mahakumbh and there were no immediate news of any casualties. Police said it was caused by explosion of cooking cylinders. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi landed in trouble over his recent remarks. An FIR has been registered against Rahul Gandhi for his "we are fighting Indian state" remark. The FIR registered at Panbazar police station in Guwahati. Complainant alleged Gandhi's statements crossed the limits of permissible free speech and posed a serious threat to public order and national security.
राहुल गांधी के इस पूरे वक्तव्य पर कि हम भारतीय स्टेट के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, उस पर FIR दर्ज करवाई गई है। मुझे लगता है कि ये भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता पर हमला था और ये कोई सहयोग नहीं था। ये सोचा समझा सोरोस का उद्योग बन चुका है। इसीलिए एक व्यक्ति एक पार्टी का विरोध करते करते नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने के बावजूद भी भारत के विरोध में उतर आए हैं राहुल गांधी।
And an incident of stone pelting has come to light in Nandurbar city after two groups came face to face following an incident between a rickshaw and a motorcycle. No casualty has been reported. The police intervened and controlled the situation.
दस बजे रात के आसपास कुछ गलियों में एक समुदाय के तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हुई। सुबह एक घटना, दोपहर के आसपास एक घटना हुई थी, उसके अंदर जो ऑफेंस रजिस्टर हुआ था उसके बैकग्राउंड में ये पथराव हुआ, ऐसे प्राइमा फेसी लग रहा है। मौके पे तैनात जो पुलिस फोर्स थी जो दोपहर से डिप्लॉयड थी, उसने बढ़िया से उस सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल किया। ऑफेंस रजिस्ट्रेशन अभी चालू है। हमने कुछ सस्पेक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जिनके ऊपर आगे कायदेशीर कार्रवाई होगी।
Coming up after a short break, Donald Trump set to return to the White House for his second term to take oath as the 47th President of the United States alongside Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
महापर्व पे गीता प्रेस ने यहाँ जो शिविर लगाया था उसमें 3 सिलेंडर फटने की वजह से 4:08 पर आग लगने का एक हादसा हुआ। कि जो हमारे एनडीआरएफ के दस्ते थे और अग्निशमन दस्ते थे उन्होंने आपस में मिलकर बहुत अच्छा काम किया और आग को बहुत ही कम से कम समय में अपनी कार्रवाई करके आग पर काबू पाया। हमारे जो दस्ते थे उन्होंने रास्ता बनाया, जहां पर आपने देखा टीन की जो शीट्स थी उनको काटा, उनको हटाया, क्योंकि हमारे पास इस तरीके के इक्विपमेंट्स वगैरह होते हैं कि रास्ते में कहीं ऐसे लकड़ी है, कोई बल्ली है, पिलाई है, तो उसको तुरंत काट कर रास्ता बनाया जिससे कि जो गाड़ियां हैं वो तुरंत अपनी पानी की बौछार या जो उनके पास अन्य सामग्री है वो जल्दी से जल्दी वहां पहुंचाकर अपनी कार्रवाई कर सकें। तो यही हमारी टीमों ने मिलकर आपस में काम किया।
In the newsroom, it is not that simple to summarize a story that is breaking. With the Notices feature powered by Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can make a long story short and format it into a clear, easy to review summary. Galaxy AI is here.
कहा ही सुना ही बाहु रिद्धि सब संताराम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वीर परी जब भक्त पुकारे दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे। दशरथ की गर्जन में राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ विश्वामित्र मुनीश्वर आए दशरथ भूप से वचन सुनाए। संग में भेजे लक्ष्मण राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वन में जाए तारका मारी चरण छुआए अहिल्या तारी। ऋषियों ने की दुख हरते राम सिया राम जय श्री राम।
सर इन्हें आप हिंदी में अगर पूछोगे।
तुंग मालिकं दमद्दमद्दमद्दमद्दमर्मयो चकार चंद तंदवं तनोतु न शिवा शिवम्। जतकटाः सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्प निर्जरी विलोलवेचि वल्लरी विराजमान मुर्दरी दगद्दगद्दगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पत्त पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतीक्षणम् मम। दरादरेन्द्र नन्दिनी विलास बन्धु बन्धुरा स्फुरद्दिगन्त सन्तति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपाकटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरापदीप चित्तिगम्बरे मनो विनोद मे तु वस्तुनि। जदा भुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत्तनामनि प्रभाकरं कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधो मुखे मदन्त सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरि। ॐ नमः शिवाय।
यहाँ पे जो मौतें हुई हैं उस दिन से आर्मी जो है वो पूरी मदद कर रही है। टेंट वगैरह भी लगाए हैं, राशन भी दे रही है, तो पूरा इसमें नाका लगाया हुआ है उन्होंने, तो अच्छी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं हमारे।
तो पूरी तरह से जो आर्मी खाना बना के
हाँ खाना बना के दे रही है।
कितने दिनों से दे रही है आर्मी खाना?
4-5 दिन से, जब से ये मौतें इधर हुई हैं ना तब से आर्मी हमारा पूरा तावन दे रही है। खाना वगैरह पानी शानी की भी सहूलियत है, टेंट वगैरह दिए हैं, सब इंतजाम कर रही है पूरा।
जहाँ तक यहाँ सेना का मसला है या सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का है, तो आज 40-45 दिन से लगातार दिन रात हमारे साथ खड़े।
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2047 तक भारत को एक विकसित
भारत बनाने का संकल्प लिया है और यह स्वप्न उन्होंने सारे देशवासियों को दिखाया है। आपको मालूम होगा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी भी स्वयं एक एनसीसी कैडेट रहे हैं। तो अगर एक यक्ष एनसीसी कैडेट में कोई सपना देखा है तो उसे पूरा करने की सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आप सभी वर्तमान एनसीसी कैडेट्स की है। हमें यह बात भी हमको ध्यान में रखनी है।
यहाँ पे जो मौतें हुई हैं उस दिन से आर्मी जो है वो पूरी मदद कर रही है। टेंट वगैरह भी लगाए हैं, राशन भी दे रही है, तो पूरा इसमें नाका लगाया हुआ है उन्होंने, तो अच्छी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं हमारे लिए।
तो पूरी तरह से जो आर्मी खाना बना के
हाँ, खाना बना के दे रही है।
कितने दिनों से दे रही है जो आर्मी खाना?
4-5 दिन से, जब से ये मौतें इधर हुई हैं ना, तब से आर्मी हमारा पूरा तावन दे रही है। खाना वगैरह, पानी शानी की भी सहूलियत है, टेंट वगैरह दिए हैं, सब इंतजाम कर रही है पूरा।
जहाँ तक यहाँ सेना का मसला है या सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का है, तो आज 40-45 दिन से लगातार दिन रात हमारे साथ खड़े हैं। अब सेना ने भी यहाँ टेंट लगाए हैं, राशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, सुबह शाम देख रेख कर रहे हैं, तो जो भी उनसे हो सकता है वो हर कदम उठा रहे हैं हमारे हेल्प के लिए। लेकिन हर कोई सियासी लीडर आ रहा है, हर कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हमारे साथ, तहसील एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, एडी साहब, पुलिस, हर एक कॉपरेट कर रही है बड़े पैमाने पर। लेकिन अफसोस है कि अभी तक कुछ हल नहीं निकाल पाए हैं, तो इससे जो है अभी दहशत का माहौल बराबर बना हुआ है।
कहाही सुनाही बाहु विधि सब संता। राम सिया राम जय जय राम। राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वीर परी जब भक्त पुकारे, दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे। दशरथ की गर्जन में राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ विश्वामित्र मुनीश्वर आए, दशरथ भूप से वचन सुनाए।
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Kolkata court mocks the battle for Abhaya, gives life imprisonment to Abhaya's rapist, Sanjay Roy. Congress backs life sentence for Sanjay Roy. Salman Khurshid says, "We are happy with the judgment." Donald Trump is set to return to the White House for his second term to take oath as the 47th President of the United States alongside Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. 10 more arrested in Sambhal violence case, one linked to gang working for Dawood Ibrahim. That was the news summarized with notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. Sanjay Roy, convicted of raping and even murdering an on-duty doctor at Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, has been sentenced to life in jail. Now, this verdict comes as a complete mockery of justice. This, as the judge called the case, not rarest of the rare case. This has erupted anger. People have erupted in protest across the streets of Kolkata. We are also being joined by my colleague Ridhita live from the heart of action in Kolkata where the protests have erupted. Ridhita, pan your camera, show us around. What is the public sentiment like after the court's verdict? Ridhita, show us around.
Exactly. As on one side of the road, you can see that the police deployment has already started because Sanjay Roy in any time now can come out. You can see that side after how many barricades a person needs to cross to reach out to the court. It is that high level of security that has been escalated in front of the civil and criminal court in Sealdah. Whereas on the other side, if I show you, there are people who are yet awaiting. Here you can see that there are people here awaiting to see.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो कौन आदमी और भी है और पूरा होने के बाद ही हम लोग सर्टेन हो जाते हैं कि कितना आदमी इन्वॉल्व था या मेरा एक्यूज को पार्टिसिपेशन कितना था। 50 आदमी का जो एविडेंस हुआ है उसका उसी आधार पर उनका आज सजा सुनाया है।
मैम सीबीआई की जो पहली चार्जशीट थी जिसके आधार पर ये जजमेंट आया उसे लेकर आप क्या बोलेंगे? क्या सही तरीका था ये पूरी तरह से?
ना, इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ और उनका इन्वेस्टिगेशन प्रोसेस भी बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन अभी तक सामना हम लोग नहीं कर पाए।
आप जज ने जैसे बोला है कि रेयर ऑफ द रेयर केस नहीं है ये, इस पर क्या बोलेंगे आप?
रेयर ऑफ द रेयर केस देखिए, जो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए जो विक्टिम का परिवार अभी हाईकोर्ट जा रहा है, रेयर ऑफ द रेयर केस नहीं होने से उनका फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने का चांसेस बहुत कम हो गया।
मैम, आप संजय के साथ में शुरू से ही उनका केस देख रही हैं। अगर संजय की फैमिली की बात करें तो इतने दिनों में कभी भी उनके फैमिली से कोई भी कांटेक्ट किया गया या वो आए यहाँ पे इस केस से रिलेटेड?
कोई आया नहीं, कोई कांटेक्ट भी नहीं।
तो आगे अब आपका काम?
आगे मेरा काम जेल विजिट जब होगा, हम लोग जेल विजिटिंग एडवोकेट्स भी है, तो जेल विजिट करने के टाइम में उनके साथ मुलाकात होगा और हमेशा हम लोग मिलते जुलते रहेंगे और उनको हम गाइड करेंगे ताकि उसका जेल में रेपुटेशन ज़्यादा अच्छा रहे, तब वो रेमिशन के तौर पर उनका सजा थोड़ा कम हो सकता है।
मैम, एक क्वेश्चन और है कि आप जैसे संजय के साथ में उनसे काफ़ी आपकी जो केस से जुड़ी बातें हैं उनसे बात होती हुई, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि संजय वाकई ही है इस तरह के?
देखिए, वो तो मेरा मुताबिक तो जजमेंट नहीं होगा। जजमेंट जो हो गया उसके बाद तो अभी ये सब क्वेश्चन
already given out its statement today. Has already given, but death penalty has not been given, whereas life imprisonment has been given. What do you have to say on that?
See, it is not only life imprisonment. It is all about life imprisonment as to whole life. This has to be interpreted in a right way. So as to whole life means till his last breath. Okay. So it is not like that 14 years of imprisonment he'll have to suffer. Okay. So the part is, as to whole life has come under section, I mean it has been given by section 66, for the section 66 of BNS, and for the rest both sections Sanjay Roy has been convicted for and the sentence has been granted for life imprisonment along with 50,000 fine, and if the
in default 5 months
exactly if the previously accused and now the convict, if the convict or the person who has been held guilty is in default of paying the said amount of fine, then he'll have to face again punishment of 5 months.
Will you be appealing to the higher court, or are you satisfied with the judgment that has been passed today?
See, the judgment has been passed, but we have not yet received the copy of the said judgment, right? So unless and until we get the copy of the judgment, we are not in a state to communicate to anybody that what will we be doing. But yes, considering the fact of the judgment, yes, appellate court is always open for us, and let's see, after we peruse the judgment, we'll decide it afterwards.
Do you think the compensation that has been offered to Abhay's parents, that has become, and that is indicating an insult to her parents?
See, in this regard, in this regard, the court has stated a point, and that has to be appreciated in a rightful manner. That is, the court has stated that it is the liability of the state to give protection to the daughter. The court was addressing the parents of Abhaya. So the court has categorically stated that it is the liability of the state to give protection to the daughter when she was on duty. So the parents of the Abhaya refused to take such compensation. In regard to that, the court has quoted this, and then
will they be
now
taking the compensation now?
See, as of now, they have denied, and furthermore, we need to clarify this
Are
matter.
the parents happy with the judgment?
We have not yet perused the judgment in a full manner, right? Once we get it, then only we can sit with them, have a conference, and then further decide. See, as I have told earlier, that yes, appellate forum is open, and let's see what happens. Okay, thank you.
That was Rajdeep Haldar with us, Abhaya's lawyer, who just spoke to us and said that since the entire judgment copy is not out yet, therefore they are not being able to produce a judgment as in if they be appealing in the higher court or not. But again, he has also mentioned that the higher court's door is always open, so they will be taking a chance to appeal to the higher court. They will be taking a chance to appeal to the higher court. But as of now, the money, the amount which has been offered to Abhaya's parents, it has been denied by them. Abhaya's parents have denied it. But also they have said that since the court has stated a point that it is the state's, that child's responsibility was of the state, so it is their responsibility to serve the parents with some amount of compensation, to which they have denied. There is no clear statement as in will they be taking the money or they will be refusing it. Earlier we have seen that they have denied the money as Mamata Banerjee had offered to her. Today also they have denied the money in the court, but with the entire judgment copy coming out, there will be more clearer answer to all the unanswered facts that we are holding as of now. Back to the studio.
Continue being with us on the story, and you're right, a sum of 50,000 rupees in exchange for a heinous crime that took their child's life, and the public sentiment is also standing ground on the fact that there should have been a capital punishment. Right now, viewers, let's also listen in to the latest response that we're getting from West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who has said that she is not satisfied with the verdict of the court and the battle will continue until the rapist Sanjay Roy is hanged to death. Listen in.
ছিলাম বলে আমি ডিটেইলসটা এখনো শুনিনি, তো আপনাদের কাছ থেকে শুনলাম যে এটা নাকি যাবজ্জীবন দেওয়া হয়েছে। এটা আপনাদের কাছ থেকে প্রথম আমি শুনলাম। আমার রিয়াকশন ইজ ভেরি ক্লিয়ার। আমরা প্রথম দিন থেকেই ফাঁসির দাবি করে এসেছিলাম এবং আজকেও আমরা সেই দাবিতে অটুট আছি, কিন্তু আদালতের রায় ন্যাচারালি এখন সবাই মিলে কী বলবেন আমি জানি না, বাট আমার কথা আমি বলতে পারি বা আমার দলের বক্তব্য যেটা হচ্ছে আমরা 3টে কেসে আপনারা দেখেছেন 54 দিন থেকে 60 দিনের মধ্যে আমরা ফাঁসি অর্ডার করিয়ে দিয়েছি, কিন্তু আমি জানি না এটা একটা সিরিয়াস কেস এবং এটা নিয়ে ফাঁসি দাবি আমাদের সেক্ষেত্রে বিচারের রায় নিয়ে আমি আমার কথা বলতে পারি। আমরা এটাই বলেছিলাম আমাদের হাতে কেসটা থাকলে আমরা কিন্তু অনেক দিন আগেই ফাঁসির অর্ডার দিয়ে দিতে পারতাম, ফাঁসির অর্ডার করে দিতে পারতাম। আমি জানি না কিভাবে লড়াই করেছেন, কি করেছেন, কি যুক্তি, আপনারা তো লয়াররা জানেন, সুতরাং ডিটেলসটা তো আমি জানি না, ডিটেলসটা তো সিবিআই করছে এবং আমাদের হাত থেকে তো কেসটা ইচ্ছা করে কেড়ে নিয়ে চলে যাবে। আমরা তো বলেছিলাম আমরা যদি করতে না পারি তাহলে আপনারা সিবিআইকে দিন, আমার কোনো আপত্তি নেই, কারণ আমরা চাই বিচার হোক, এই নরক বিচারদের চরমতম শাস্তি হওয়া উচিত।
দিদি সিবিআই তদন্তে কি কোনো ত্রুটি রয়েছে?
আমি সব বলতে পারবো না, কিন্তু আমি এখনো আপনিও লয়ার, আমিও অ্যাজ এ লয়ার আমি এ কথা বলছি যে আমি তো ডিটেলস বাট আই এম নট স্যাটিসফাইড, কারণ আমি ফাঁসি হলে অন্তত মনকে সান্ত্বনা দিতে পারতাম।
থ্যাংক ইউ দিদি।
Ridhita, that was Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee a little too late in demanding for justice in this heinous case, which her own state's court has now mocked by giving the rapist Sanjay Roy a life imprisonment instead of a capital punishment. In fact, her parents have also denied the court's compensation of 50,000 rupees. Show us around, Ridhita. What is the atmosphere like outside the Sealdah court? You in fact also spoke to Abhaya's lawyer just a few moments ago. Show us around and tell us more about this, Ridhita.
Correct. Today morning when Mamata Banerjee, when the procedure in the court had not begun, Mamata Banerjee is in her North Bengal tour, where she has said that even I am demanding for capital punishment. But just after the judgment was given by her own state's court, she has changed her stance that we listen to in the bite now. She has been saying that I am getting to understand from you all that he is not given a capital punishment, but then he is given a life imprisonment. He is given a punishment of life imprisonment. So what is Mamata Banerjee up to? What is her statement? Is she mocking herself, or her state is not standing by to the will of what she wants to say? She herself is the police minister and she has no control over the police, that we understand from here. Now at the Sealdah court, outside Sealdah court, I'll show you that there are police who are being deployed, forces are here deployed, and on the other side, right other side of the court, you can see that commoners, laymen, not anybody from any political band or any protesting grounds have come. They are common laymen who have just lined up, gathered outside the court near the Sealdah station, and they have just come. I was just talking to some and they have said that I am here to see when Sanjoy has been taken out, because he is one of the primary culprits out of the many, and I assume that capital punishment is the only source of punishment that he should have been given. He should not be given a life imprisonment. A mother has lost her child, and therefore we demand the life of another person. That is what the pulse of Kolkata at the moment is. People are again back in the streets. People are again back to the streets. They are seeking for justice. They're demanding for justice.
Right, Ridhita, thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast. And anger has gripped the streets of Kolkata after the verdict of the Sealdah Sessions Court, which said that the rapist Sanjay Roy has been given life imprisonment, even though her parents kept demanding capital punishment. And in fact, just one person has been caught and held responsible for the crime. What about the others? When clearly there was an official statement that said that there were more than one DNA that was found on the victim's body. Viewers, if you've just joined in, let's get you a quick check on the series of events, cut to cut, with these quick headlines. Kolkata court mocks the battle for Abhaya, gives life imprisonment to Abhaya's rapist, Sanjay Roy. Abhaya's family breaks down after Abhaya's rapist gets away with life imprisonment and not capital punishment. Court puts a monetary value to rape and murder. Abhaya's family says do not want compensation but justice for their daughter. Mamata Banerjee breaks silence a little too late on sentencing of Abhaya's rapist, says state demanded capital punishment for the accused.
एक अच्छा गंभीर फैसला हुआ है, इसका स्वागत होना चाहिए। अदालत ने इतनी जल्दी इस पे निर्णय लिया है, इसका स्वागत होना चाहिए।
Congress backs life sentence for Sanjay Roy. Salman Khurshid says we are happy with the judgment. Viewers, as we keep tracking the heinous case and the court's verdict, which was the court's spineless verdict in the case, it's time to now shift focus and look at what is happening in the US. Before stepping into the Oval Office, US President-elect Donald Trump broadly outlined his foreign policy priorities in his second term. Addressing jubilant MAGA crowds at a massive show of strength going into his inauguration, Trump vowed to work towards preventing a World War III, while also launching the biggest deportation exercise in American history. According to reports, Trump is also likely to sign more than 200 executive orders on his first day in office, essentially aimed at fortifying the country's borders and strengthening Homeland's security. Take a look at this report for more details on Trump's day one after his inauguration.
While the US decks up for Donald Trump's triumphant return to the Oval Office, the global focus has already shifted to his foreign policy priorities in the second term. Hours ahead of his inauguration, Trump teased some of his foreign policy initiatives at a massive Make America Great Again rally on a blustery evening in Washington, D.C. To loud cheers from delirious MAGA crowds, Trump vowed to work towards preventing a World War III. The incoming US president also underlined his commitment to oversee the biggest deportation exercise in the country's history. As the landmark ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas took effect, the US president-elect has also promised to end the chaos in the Middle East.
I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are.
Weeks before his inauguration, Trump issued a chilling warning for Hamas, saying it would have hell to pay if it did not release all the remaining Jewish hostages. To more cheers from the crowds, the tycoon-turned-politician also vowed to end Russia's protracted military conflict with Ukraine. Laying out another of his priorities in the second term earlier, Trump threatened to raise duties on Canadian and Chinese products, potentially setting the stage for a tariff war. Hinting at a hardening stance vis-a-vis Mexico, Trump also promised a crackdown on illegal immigrants in the US. According to reports, Trump is likely to sign more than 200 executive orders on his first day in office, mostly aimed at fortifying the country's borders and boosting homeland security. It is also to be seen if Trump would act on his threat to gain military control of the Panama Canal and Greenland.
Economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security.
Responding to Trump's threat earlier, Greenland's Prime Minister said his country was ready to work with the US in the area of defense. It is also to be seen how the Trump administration plans to deal with China's belligerence close to Taiwanese waters and the Iranian nuclear program.
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2047 तक भारत को एक विकसित भारत बनाने का संकल्प लिया है और यह स्वप्न उन्होंने सारे देशवासियों को दिखाया है। आपको मालूम होगा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी भी स्वयं एक एनसीसी कैडेट हैं, तो अगर एक यक्ष एनसीसी कैडेट ने कोई सपना देखा है तो उसे पूरा करने की सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आप सभी वर्तमान एनसीसी कैडेट्स की है। हमें यह बात भी हमको ध्यान में रखनी है।
welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Awasthi. On this edition, we get you the agenda setters from national to international newsmakers. Story number 1, it's a complete mockery of justice as court awards a lifetime for Abhaya's rapist. Story number 2 that we are tracking is that Pakistan link has now emerged in the Sambal Masjid riots. Story number 3, 126. That's the number of Indians illegally pushed to fight the Russian battlefields while a human trafficking racket has been busted. The question is, are we too late? Moving on, we'll tell you the details of how Uttarakhand is moving a step closer to UCC as the cabinet clears the manual for the draft. Now, story number 5 that we're going to tell you about is the Donald Trump big swearing in. We are building up to that. He will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. We will get you all details on that and we'll tell you why and how it will be an end of Wokeism. And story number 6, for the first time in 96 years, Vatican City is all set to get a women president. The first story that we're tracking is from Kolkata, where any fleeting hopes for justice that Abhaya's parents may have had remain shattered after Kolkata's Sealdah court pronounced lifetime for Arjikar rape and murder convict Sanjay Roy in a ruling that left many in anger and sparked fury on the streets. The judge said that the crime does not qualify as the rarest of the rare case.
This is not the justice that we expected for. This is part of justice, you can say.
How can we be happy, because we know this is an institutional murder and rape.
Everyone is trying to suppress our voice. That's the main thing.
It is not only mockery, it is a joke.
একদম মিথ্যে কথা বলেছেন উনি। টাকার অফার তো দেওয়াই হয়েছিল, কিন্তু সেটা তো মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মিথ্যে কথা বলছেন। উনি তো বলছেন পরিবার টাকা চেয়েছিল, কখনো চাইনি।
Remember the video clip put out by the BJP in which Abhaya's mother claimed being offered a prize for her daughter by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee? On a day when all hopes of justice in the Arjikar rape and murder case rested on Kolkata Sealdah court, the single bench fared no better than Mamata. Crushing any hope of justice that Abhaya's parents may have had as they arrived for the sentencing of the lone convict Sanjay Roy, the court pronounced life term for the former civic police volunteer. In a judgment that filled many with helpless rage, the court ruled that the crime doesn't fall in the category of rarest of rare. Worse, the court offered the parents 7 lakh and 10 lakh as compensation for their daughter's rape and murder. The ruling was greeted with furious protests as hundreds erupted in anger outside the court premises and on the streets. Citizens across all walks of life chanted miscarriage of justice as Abhaya's rapist and killer escaped death.
This is not the justice that we expected for. This is part of justice, you can say.
Everyone is trying to suppress our voice. That's the main thing.
It is not only mockery, it is a joke.
As public anger spills out on the streets over the Arjikar case ruling, the big question is, was the single judge under pressure from the Navannu?
We are also being joined by Adish Agarwal, who is the former president of the Supreme Court Bar Council. Thank you very much for speaking to the public. Now, the court has given the verdict. They have, in fact, also offered a compensation for Abhaya's family. Do you think that this is a complete mockery of justice?
I can't say, I can't use those words, but I was not expecting that in this case, there will be only life term to the accused. It should have been treated as rarest of the rare category, and he should have been hanged.
Right. Mr. Agarwal, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. I'm also being joined by Ridhita, who is reporting from the ground zero, right in the heart of the protest that have gripped Kolkata after the Sealdah court's verdict. Ridhita, please take us through the developments that you see around you.
We are seeing at 2:45 the judgment was given out by Judge Anirban Das, and here still we are waiting at Sealdah Court, waiting for Sanjay Roy to come out. It's been more than 3 hours now that Sanjay Roy has not come out. We are learning here that he is not willing to sign. He's not willing to sign. That we have earlier also seen him saying that I am innocent, due to which he is not willing to sign at this moment. We have heard Abhaya's lawyers earlier saying that it is only after the judgment copy is released will they be able to give out the statement if they are going to appear in the higher court or not. But as we understand from the pulse of Kolkata, from people, from common man to protesters to everyone, from politicians, we understand that nobody is actually satisfied with the judgment which has been passed by the Sealdah court today. It is a complete mockery of the human emotions that has happened. It is a mockery of 3 months of protest. It is the mockery of the parents and everybody's emotions related to the issue. That is all we are gathering from the court as of now. Back to the studio.
Right, Ridhita, thank you very much for speaking with Republic. We move on to the other stories that we're tracking now in a shocking development in the ongoing investigation onto the Sambal riot. The UP police have found out that accused Afroz has alleged links to underworld Don Dawood Ibrahim. Additionally, US-made firearms and Pakistan-manufactured cartridges were also found in Afroz's possession that further corroborates the involvement of external forces. Now, a purported video has surfaced in which rioter Akil, who is on the run, is seen taking advice from a Pakistan cleric. Watch this video.
मेरा सवाल ये है कि हमारे यहाँ पर संभल में एक मस्जिद थी तकरीबन 300-400 साल पुरानी, तो उस मस्जिद में जो है सर्वे हुआ था उसका, तो वो गैर मुस्लिम लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये मंदिर था यहाँ पर पहले। तो जब उसका सर्वे चालू करा ना, फिर पब्लिक भटक गई, जुमे का दिन था, तो पथराव हो गया, पब्लिक ने पथराव करा और जो वो थी प्रशासन फोर्स, उन्होंने जो है फायरिंग चालू कर दी। तो फिर उसमें कुछ लोग 3-4 बंदे मारे गए हैं, तो क्या हम उन्हें शहीद कहें?
नहीं, तो गैर मुस्लिम अगर कब्जा करना चाह रहे हैं तो उसके लिए कानूनी रास्ता इख्तियार होगा ना। एक आम आदमी का तो काम नहीं है कि उस पे घर पे कब्जा हो रहा है तो वो उसके दिफा के लिए सामने आ जाए। खुद से अगर इस तरीके से करेंगे तो इससे तो दंगा फसाद ही खड़ा होगा जी। बाकी जो भी मुसलमान नाहक मारा जाएगा, जाहिर है वो शहीद ही है।
Joining us live is Vikram Singh. He is the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Now, the Pakistan link is out in the open. Vikram, I want to ask from you, do you think there was a larger conspiracy to stoke not just violence in the area in the grab of masjid riots, but there was a larger conspiracy by Pakistan, by foreign elements to stoke a large-scale violence in the area? I believe you'll have to unmute yourself, Vikram Singh.
Yes, thank you very much.
We can hear you now. Yes.
I must compliment you for 2 counts that you have brought about an unheard of story today, that the conscience keeper of these hoodlums and the so-called rioters is from Pakistan, and he is Bilal Mirza. Now, Muhammad Akil is known to be, questioning what he wants to do. Who is Bilal Mirza to guide him? We have our own legal system, and our law is sufficient to tell you what is the right course of action. Now, the second part, you may know that Sharik Satha is an old die-hard criminal with more than 50 cases on him, resident of Deepa Sarai, Sambhal, and also he fled to Dubai on a fake passport. It's a different matter that the investigating agency, the police, will be after him. That Mullah Afroz, another person arrested by the police, was arrested with .32 bore pistol, 3 live cartridges. And as if this was not enough, during the course of riots, Pakistan Ordnance Factory POF cartridges and American service ammunition were also recovered from the scene of crime and rioting when the police did this search. Now, Pakistan Ordnance Factory cartridges are contraband. Under no circumstances can they be sold, dealt with, exchanged, or brought on the license. Obviously, they were contraband. Obviously, they were illegally imported from Pakistan or drone dropped. Therefore, the presence of the Pakistani Ordnance Factory cartridges, American service cartridges, is indication of the fact. And the conclusion and the conclusive acid test is given by you in your program when Bilal Mirza seems to be guiding Muhammad Aqil that those who died are shaheeds. What could be more absurd and ridiculous and laughable that rioters should have been behind bars? It's a different matter that they were engaged in the crossfire and they died. It's a different matter that the inquiry will reveal how they died. But rioters dying by their own crossfiring or whatever be the means are rioters and criminals. They're certainly not shaheeds. But to your first question, the Pakistan link is incontrovertible, undeniable, and conclusive proof has been given by you today in the show. He could have talked to Indian clerics. He did not. He chose to speak to Pakistan clerics, and that is also where the problem arises. If you have a problem, if you need advice, then you could have sought the help of Indian clerics, but you chose to speak to Pakistan because this seems to be embedded quite deep and seems to be DNA deep. And I must compliment you again for getting all these basic facts. The country and the world need to know what the rot has set in Sambhal. It has its roots in Pakistan.
Vikramson, thank you very much for speaking to Republic and sharing your views. With that, we talk about the riots probe. Now, Sambhal SP has said that the UP police have formed two teams, in fact, to nab the rioter Muhammad Aqil, who is heard speaking to the Pakistani-based cleric, adding cyber team of UP has been activated to track the origin of the video.
नाम के व्यक्ति जो कि ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे किसी एक मौलाना से सलाह मशविरा करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, जिसमें वो बता रहे हैं कि जो हिंसा में लोग जिनकी मृत्यु हुई थी क्या वो सही है या नहीं है, इस तरीके के सवाल पूछ रहा है। और वो एक किसी पाकिस्तानी व्यक्ति से बात कर रहा है। प्रथम दृष्टया जो मोहम्मद आकिल है वो संभल का निवासी प्रतीत होता है। उसी आधार पे पुलिस द्वारा है उसको आइडेंटिफाई करवाया जा रहा है। उसके लिए दो टीमें लगाई गई है। जिस प्लेटफॉर्म से उसने बात की है उस प्लेटफॉर्म का भी पता लगाया जा रहा है और जल्द ही उसकी बारे में जानकारी करके आगे विधिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जाएगी।
Moving on, with 126 Indians forced and misled into fighting at the Russian battlefields, a human trafficking racket has been unearthed in Kerala. This comes following the death of Binil Babu, which has sent the External Affairs Ministry scrambling over accountability of the deportation of innocent Indian youth to Russia. Take a look at this report.
"126 innocent Indians forced into fighting on the Russian battlegrounds. 12 Indians killed and 16 remain missing on the war front on a foreign land which has nothing to do with them." While the Ministry of External Affairs has confirmed the numbers, the question is, what is the ministry doing about it? And how did this even happen to begin with? Harrowing details of a human trafficking racket have come out in Kerala. Innocent Indians are being misled into being recruited in the Russian army, far from the safeties of their government and their homeland. At least 3 people have been arrested in Kerala's Thrissur for facilitating illegal recruitment of unemployed youths into the Russian army. Sandeep Thomas, Sumesh Anthony and Sibi were taken into custody following a detailed investigation. The trio has been charged under the Immigration Act as well as for human trafficking and cheating. This comes after Binil Babu, a 31-year-old from Thrissur district, became the latest casualty of this illegal recruitment network. His death was confirmed by the Indian Embassy on 13th of January. Jane Kurian, who is Binil's relative, survived the attack but remains hospitalized.
Now, the Manual of Uniform Civil Code, which will subsume customary laws across faiths and tribes, has been approved by Uttarakhand Cabinet today. This paves the way for the implementation of the law in the state, even as its dates for implementation will be announced soon. The Cabinet nod has pulled scores of political reactions. Take a look.
BJP ruled states, they go beyond
beyond the constitutional framework.
बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का सपना यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पहला मॉडल लागू हो गया है और वो दिन भी दूर नहीं जहां पूरे देश में वही यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू हो।
मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री का। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन है, यूसीसी है, ऐसे अन्य काम सभी पे प्राथमिकता पे जो कदम उठाए गए मुझे लगता है देश अच्छी योजना के तहत हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं।
Now, hours before he is to cap off the triumph return to Washington, D.C. by taking oath as the 47th U.S. President, Donald Trump gave a sneak peek into his priorities and big promises before he takes office. Addressing the massive show of strength on the eve of his inauguration, Donald Trump covered a range of topics from global conflict zones and illegal immigration to TikTok. Here's a report.
As the anticipation continued to build around his crowning moment, US President-elect Donald Trump hosted MAGA supporters at a mega show of strength in Washington, D.C. Addressing jubilant MAGA crowds, Trump broadly laid out his key plans and priorities as he takes oath as the 47th US President. From brokering peace in conflict zones to cracking down on illegal immigration on US soil, Trump made several headline-grabbing statements in his MAGA address. In a takedown of the previous Biden administration, Trump declared that he would repeal every radical and foolish executive order of his predecessor after he takes office. In another big announcement, Trump said the US would soon be witness to the biggest ever deportation of illegal immigrants in the country's history.
Open borders, prisons, and mental institutions, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. And very soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history, larger and even larger than President Dwight Eisenhower, who has the record right now.
Demonstrating his intent to being a global peacemaker, Trump said he would work towards preventing a World War III while also bringing Russia and Ukraine to the talks table.
I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are.
He also vowed to lift the Middle East out of chaos. With cabinet colleague and Tesla CEO Elon Musk by his side, Trump also announced a solution to the TikTok tangle.
So I said very simply, a joint venture. So, if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States.
As Trump lists out his priorities for the second term, it remains to be seen be fulfilled.
All right, I'm being joined by Nishant Kumar. He is a member of GOP Republican Party. Thank you very much for speaking with Republic. Do you believe that as Trump assumes office, it will be the end of wokeism? All right, we seem to have lost that connection, but I believe we have Nishant Kumar with us now. Nishant Kumar, if you can hear me, thank you very much for speaking with Republic. Trump is assuming office today. He will be the 47th president. Do you think soon after he assumes office, it will be the end of wokeism?
Well, I hope so. And we all hope so. All the right-minded people hope that this will be end of deep state. Deep state has been a problem not just in the US but in very recently in Bangladesh and even in India with some of the past protests and things like that. However, today there's a bit of a disappointment and it has to do with the weather. The weather is horrible in Midwest and in the East Coast. I don't know if you can see through the window behind me. It's still dark out here, but you know that we are not able to go, and there were about some 30,000 odd people who wanted to attend the meeting. But with that disappointment also brings in a lot of optimism. Today from noon onwards, we'll have a new sheriff in town. And we are all excited about that. Things are going to change the way it has always been in Washington, D.C.
Nishant, thank you very much for speaking with Republic. All eyes are on that big swearing in. We are also building up to that. But for now, we move on and shift our focus to the other stories. Now, for the first time in 96 years, Vatican City is all set to get a woman president. Sister Raffaella, currently Secretary General, will head the governorate of the Vatican City state starting March. Now, Pope Francis announced plans to appoint Sister Raffaella as the governor of Vatican City in March since the establishment of the city-state 96 years ago. This position has been held exclusively by men. The governor serves as the de facto head of government managing the state on the behalf of Pope. Well, that's all that we could pack in this bulletin of 6 stories at 6. We will be back tomorrow with agenda-setting stories and all that's making headlines. Thank you very much for watching.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
الحمد لله الله اكبر ولله الحمد خلاص يا سلام.
She had 16 external injuries, 9 internal injuries. She was bleeding from her eyes, mouth and genitals. There was genital torture, perverted sexuality. She was raped horrifically and then she was murdered by strangulation. Is this not the rarest of the rare case? As life imprisonment is awarded to the rapist murderer Sanjay Roy in the RG car case. On Live and Breaking at 6:30 p.m. today, we discuss, is this not a mockery of the judicial system?
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
महापर्व पे गीता प्रेस ने यहाँ जो शिविर लगाया था उसमें 3 सिलेंडर फटने की वजह से 4:08 पर आग लगने का एक हादसा हुआ। मैं चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे एनडीआरएफ के दस्ते थे और अग्निशमन दस्ते थे उन्होंने आपस में मिलकर बहुत अच्छा काम किया और आग को बहुत ही कम से कम समय में अपनी कार्रवाई करके आग पर काबू पाया। हमारे जो दस्ते थे उन्होंने रास्ता बनाया, जहां पर आपने देखा टीन की जो शीट्स थी उनको काटा, उनको हटाया, क्योंकि हमारे पास इस तरीके के इक्विपमेंट्स वगैरह होते हैं कि रास्ते में कहीं ऐसे लकड़ी है, कोई बल्ली है, पिलाई है, तो उसको तुरंत काट कर रास्ता बनाया जिससे कि जो गाड़ियां हैं वो तुरंत अपनी पानी की बौछार या जो उनके पास अन्य सामग्री है वो जल्दी से जल्दी वहां पहुंचाकर अपनी कार्रवाई कर सकें। तो यही हमारी टीमों ने मिलकर आपस में काम किया।
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with note assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Kolkata court mocks the battle for Abhaya, gives life imprisonment to Abhaya's rapist Sanjay Roy. Congress backs life sentence for Sanjay Roy. Salman Khurshid says we are happy with the judgment. Donald Trump set to return to the White House for his second term to take oath as the 47th President of the United States. And 10 more arrested in Sambhal violence case, one linked to gang working for Dawood Ibrahim. That was the note summarized with note assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start the big story of the day. As Donald Trump returns to the Oval Office on the back of an emphatic mandate, we look back to the moment that became the turning point in the US presidential election last year. Donald Trump's oath-taking today, and as we're going to go across to guests to get a sense of what's been happening, this is the second time the 47th US president is now going to be returning to the Oval Office. I want to first go across to the former ambassador of India to the United States, Taranjit Singh Sandhu, who's joining us. I welcome you, Mr. Sandhu, on the show, and I've been looking at a lot of information on X and other platforms that you've written. One, of course, being what you spoke about, the strategic partnership that has deepened in the last few years, including in areas of technology, defense, space, and AI, particularly aimed, as you've written, at helping development-oriented programs of the people. Mr. Sandhu, how are you looking at this strategic partnership now that Trump is going to be in the Oval Office again?
Thank you for having me on your show. Firstly, I think President Trump is not new, as you know. You have yourself indicated he was the 45th president. And in that phase, he had a good and important relationship with us. So that's why I am very confident that when he comes back as the 47th president this evening, this relationship will further deepen. You have mentioned strategic. In fact, if you just go back to the time when he was the president, and that's when I went in there as ambassador, and he also came in for the well-known famous visit in 2020 February here. So if you look at any of the aspects, in fact, Indo-Pacific terminology was coined during his administration. The Quad push was given during his time. And when he was leaving, he in fact awarded one of the highest civilian awards for Prime Minister Modi for his contribution to the Quad and India-US relationship. So therefore, you can certainly be sure that in a very difficult world today, India will be playing an important role along with the United States.
Absolutely. I also want to ask you, Mr. Sandhu, as someone who's worked closely, like you said, you were also there at the first time when Donald Trump was sworn in, about the stance on the H-1B visas that has sparked a debate as it modernizes programs ahead of inauguration. How are we to look at the visa policies?
So I'll just take a minute. In this, it's very important to see that what you are describing as Trump 2.0, that the entire election this time was indeed focused on economy, that is the cost of living, security, law and order, and as part of that, immigration also came in. And there is a link to deportations. These are especially the people who are in the United States who have not legally entered. So H-1B is a separate category. And I may also add here, there is also a perception. And I'm putting it as a perception because it's the people of the United States who have voted. So there are a lot of high expectations on President Trump. So in each of these, in fact, we have already heard that his first act is going to be that he is going to sign 100 executive orders. And all those will be linked to economy, to the security, to the immigration, to the energy side. In fact, India is one of the biggest, what we call LNG, that is the gas importers from the United States. Now, coming to the H-1B, what I want to mention to you in the immigration side is that the focus initially is going to be on the illegal immigrants. And there has been a very clear talk about deportation. How that is carried out, we will know in the coming days, but you can certainly expect action on it because it has a domestic connotation. The second, what is H1B? And here, I will only draw you to President Trump's his own statements during the electioneering that people who have come into United States and who are bringing value, economic value, and adding to their economy, he would like the students who are studying in United States and who get their degrees to be legal workers there and subsequently what you call as legal immigrant. But having said that, I'll be frank enough with you, there are two opinions within the Trump constellation. One, which is talking that H-1B visas are very important. In fact, that includes people like Musk. And there are also some people like Steve Bannon who have not been talking favorably on H-1B.
Yes.
But again, the devil is in the detail.
Absolutely. I thank you, Mr. Sandhu, for being with us as we're going to clearly watch the return of the Republicans in the United States. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Viewers, our top focus right now, Sanjay Roy, convicted of raping, murdering Abhaya, Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, has been sentenced to life in jail. This verdict comes as a complete mockery of justice. This is the judge called the case not the rarest of the rare case. Abhaya had 19 injury external marks, 6 internal injury marks. She had bleeding from her eyes, her mouth, and her genital areas. There was depraved sexuality as she was strangulated. As Judge Anirban Das of the Sealdah court only grants him life sentence, the questions on everyone's mind is why is this not the rarest of the rare case? Not only that, the judge has directed the state government to give 10 lakhs for murder and 7 lakhs for rape to Abhaya's parents. They immediately declined this compensation. As there's a feeling amongst India over this shocking verdict, there are many political parties, many people on the streets asking for justice for Abhaya. Former Additional Solicitor, breaking news coming in, former Additional Solicitor General has now spoken on the Abhaya verdict. Let's listen in to Senior Advocate Pinky Anand on what she said.
I think we definitely needed to have, as a rarest of rare cases, as a death sentence. We have it in our country. We uphold the death sentence that has come up into issue, and we've decided that we do need to have it in particular issues to not only punish the person, but also to send a lesson down society that something is totally unacceptable. Something is which happens, something is which is mildly criminal, so to say, but something which is highly unacceptable. I think this is the frame that we are talking about, which shocks the conscience of the nation. I think the nation's outcry has been loud and clear in social circles as well as in legal circles, in courts, the aftermath of what happened, the manner in which people responded, and frankly, if people take advantage of their position and behave in such a fashion to do this outrage on women in this fashion, there is nothing less than the death sentence which should serve the purpose.
One question wherein, in fact, the parents would be provided with certain amount, they would be getting certain amount, and parents are now saying that, this is not enough. How is law going to take its course if we look at this particular case? Are there any provisions to overturn this judgment or anything?
Of course. Of course, firstly, let me tell you, I remember arguing a case where there was a rape of a very young girl. It wasn't murder, but it was rape. And there some minor amount had been awarded as a penalty, and I had basically argued that this penalty should be given back. There's no question, no penalty is going to make up for this. It has to be something which is proportionate to the crime committed, and ultimately we succeeded. The Supreme Court overturned the acquittal into a conviction. That entire order, which was only to outrage the modesty of a woman, was converted to a rape.
And I also want to go across to Ridhita, who's joining us from outside the Sealdah court in Kolkata. Ridhita, a short time ago, we saw protests in Kolkata, even outside the Kolkata court, as we were waiting for the accused rapist murderer convicted in this case to be brought out. What is the sense you are getting? You've been speaking to protesters since afternoon, Ridhita. The anger is palpable right now.
Correct. It is just the same picture that we have seen 2-3 months back in Calcutta, where the roads have been filled in voices in seeking for justice for Abhaya. It is the same anger. I tell you that the anger has not gone down a little bit. People have been awaiting for this judgment. People have been looking forward to this judgment. And I think after today's judgment, they are really not satisfied. And this day they were waiting either to celebrate in joy or to break out in protest. And that has happened again. They have broke up in protest, and they are saying that we will again be back in the main streets. We'll be back here. We'll be protesting till we get proper justice, till the body is not sold for a price, till there is a proper justice given. They're saying it is just not Sanjay Roy, but it is other people which the Mamata government is definitely shadowing. So that is the pulse of Kolkata at the moment. They are very angry and they are breaking in anger, stating "Jaan ke badle jaan, फांसी ही चाहिए." That is all that we are gathering from Calcutta and near Sealdah Court now. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you, Ridhita, for that update. It's a story we continue tracking as we see campaigns and protests break out once again across India on this verdict from the lower court in Kolkata.
Everything that's blowing up your feed. We've got the scoop on what the world is clicking. From trends that slay to news that shakes it up. It's all here. This is Trending. Every day at 7:30 p.m.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
कहाई सुनाही बाहु विधि सब संता राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वीर परी जब भक्त पुकारे दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे। दशरथ की गर्जन में राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ विश्वामित्र मुनीश्वर आए दशरथ भूप से वचन सुनाए संग में भेजे लक्ष्मण राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वन में जाए तारका मारी चरण छुआए अहिल्या तारी
नहीं आप हिंदी में अगर पूछोगे
तुंगमालिकं दमद्दमद्दमद्दमद्दमद्दमर्वयोचकार छन्दतन्दवं तनोतु नः शिवाय शिवम् जतः कटाः सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्पनिर्झरी विलोलवेचि वल्लरी विराजमानमुर्धरी दगद्दगद्दगज्ज्वलल्ललाटपत्त पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतीक्षणम् मम दरादरेन्द्र नन्दिनी विलास बन्धु बन्धुरा स्फुरद्दिगन्त सन्तति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपाकटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरापदीप चित्तिगम्बरे मनो विनोद मे तु वस्तुनि जदा भुजङ्ग पिङ्गल स्फुरत्तनामनि प्रभाकरम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधो मुखे मदन्त सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतम् बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरी ॐ नमः शिवाय
यहाँ पे जो मौतें हुई हैं उस दिन से आर्मी जो है वो पूरी मदद कर रही है, टेंट वगैरह भी लगाए हैं, राशन भी दे रही है, तो पूरा इसमें नाका लगाया हुआ है उन्होंने, तो अच्छी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं हमारे लिए।
तो पूरी तरह से जो आर्मी खाना बना के
हाँ खाना बना के दे रही है।
कितने दिनों से दे रही है आर्मी खाना?
4-5 दिन से, जब से ये मौतें इधर हुई हैं ना तब से ये आर्मी हमारा पूरा तावन दे रही है। खाना वगैरह पानी शानी की भी सहूलियत है, टेंट वगैरह दिए हैं, सब इंतजाम कर रही है पूरा।
जहाँ तक यहाँ सेना का मसला है या सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का है, तो आज 40-42 दिन से लगातार दिन रात हमारे साथ खड़े हैं। अब सेना ने भी यहाँ टेंट लगाए हैं, राशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, सुबह शाम देख रेख कर रहे हैं, तो जो भी उनसे हो सकता है वो हर कदम उठा रहे हैं हमारे हेल्प के लिए। लेकिन हर कोई सियासी लीडर आ रहा है, हर कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हमारे साथ, तहसील एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, एडी साहब।
This bite on the rundown, but Deepak, it's in Hindi language. Don't worry, we'll do real-time translation with interpreter.
And there's breaking news coming in. Days after Republic broke the news that Indians fighting in Russian army have died in Russia-Ukraine war zone, now your channel has accessed the MEA's letter written to the Russian embassy. In the letter, the MEA mentions names of Binil Babu and Jay Kurian in the missing Indians list. The letter, viewers, dates back to 18th August 2024. We have Ashwin live on the story. Ashwin, this is very, very clear that MEA's letter has now been released, where we have mentioned the missing Indians list.
Absolutely, Rhythm. 6 people's name have been mentioned, and in that list, we can clearly see the name of Jane Kurian, who's currently stuck in the hospital in Moscow, as well as the name of the deceased Binil. The unfortunate part is that despite the Indian embassy in Moscow sending this letter and asking the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Russia, as well as the Defense Ministry in Russia, to bring back the citizens, even after 5 months, this had not been done, and Binil died 5 months after sending this letter. And that is the most shocking part that has been exposed.
That's
the
right,
Russian
actually.
ministry, neither the foreign ministry or the defense ministry had seriously taken it. And that is the breaking story. Rhythm.
Thank you, Aswin, for giving us those details. Viewers, as we come to the end of the news wheel, let's record our summarize with note assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Kolkata court has sentenced Sanjay Roy to life imprisonment until death after he was convicted of raping and murdering the on-duty doctor at the state-run Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. The court has also ordered Roy to pay 50,000 rupee fine and directed the state government to pay compensation of 17 lakh rupees to the family of the deceased doctor. There you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simple format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We'll be back with the headlines in a few minutes.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
यहाँ पे जो मौतें हुई हैं उस दिन से आर्मी जो है वो पूरी मदद कर रही है, टेंट वगैरह भी लगाए हैं, राशन भी दे रही है, तो पूरा इसमें नाका लगाया हुआ है उन्होंने, तो अच्छी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं हमारे लिए।
तो पूरी तरह से जो आर्मी खाना बना के
हाँ, खाना बना के दे रही है।
कितने दिनों से दे रही है आर्मी खाना?
4-5 दिन से, जब से ये मौतें इधर हुई हैं ना, तब से ये आर्मी हमारा पूरा तावन दे रही है। खाना वगैरह, पानी शानी की भी सहूलियत है, टेंट वगैरह दिए हैं, सब इंतजाम कर रही है पूरा।
जहाँ तक यहाँ सेना का मसला है या सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का है, तो आज 40-45 दिन से लगातार दिन रात हमारे साथ खड़े हैं। अब सेना ने भी यहाँ टेंट लगाए हैं, राशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, सुबह शाम देख रेख कर रहे हैं, तो जो भी उनसे हो सकता है वो हर कदम उठा रहे हैं हमारी हेल्प के लिए। लेकिन हर कोई सियासी लीडर आ रहा है, हर कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हमारे साथ, तहसील एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, एडी साहब, पुलिस, हर एक कॉपरेट कर रही है बड़े पैमाने पर। लेकिन अफसोस ये कि अभी तक कुछ हल नहीं निकाल पाए हैं, तो इससे जो है अभी दहशत का माहौल बराबर बना हुआ है।
कहाई सुनाही बाहु विधि सब संता राम सिया राम जय जय राम, राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वीर परी जब भक्त पुकारे, दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे, दशरथ की गर्दन में राम, राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ विश्वामित्र मुनीश्वर आए, दशरथ भूप से वचन सुनाए, संग में भेजे लक्ष्मण राम, सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वन में जाए तारका मारी, चरण छुआए अहिल्या ताई, ऋषियों की
Everything that's blowing up your feed. We've got the scoop on what the world is clicking. From trends that slay to news that shakes it up. It's all here. This is Trending. Every day at 7:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, an Indian citizen stranded in a foreign country fighting a war which was never his. We brought you the story of Binil Babu and the fact how the government has actually failed them. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we also speak to Jane Korean, the other Indian who's now stranded in Russia. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Countless youth trapped in Russia. Focus now on the human trafficking nexus, bringing to you the clincher super exclusive from Russia on this episode of This Is Exclusive. National outrage over Kolkata court granting life imprisonment to Abhaya's rapist Sanjay Roy. Protest outside Sealdah court. Abhaya's family breaks down after Abhaya's rapist gets away with life imprisonment, not capital punishment. Countdown to Trump 2.0. Donald Trump to take oath as the 47th United States President later today. All eyes for the big coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, we brought you the heart-wrenching story of Binil Babu, a resident of Thrissur in Kerala. On the lookout for a job, gets duped and is asked to fight a war which was never meant for him. Binil Babu is among the many Indians who are now stuck in Russia, fighting a war for Russia in Ukraine. Unfortunately, Binil Babu lost his life. Multiple pleas were made by Binil Babu's family members to the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Russian authorities, but all of them felt on deaf ears. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you the story of Jane Kurian, a relative of Binil Babu and also another person who's stuck in Russia. In fact, after a detailed investigation, Republic TV has been able to get in touch with Jane Kurian, who's currently stuck in Russia, and he speaks to us from the hospital bed in Russia. Remember, despite raising this, we're given to understand that not much help has actually flowed in from the Ministry of External Affairs. These questions were also asked to the Ministry of External Affairs in their weekly press briefing, but they say that they are actually in touch with the families as well as the authorities. But we have tracked down the family members in Kerala, at least 6 families that we have spoken to, starting with Jane Kurian himself, who spoke to my colleague Ashwin while he was stuck in Russia, pleading once again, hoping that the government will finally intervene and will urge the Russian authorities to release him as soon as possible. Listen in to what Jane Kurian had to say.
So, how are you, Jane? Surgery is over. Oh, okay. Somebody is there with you. Aryan undo? Kude? Jane, embassy ആരെങ്കിലും വരുന്നുണ്ടോ? വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ? What is it? What is it? You were able to meet the embassy, people from the embassy? Okay. Okay, so this is the information that we are getting right now. Jane is with me on the WhatsApp conversation. He's saying that the embassy officials are trying to contact him. They are in touch with him through video, but physical contact has not been possible. Jane, what is embassy officials saying? Airlift time frame how are you, Jane? Surgery is over. Oh, okay. somebody is there with you. ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ കൂടെ? ജെയിൻ, എംബസിയിൽ ആരെങ്കിലും വരുന്നുണ്ടോ, വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ? What is it? What is it? You were able to meet the embassy, people from the embassy? Okay. Okay, so this is the information that we are getting. Right now, Jane is with me on the WhatsApp conversation. He's saying that the embassy officials are trying to contact him. They are in touch with him through video, but physical contact has not been possible. Jane, what is embassy officials saying? Airlift time frame പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
So how exactly did Jane Korean, Binul Babu all land up in Russia? There were lucrative offers actually being made, lifetime pension being told, all of this in the guise of a job in Russia. That's how they were essentially lured. But at the heart of all of this is what is being now told as a human trafficking angle that is essentially emerged. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now take you through the details emerging. We have now accessed documents. These are documents written in Russian, where they're largely talking about what was supposed to be given to them in terms of promises of lifetime pensions, lucrative benefits, other incentives, all of them made to lure them in, only to trap them in a nightmare they never signed up for. Now here, if you take a look at these details of the documents that we're going to put up on the air right now on air, it's the stamp of the Russian Defense Ministry. In fact, you have how these young men were duped, sent to the war front under the guise of fake promises. Now these aren't just simple papers, ladies and gentlemen, but they essentially tell you the story of betrayal and the deceit. They were made several such promises. And there is a human trafficking angle which is now being probed by the National Investigation Agency as well as the Kerala Police. First to you, Ashwin, with regards to how it all started. What were they promised and how did things all change when they landed up in Moscow?
Well, Shavan, between April 2nd and April 6th, 6 Keralites had landed in Russia. Most of them from Thrissur district in Kerala, which included Binil, which included Jane and other people as well. Essentially, when we met them, Shavan, all of them had pretty much the same template. First, they were told that they will either be taken to Poland. And when they paid the money, they said Poland is not possible. They will be sent to Russia. But do not worry, you will be working as cooks, you will be working as electricians. This was the ploy that was told to everybody. Then followed by which, Shavan, money was already taken. And then these people who are from the poor background did not have any other option but to listen to the agent. In fact, one of these people who went over there, we spoke to the family members. Even the family members were telling these agents were so convincing, they even came home to convince the entire family that this entire operation will be safe. They'll be having a safe job. 2,50,000 rupees per month will be paid to them. That was the promise given. And all they had to do was sign up. These guys signed up, but as soon as they reached Russia, things turned an ugly manner in which soldiers came, they picked him up, and for 20 days they were put in an intense military training. And these men told the Republic that they were ready to go to a 20 days training, thinking that that will fetch them a job. But that was not the case. The 20 days training was so intense. Imagine walking 18 kilometers every day, carrying 40 kilos of weight, then working in the tank, using RPGs, grenades and pistols and other AK-74 and other weapons. All these trainings were given. But these Indians realized that it is a big a trap. Once they came to know, even after 20 days, they continued their training. That's when they raised the alarm. And this training, against their will, went on for 3.5 months, Shavan. 3.5 months they had gone through this torture. They were put in the front lines, and unfortunately for Binal and for Jane, they were sent to a much more dangerous places, and that is where they were not able to come back. And this is a story that all of the people who had gone, the 6 families that Republic met, told us while we were speaking to them. Shaban.
Well, in fact, my colleague Ashwin travelled to Thrissur. This is the place from where these boys have come from. In fact, family members have made multiple pleas before the government, hoping that there would be some sort of a resolution. Listen in to what Binal Babu's family members had to tell my colleague Ashwin when he met them just a few days ago.
നമ്മളോട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഇവിടുന്ന് പോകുമ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നത് നമ്മൾ ഇവനെ CBI ആയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിരുന്നത്. അവനാണ് പൈസയൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു മേടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പോയത്. പിന്നെ അറിയണത് ഇതിൽ 2-3 പേരുണ്ടെന്ന്. അതിപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ അവർ പറയും ഇതായിട്ട് ബന്ധമില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ബന്ധമില്ല, CBI ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ എന്നൊക്കെ പറയണത് നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ. പിന്നെ അവിടെ ചെന്നിട്ടൊക്കെ നമുക്കിങ്ങനെ ഈ സന്ദീപ് തോമസിൻ്റെ അക്കൗണ്ടിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ 2-3 പ്രാവശ്യം നമുക്ക് ഗൂഗിൾ പേ ചെയ്ത് തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്താ അതിൽ സത്യാവസ്ഥ എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും തെളിയിക്കണം. എൻ്റെ ചേട്ടായിനെ എനിക്ക് നഷ്ടമായിക്കണം. എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും തിരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവരണം. ഇവിടുന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവൻ ഒരാളുണ്ടെന്നുള്ള വിശ്വാസത്തിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ അങ്ങോട്ട് വിട്ടത്. അവൻ ഞങ്ങളോട് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞങ്ങളെ ചതിച്ചു. ഞങ്ങളതിനെ അവിടെ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ്, അവനവിടെയുള്ള വിശ്വാസത്തിലാണ് അളിയനും കൂടി ഒരുമിച്ച് പോയത്. ഇപ്പം എൻ്റെ ആങ്ങളെ നരകത്തി തന്നെയാണ് അവിടെ നടന്നിട്ട് എൻ്റെ ജീവൻ എടുത്തിട്ട് പോവുകയും ചെയ്തു. എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ എൻ്റെ ചേട്ടനെ കൊണ്ടുപോയി കൊന്നു.
Well, after speaking to Binal Babu's wife, my colleague Ashwin then travelled to meet Rinil, who's actually worked with Binal Babu. He tells us how exactly were they duped by these very agents. Listen in to Rinil, who's worked with Binal Babu, and talking about the last few moments with Binal Babu. Listen.
और मैं अप्रैल 6 तारीख को इधर से मॉस्को गया. मॉस्को से सीधे वो 2 आदमी उधर आया था एजेंट का. उधर से सीधा टुला नाम पर एक कैंप में डाल दिया. उधर 1 महीने उधर छोटा ट्रेनिंग दिया. इसके बाद में हम लोगों को रिस्टो ऐसा जगह में लेके गया. वो उधर पहुंचने टाइम हमारा सिम कार्ड पूरा वो कमांडर ले लिया. उधर से हमको बंदूक दिया. वो पूरा टैंक में बैठना पड़ेगा. टैंक का ट्रेनिंग.
आप बोल रहे हैं कि रोस्टोव में आके आपको एक मिलिट्री ट्रेनिंग दे रहा था. तो उस टाइम में आपको किसी से कांटेक्ट करने के कुछ फैसिलिटी नहीं था क्या?
कुछ मोबाइल नहीं है ना, सिम कार्ड नहीं है, कुछ फैसिलिटी नहीं था. उस समय हमको मालूम पड़ गया. वो हम कुछ प्रॉब्लम में आ गया. 5 बजे 4 बजे उठते हैं. 5 बजे में वो बंदूक देगा. उसके बाद में वो उधर थोड़ा खाना देगा और सीधा शूटिंग के लिए और टैंक में डालेगा और RPG देगा, मिशन गन देगा. पूरा ट्रेनिंग मतलब एकदम मुश्किल ट्रेनिंग था.
Who's responsible for the death of Binal Babu? On 16th of December, when he sent that video to his family members, appealing to the government as well as to the Russian authorities, asking them to ensure that he is freed and he can go back home. The question here is, how exactly is this human trafficking nexus really operating in the state of Kerala? And just like Binal Babu, several others are now still stuck in Russia. How it all started, and now the gaze is on these very agents operating in the state of Kerala. While some of them have been taken into custody, the reality is this, that Indians are still suffering. They do not know why they have been taken to Russia in the first place, and secondly, how exactly can they really come out of it? Take a look at this detailed investigative report which puts the spotlight on the biggest nexus that has now been uncovered.
The tragic death of Binal Babu has shook the nation's conscience. However,
Binal's story is not an isolated one. On your screens is a picture of Binal with some more youth workers who were duped and sent to Russia. Imagine, young boys looking to do something for their families but sent to the war front instead.
പറ്റിച്ചിട്ടാണ് കൊണ്ടുപോയത്. അത് അവിടെ ചെന്നതിന് ശേഷമാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ അറിയുന്നത്. അവൻ പോപ്പുലർ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൽ മെക്കാനിക്കായിരുന്നു എറണാകുളത്ത്. പോണതിന് ഒരു മാസം മുമ്പ് അവിടുത്തെ ജോലി റിസൈൻ ചെയ്തു. ഇവന് പൈസയും കൊടുത്തു, അവിടുത്തെ ജോലിയും പോയി. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ മകൻ പറഞ്ഞു, എൻ്റെ പണിയും പോയി പൈസയും പോയി, ഞാൻ എന്തായാലും ഇതിലേക്ക് പോകുകയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് ഇതിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങി തിരിച്ചത്.
എടുത്ത് ചാടി ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല ആൾക്ക്. അത്രയ്ക്കും ഭയങ്കര പാവമാണ്. അവരുടെ അമ്പലവാസി, ഫുള്ള് അമ്പലവാസിയാണ്. എപ്പോഴും അമ്പലത്തിൽ പോയി വിളക്ക് വയ്ക്കുക, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു മനുഷ്യനാണ്. ആൾക്ക് ഇതിലേക്ക് എടുത്ത് ചാടാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നണില്ല. കുടുക്കിയതാണ്.
मैं अप्रैल 6 तारीख को इधर से मॉस्को गया. मॉस्को से सीधे वो 2 आदमी उधर आया था एजेंट का. उधर से सीधा टुलान नाम पर एक कैंप में डाल दिया. उधर 1 महीने उधर छोटा ट्रेनिंग दिया. उस समय हमको मालूम पड़ गया वो हम कुछ प्रॉब्लम में आ गया. वो कमांडर जो सुबह बोलेगा 5 बजे उठने, 5 बजे 4 बजे उठते हैं, 5 बजे में वो बंदूक देगा. इसके बाद में वो उधर थोड़ा खाना देगा और सीधा शूटिंग के लिए और टैंक में डालेगा और आरपीजी देगा, मिशन गन देगा. पूरा ट्रेनिंग मतलब एकदम मुश्किल ट्रेनिंग था.
Binal's parents continue to remain in the same situation.
ഞങ്ങൾ അവിടെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ പോണില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ചെന്നിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആൾ പറഞ്ഞത്, നിങ്ങൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് പേടിക്കണം, അതിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ല, നിങ്ങളൊരു ക്യാൻറ്റീനിലെ കുക്കായിട്ടാണ് പോകുന്നത്, സർട്ടിഫൈഡ് കുക്കായിട്ടാണ്, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പേടിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല, കുക്കായിട്ട് പോണു, ഒരു 20 ദിവസത്തെ ഒരു ട്രെയിനിങ് ഉണ്ട്, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ജോലിയാണ്, വേറെ യുദ്ധത്തിനോ കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കോ ഒന്നും പോവണ്ടെന്നാണ് ഞങ്ങളോട് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്.
നമ്മളോട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഇവിടുന്ന് പോകുമ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ ഇവനെ CBI ആയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിരുന്നത്, അവനാണ് പൈസയൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് മേടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പോയത്. പിന്നെ അറിയണത് ഇതിൽ 2-3 പേരുണ്ടെന്ന്. അതിപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ അവർ പറയും, ഇതായിട്ട് ബന്ധമില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ബന്ധമില്ല, CBI ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കുന്നോ എന്നുള്ളൂ എന്നൊക്കെ പറയണത് നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ. പിന്നെ അവിടെ ചെന്നിട്ടൊക്കെ നമുക്കിങ്ങനെ ഈ സന്ദീപ് തോമസിൻ്റെ അക്കൗണ്ടിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ 2-3 പ്രാവശ്യം നമുക്ക് ഗൂഗിൾ പേ ചെയ്ത് തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്താ അതിൽ സത്യാവസ്ഥ എന്ന് എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും തെളിയിക്കണം. എൻ്റെ ചേട്ടായിനെ എനിക്ക് നഷ്ടമായിക്കണം, എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും തിരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവരണം. ഇവിടുന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവൻ ഒരാളുണ്ടെന്നുള്ള വിശ്വാസത്തിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ അങ്ങോട്ട് വിട്ടത്. അവൻ ഞങ്ങളോട് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞങ്ങളെ ചതിച്ചു. ഞങ്ങളതിനെ അവ അവിടെ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ്, അവൻ അവിടെയുള്ള വിശ്വാസത്തിലാണ് അളിയനും കൂടി ഒരുമിച്ച് പോയത്.
3 individuals have been arrested for running an alleged human trafficking nexus. Sandeep Thomas, Sumesh Anthony and Sibi, all natives of Thrissur, were arrested for allegedly recruiting youths to Russia with promises of high-paying jobs, but instead trafficked them into military service. The accused have been charged under the Immigration Act, human trafficking and cheating. In a big super exclusive from Russia, Republic spoke to Jain, Binal's relative who was duped and sent to the war front in a similar way.
Jain, embassy ആരെങ്കിലും വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ? What is it? You were able to meet the people from the embassy? Okay. Okay, so this is the information that we're getting. Right now, Jain is with me on the WhatsApp conversation. He's saying that the embassy officials are trying to contact him. They are in touch with him through video, but physical contact has not been possible.
Binal was not the first, but surely not the last. There runs a deep, big trafficking nexus, and countless Binals are waiting to be rescued.
These are the latest images now coming in from Kolkata, where rapists who has now been convicted by the court in Kolkata, being taken out from the jail. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, there's a massive national outrage over the verdict that was delivered earlier in the day from the Sealdah court. Remember, he has been convicted. Life imprisonment has been handed out, but no capital punishment. In fact, the judge of the Sealdah court basically calling it not a case which is rarest of rare, and that is the reason why capital punishment has not been meted out. And that has led to massive protests taking place on the streets of Kolkata and also in other parts of the country. There's national outrage over whether at all there has been a complete mockery of justice. What you see right now on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, rapist Sanjay Roy being taken out. We'll try and...
Sanjay Roy has been going in that very second jeep. The police has, the entire force has been deployed till this mall of Kolkata, the central area of Kolkata, where the second white jeep covered in black and green have just moved along with 10 convoys. That is the latest that we just saw. Sanjay Roy to be taken out of the Sealdah court till the presidency jail now, after his punishment has been pronounced today in the Sealdah court.
Which is now coming in from Sealdah. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the images now coming in from outside Sealdah court, where rapist Sanjay Roy has now been taken to the jail. This comes at a time where earlier in the day there was a verdict that was delivered by the Sealdah court, handing out life imprisonment to Sanjay Roy and not delivering capital punishment on the ground that this is not the rarest of rare cases, resulting in a situation where there has been massive protests taking place in various parts of the city. Well, these are the latest images now coming in from Washington, D.C., where you have President-elect Donald Trump now reaching the White House. Remember, the inauguration ceremony is expected to begin in a short while from now. 8:30 India time is when the inauguration ceremony will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the first images after Donald Trump landed in Washington, D.C. Remember, also in the victory rally, Donald Trump once again sending across a message, make America great. That's the message that he's sent across. Well, I beg your pardon. I believe the information coming in was incorrect. That was Donald Trump not at the White House, but these are the latest images now coming in of a prayer service that the President-elect Donald Trump would be attending in a short while from now.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
developments that are sweeping across your feeds tonight. This fury against the Sealdah court across the country, it's firing up your timelines no matter where you are. The trending story is the denial of justice for Abhaya. All our lines are open for you. Our WhatsApp number is open on 9810888944 to record your messages as the fight for justice for Abhaya, absolute justice, continues. We bring you that story and everything else that's trending on the internet, from the CCTV footage of Saif's residence with a new shoe thief theory to Trump's big ceremony in Washington, D.C. that is to happen tonight. That and much more that is packed in tonight's show. Let's dive into what's trending with me, Suesha Sawant. The internet is furious on the RG Kar verdict, and we are sure you are too. The Sealdah court's view of not giving death sentence has invited sharp reactions, not just by Abhaya's parents, but across the internet. The court says this is not the rarest of rare case, and what we are asking tonight is that if this scale of crime, if this scale of deception, if this case of collusion of a system against a woman is not a rarest of rare crime in India, then what is? What's invited as much anger are these words of the court. People are asking, what kind of rate card is this for the crime? 10 lakhs for murder, 7 lakhs for rape, just because there are lower courts and higher courts, and highest court does not mean that justice should be denied at any level. That's the trending viewpoint, and now I will go on to what has added insult to the injury. Here the endorsement effectively from senior lawyer Salman Khurshid.
बहुत दुखद घटनाएं घटती हैं, और उस पर फिर कार्रवाई कब होगी, कैसे होगी, अदालत कब अपना निर्णय सुनाएगी, इस पर लोग बैठे रहते हैं हाथ पे हाथ धरे कि क्या होगा, कब होगा, कैसे होगा, और बड़ी निराशा चारों तरफ फैलती है। इतनी तीव्र गति के साथ इसमें पूरी तफ्तीश हुई है, पूरी जांच हुई है, जांच के बाद अदालत में मामला आया है, और अदालत ने इतनी जल्दी सब कुछ सुना के अपना फैसला दिया है, और एक अच्छा गंभीर फैसला हुआ है, इसका स्वागत होना चाहिए।
Let's now listen into what Abhaya's father said after the court's verdict.
CBI उन जो तथ्य प्रमाण पेश किया है कोर्ट में, इतना जोर तैयार नहीं था, इसलिए जज ने उसको फांसी का सजा नहीं सुनाया। उन्होंने समझा कि उसको लाइफ प्रिजर्वमेंट दिया जाए, और उससे लाइफ प्रिजर्वमेंट दिया जाए। मतलब आप कह रहे हैं कि ये काम ठीक से नहीं कर रहा है, पूरा सीधा बात यही है। सीबीआई को काम करने पड़ेगा, और हम काम कराएंगे। कोर्ट की तरफ से हम ऑर्डर लेके उसको काम कराएंगे।
सीबीआई की इस तरह की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए दोनों बेल भी मिल गया, वो संदीप घोष और
बेल मिल गया, बोल मतलब ये तो केस से बाहर नहीं है, उसको भी उसको चार्जशीट देना पड़ेगा।
अभी आप क्या करेंगे?
हाई कोर्ट में हम मामला करके रखा है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट से क्लैरिफिकेशन लाने के लिए वो 22 तारीख को लास्ट डेट था, लेकिन उसको 22 तारीख के लिस्ट में ले गया। वो क्लैरिफिकेशन लाके हाई कोर्ट में मामला लाएंगे, और सीबीआई के ऊपर पूरा प्रेशर डाल के हम तदंतर ठीक से करा के जो दोषी है इसको साथ जुड़ा हुआ है सबको सामने लाएंगे।
Now that view is diametrically opposite the trending view on the internet. In fact, the responses are streaming, and by the second, we'll also put out what the hashtag says, as well as our WhatsApp number, which is 9810888944. Arnab will also be taking responses on that number for his show, which is up next. One user who said that it is a hogwash judgment with life imprisonment, where he lead his life well, getting parole from time to time, and ultimately get released due to good behavior. In fact, questioning how can the court possibly put a price tag in a crime as gruesome as this. Another response that is coming on the internet, which says that if this is how the judiciary handles the rarest of rare case, imagine how they treat an ordinary case. No wonder people aren't afraid to commit such crimes. Life in jail with meals and no remorse. What's the use of such a punishment? We also have a caller joining us on the show. Let's cut across. And moving on to our next trend, it has been 4 days since the attack on Saif Ali Khan, and the internet is already flooded with conspiracy theories. And as the story unfolds, there are more questions than answers. Let's break it down for you. A new CCTV footage that has surfaced showing a man caught on camera stealing shoes on the day of the attack. But it turns out that the statement recorded clearly stated that nothing was stolen. So which of the stories is true? Now, there is another conspiracy theory about how the attacker might have climbed onto the 6th floor via a fire duct. Speaking of floors, the fact Saif stays on the 12th floor and the CCTV footage that shows the suspect on the 6th floor has got netizens talking. Just how many levels of security did the attacker breach? Now take the police investigation, for instance. Despite the CCTV footage, Mumbai cops picked up the wrong suspect, only for the real attacker to be spotted very casually roaming around on the streets of Mumbai post the incident. Even as the police is now claiming that they have arrested the accused, have sent him to custody till the 14th of January, the loopholes in the case continue to raise eyebrows, leaving everyone to wonder if the truth is being concealed. As more and more pieces of the puzzle emerge, it's clear that this case is far from being closed, and the internet is only getting more invested in uncovering what really happened on that night. Meanwhile, actor Kareena Kapoor Khan has lashed out. In fact, she put out an Instagram post which she deleted later. In that story, she wrote, "Have a heart, leave us alone." As the countdown to Donald Trump swearing in as the 47th President of the United States continues, the pre-inauguration celebrations are already in full swing. The Trump family kicked things off with a stunning fireworks display at Trump National Golf Club in Virginia, where Donald Trump and Melania Trump soaked in the view from a balcony, setting the tone for the upcoming festivities. Watch Trump break a leg, this time showing off his dance moves at his Make America Great Again rally in Washington, D.C. As the village people performed their classic anthem, YMCA, the crowd went wild while Trump, with his characteristic flair, joined in with his own version of the dance. Beyond the celebrations, Trump had a message for his supporters ahead of the inauguration. "We'll be sworn in together," a statement that underscored the collective spirit of his campaign.
We'll be sworn in tomorrow. We're all going to be sworn in together. That's the way I look at it. It's not me, it's you. Greatest of all time. So we will be sworn in tomorrow. I'll be representing you as your 47th President of the United States. And together, we will make America powerful again.
And of course, Eric Trump had his own moments too, posting a video with the caption 12:12 a.m. After nearly a decade, the final walkout, a symbolic moment ahead of his father's big day as Trump walked to the stage in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Elon Musk was momentarily upstaged by his 4-year-old son X during Donald Trump's victory rally in Washington, D.C. on January 19. Watch how X was seen jumping up and down excitedly while Musk addressed attendees at the Capital One Arena.
Come on, Elon, say a couple of words.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, little X just followed me on the stage here. He's a very enthusiastic supporter, as you can see. Woo! Yeah!
And time now for all the hot trends that have been blowing up the internet today. Coldplay's Mumbai concert trended not just for its music and the traffic and Dakota Johnson, but also for an unexpected moment of sincerity from frontman Chris Martin on stage. Ahead of the performance, he addressed the packed stadium with a heartfelt apology for the British Raj, thanking Indian fans for forgiving the past. Here's what he said.
Thank you for forgiving us for all of the bad things Great Britain has done and welcoming us to your home.
Coldplay's first Mumbai concert was a night full of viral moments, from Chris Martin reading messages on fans' placards to shouting out Jai Shri Ram from the stage, which has pushed some of the woke lobby online into a tizzy. Chris Martin and Dakota Johnson went to many of the revered mandirs across Mumbai before Coldplay took stage. Here's the Jai Shri Ram moment on stage.
Magic, oh shit, Jai Shri Ram, I don't know what that is.
Ahead of Donald Trump's swearing-in ceremony as the 47th President of the United States, sand artist Sudarshan Patnaik unveiled an impressive 47-foot-long sand sculpture of Trump. The intricate artwork, created in honor of the incoming president, was a striking visual on the eve of his inauguration. Patnaik, a big fan of Trump, used his craft to capture the moment in a uniquely artistic way. Fantastic feat ahead of Republic Day. The Indian Army's motorcycle rider display team Daredevils created a historic world record for the highest human pyramid on moving motorcycles. The trending formation measured 20.4 feet and comprising 40 men on 7 motorcycles, and they covered a whopping distance of 2 kilometers on Kartavya Path from Vijay Chowk to India Gate. On Saturday evening, a 19-year-old woman from Gujarat lost her life in a tragic paragliding accident. Bhavsar Khushi and the pilot were about to take off. The canopy collapsed, sending both of them tumbling down the hill. The pilot sustained injuries, while Khushi tragically lost her life at the same place. As the hours tick down to Donald Trump's inauguration, the buzz around his presidency isn't just confined to the political stage. It is spilling into the world of social media and cryptocurrency. Just ahead of the big day, Trump made waves by announcing his plan to save TikTok in the United States, approving the app's continued access on one condition: a 50% American ownership stake.
As of today, TikTok is back. If TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States.
But while Trump is securing his stance on tech, the crypto world is seeing its own fireworks. On the eve of his inauguration, his official meme coin, Trump Dollar, soared only to crash dramatically as Melania Trump entered the ring with her own coin, Dollar Melania, which has hit a $2 billion MCAP. The launch of the First Lady's crypto sent shockwaves through the market, triggering a temporary 50% drop in her husband's coin value. With so much going on, it is clear that Trump's influence stretches far beyond the political sphere into apps, coins, and the digital landscape. And with his swearing in just hours away, this story is only getting started. Two-time Olympic medalist and star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra is now married. Taking to Instagram on Sunday, Neeraj shared the news with his fans in a heartfelt note that stated, and I quote, "Starting a new chapter of my life with my family, grateful for every blessing that brought us to this moment together, bound by love, happily ever after," unquote. That was the caption Neeraj put out on his post and shared a series of pictures on Instagram revealing the identity of his life partner. Neeraj's wife, Himani, is currently studying in the United States of America as per the athlete's uncle. The pair got married in the presence of close friends and family members in a very private function. So who is the bride? This is Himani. She's currently studying in the United States of America, pursuing a master's degree in sports management at the Franklin Pierce University in New Hampshire. She participated at the 2017 World University Games in Tepi after competing at the national level for Delhi University. Her school website says she won a gold medal in the World Junior Tennis Championship held in Malaysia in 2016. From all the trends that you've been scrolling, we get you fast takes in a zipping wheel. The ASI has uncovered a colossal Buddha head and a giant palm during its excavation efforts in Ratnagiri in Odisha, bringing attention back to this ancient site known for its deep ties to Buddhism dating back to Emperor Ashoka's reign. Ratnagiri's significance as a Buddhist learning hub is being revisited. Experts believe this place could have rivaled Nalanda in its heydays. Talk about a cosmic throwback. 20 years ago, the Huygens spacecraft that made history with its historic landing on Saturn's moon, Titan. Recently, ASA shared an iconic image taken during the probe's descent. Titan's eye staring right back at us from 3 miles above its surface. It's a snapshot of exploration and wonder, showing that when it comes to space, we are still discovering the universe in jaw-dropping ways. On January 21, 2025, prepare for a rare cosmic spectacle. 6 planets will align in the night sky in a celestial event that can only be described as a planet parade. This once-in-a-generation sight will feature Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune all lined up after sunset. Team India just wrote history in bold letters at the inaugural Kho-Kho World Cup 2025 in New Delhi. The women's team clinched the title in an electrifying evening of sports. The Indian women's team emerged champion in the inaugural Kho-Kho World Cup with a dominant 78-40 victory in the summit clash against Nepal on Sunday. Kamli was seen walking into the Wankhede Stadium for its 50th anniversary celebrations. Kamli showed up with high spirits, walking with support of his wife Andrea Hewitt. Kamli's health has been a big concern since his hospital video released a few weeks ago. Dwayne Johnson might be known for his powerhouse persona, but his latest video shows that he is, after all, a girl dad, letting his daughters Jasmine and Tiana give him a complete makeover. The Rock ended up with glitter, eyeliner and stickers plastered all over his face, pictures that lit up the internet with dad jokes galore. President-elect Donald Trump will take oath of office on Monday, that is the 20th of January, within a few hours, with his hand placed on 2 Bibles, marking the culmination of the 60th presidential inauguration. Not only will he be using the Lincoln Bible, used since 1861, but also a special Bible given to him by his mother in 1955. On the internet are getting a bit smudgy. From trains to checks, we've got the latest fake news making the rounds. Let's clear up some confusion and set the record straight. A post claiming that the RBI has banned black ink for checks had social media in a tizzy. The message said checks must now be written only in blue or green ink. However, the RBI quickly cleared things up, confirming that no such rule exists. So feel free to keep using your trusted black pen. No need to switch to blue just yet. A clip from July 2024 showing a stone-pelting incident on the Bhusawal-Nandarbar train was wrongly linked to the recent Tapti Ganga Express incident. Social media got all hyped up, but turns out it was just an old, unrelated story being passed off as new. At his MAGA victory rally, President-elect Donald Trump boldly declared, "I will end the war in Ukraine and prevent World War III." With the US currently a key player in the war's dynamics, Trump's statement may shift the approach, but the question remains, will Ukraine get a seat at the peace table? On the eve of his inauguration, Trump made it clear his top priorities include stopping the war in Ukraine and preventing global chaos. But his message left many wondering how how he plans to balance this with the support already pledged to Ukraine by Western nations. As he steps into office, it is clear Trump's approach to foreign policy is already looking like it's ready for a major rewrite.
I will end the war in Ukraine. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. And you have no idea how close we are.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you live in the town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short.
And while we showed you those videos, yes, the one man who's set to trend in the next few hours is none other than Donald Trump. Also on the show tomorrow, we get you that exclusive Planet Parade and lots more that's going to be lined up on The Trending. Don't forget to tune in. Viewers, as we come to the end of the news wheel, let's record our summarize with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Kolkata court has sentenced Sanjay Roy to life imprisonment until death after he was convicted of raping and murdering the on-duty doctor at the state-run RG Medical College and Hospital. The court has also ordered Roy to pay 50,000 rupee fine and directed the state government to pay compensation of 17 lakh rupees to the family of the deceased doctor. There you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simple format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We'll be back with the headlines in a few minutes.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
الجميع الحمد لله الله أكبر ولله الحمد خلاص يا شباب.
Viewers, as we come to the end of the news wheel, let's record our summarize with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Kolkata court has sentenced Sanjay Roy to life imprisonment until death after he was convicted of raping and murdering the on-duty doctor at the state-run RG Medical College and Hospital. The court has also ordered Roy to pay 50,000 rupee fine and directed the state government to pay compensation of 17 lakh rupees to the family of the deceased doctor. There you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simple format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We'll be back with the headlines in a few minutes.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
महापर्व पे गीता प्रेस ने यहाँ जो शिविर लगाया था उसमें 3 सिलेंडर फटने की वजह से 4:08 पर आग लगने का एक हादसा हुआ। मैं चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे एनडीआरएफ के दस्ते थे और अग्निशमन दस्ते थे उन्होंने आपस में मिलके बहुत अच्छा काम किया और आग को बहुत ही कम से कम समय में अपनी कार्रवाई करके आग पर काबू पाया। हमारे जो दस्ते थे उन्होंने रास्ता बनाया जहां पर आपने देखा टीन की जो शीट्स थी उनको काटा, उनको हटाया, क्योंकि हमारे पास इस तरीके के इक्विपमेंट्स वगैरह होते हैं कि रास्ते में।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. And I think there should be a rule that more and more people, when they feel the courts are not delivering justice, should speak loudly about it. The problem is the media as well begins to have this unquestioning attitude towards the courts. We follow what the courts say. The verdict of the court is to be followed by all. But there is nothing to say that we need to agree with the verdicts of the courts. The courts in this country are meant to deliver justice. But what the court in Sealdah, and openly I would say, what the court, the additional district and sessions judge in the Sealdah court has done, who has delivered the most ridiculous verdict in the case of Abhaya, the RG Kaur rape and murder case, is not the delivery of justice, but the denial of justice. It is the court which is therefore against justice for Abhaya. And I have no qualms in saying that I'm shocked and horrified at the logic of the court which says that the rape and murder of Abhaya in the RG Kaur Medical College, which the whole country was outraged with, that it's not a rarest of the rare case. In saying so, the Honorable Judge, with the greatest of respect to him, has failed to understand the gravity of the offense and the sentiments of the people of this country. The Honorable Judge in this case, with the greatest of respect to him, is creating a set of precedent which must be challenged and which must be defeated. Ladies and gentlemen, if what happened to Abhaya is not rarest to rare, then what is? What is? And I hope today that the conscience of all the appellate courts of the country is also shaken with the sheer insensitivity of the Sealdah court. I hope the honorable judges of the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice of India and the honorable judges of the High Court in Kolkata and everywhere across the country are watching. And the anger across the country when the judge says in Sealdah that what happened to Abhaya is not the rarest of the rare. So what are we expected to do, I say? Are we expected to bow our head down and say, my lords, what you say is above question? I would say with the greatest of respect, it is not. I would say, my Lord who delivered this judgment, you have failed to understand that you are normalizing rape and murder by using the words and the logic which you do. Abhaya's case, my lords, was the rarest of the rare. It is not just the rarest of the rare, it was exceptionally gruesome. I don't know what Judge Anirban Das, the additional district and sessions judge of the Sealdah court, who said this is not the rarest of the rare case and hence there will be no death penalty, only life imprisonment. I want to know specifically what the honorable judge considers the rarest of the rare, for it is his logic versus mine. There was bleeding from both her eyes as glass shards from her shattered spectacles were found inside her eyes. She was bleeding from her private parts. She had injuries on her belly, leg, neck, left leg, right hand, ring finger and mouth. Her her legs were found 90 degrees apart. She had no clothes on. I appeal to the Honorable Supreme Court Chief Justice to intervene and say that many things are taken up suo motu. Perhaps the Honorable Chief Justice of Supreme Court can consider going suo motu into the case, because every minute that passes, the faith of the people of this country is shaken. For if this is not rare or the rest of the rare, then we, the people of India, want to know what is in the eyes of the Honorable Court. Very often the courts say to us in the media, know your limits. Don't question things under investigation. Though I always make the point as a media person that had it not been for the activism of sections of the media, many cases would not have even come up before the courts. Maybe the courts are not aware that there was complete reluctance of the West Bengal government to call it a rape and murder. There was a complete blackout in the filing of an FIR. If that is not rarest of the rare, then I do not know, my lordships, what is. The state-backed destruction of the crime scene, where the principal Sandeep Ghosh himself signed a letter the next day of the crime for renovation work because he wanted the whole place covered up. Now, if that is not rarest of the rare, then what is? What is? If the attempts to portray a gruesome rape and murder as a suicide is not rarest of the rare, then what is? The rushed post-mortem of Abhaya against the established rules is the rarest of the rare. The systematic destruction of crucial documents is the rarest of the rare. The hasty cremation, even before the FIR is lodged, is the rarest of the rare. The negligence in securing the crime scene is the rarest of the rare. Ladies and gentlemen, the deliberate alteration before the CBI comes in is the rarest of the rare. But the problem is there is something else at play here. Either the Honorable Court in Sealdah does not know the facts of the case in which they should get themselves educated before passing a judgment, and I am not being disrespectful of the courts. I'm just making an observation as a free citizen of the country that someone must apprise the courts about what the case is about. And then let there be not just the application of the law, but also the application of reason, also the application of empathy, also the application of concern, also the application of an ounce of humanity by the courts. And if all of these applications don't lead to the delivery of justice, then let it be known to the courts of the country that we respect the courts. We respect the courts greatly. But silence when an open case of injustice is happening before you is unacceptable and will remain unacceptable in this country. And therefore I respect, with the greatest of respect, I would say to all the honorable judges, including some retired judges who give a lot of interviews these days on their personal habits, their lifestyles, their sports, their life experiences, etc., etc., etc. It's all right. Judges doing a lot of interviews is all right nowadays. Retired judges doing a lot of interviews is all right nowadays. But we are told never question the judges. I would only appeal to all those judges, including one specific retired judge or chief justice, to please speak up about what happened in the case of Abhaya, and to also deliver lectures and speeches and interviews and comments and editorial comments on whether what happened in the Sealdah court today was fair in the interest of justice in this country. For silence, in many cases, ladies and gentlemen, is often idiomatically termed as complicity. And therefore, Republic will not be silent. It's the courts versus justice for Abhaya in this case. Justice must win. Those denying justice must be challenged. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two debates today. This is a very important case for me, for I believe in it, and we must deliver justice. That's debate 1 tonight. And debate 2 this evening. I feel I'm convinced. I watch the wokes are freaking out. The wokes are going to be extinct. I don't know whether Trump will be super successful, but I predict the extinction of the wokes. The extinction in terms of irrelevance, let me clarify. And here are the headlines. Monday evening on the debate tonight. Doctor on duty raped, tortured and murdered, but the court says that this wasn't the rarest of the rare case. It's a complete mockery of justice and the battle for Abhaya. The court even directs the state to offer compensation to Abhaya's family.
Justice for
There is anger and outrage on the streets of Kolkata as people protest against the court's verdict. The demand is simple and clear. Abhaya's rapist must be hanged to death. Donald Trump to take oath as the 47th President of the United States later tonight. Trump's return to the White House sends liberals and wokes into a tizzy. Merely hours before taking oath, Trump vows to restore patriotism and pledges to uproot the radical left and woke ideologies out of the US military and government. It's the end of the wokes. The end of the wokes appearing near with Trump's comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 9th of August 2024, Abhaya, an on-duty doctor, was raped, she was tortured and then brutally murdered. However, what has happened today in the court is a complete mockery of that battle. It's a denial of justice by a court in this country. It's a denial of justice or even support. And despite this, ladies and gentlemen, Republic vows tonight it will fight for justice and it will fight for the family and for Abhaya. If this case is not the rarest of the rare, then we would like to know from the highest appellate courts of the country, what is? Let's debate.
5 months after Abhaya was raped, tortured and murdered in a government-run hospital in West Bengal, a Kolkata court sentenced Sanjay Roy, Abhaya's rapist, to life imprisonment until death. While the prosecution demanded the death penalty, the court ruled otherwise, saying that the case did not meet a threshold for capital punishment. Even while the CBI argued, the court said that this wasn't the rarest of the rare case. In a complete mockery of justice, the court even directed the state government to pay compensation of rupees 17 lakhs to the family.
The court has categorically stated that it is the liability of the state to give protection to the daughter when she was on duty. So the parents of the Abhaya refused to take such compensation. In regard to that, the court has quoted this.
Shattered Abhaya's family has rejected the compensation. The anger against the verdict is palpable.
This is not the justice that we expected for. This is part of justice, you can say.
How can we be happy? How can we be happy? Because we know this is an institutional murder and rape.
Everyone is trying to suppress our voice. That's the main thing.
It is not only mockery, it is a joke.
And even as there is outrage on the streets, Congress party has backed the verdict.
अदालत ने इतनी जल्दी सब कुछ सुना के अपना फैसला दिया है और एक अच्छा गंभीर फैसला हुआ है, इसका स्वागत होना चाहिए.
It's court versus justice for Abhaya.
I'll start with a few straight questions. Kamruzaman Chaudhary, your party is going to sink even further. Your party is welcoming the fact that the prime accused has not been given the death penalty. If there were 2 voters you had left in Bengal, even those 2 will not vote for you now. And they shouldn't. They shouldn't. But anyway, this is the way the Congress party is, right? I guess always against people's interests, always against justice. They're seeing no political angle here. But Tausif, I mean, obviously the state has messed up. And the state is the Trinamool Congress. You don't do a good job before the courts, right? You don't do a good job before the courts. You deliberately want the main accused to get away, because if he starts talking more, then everything else opens up. The involvement of the state, the involvement of the health minister, the involvement of the chief minister, the police watching on as mute spectators, the alteration of the scene, you want all that to be covered up now. So for you, you are very happy if the case is covered up very quickly. Post-mortem is done after sunset, everything. You want all the questions to be closed up. Right? And Fuad, I don't know what the position of the CPM is really, but yeah, I can take responses, whoever would like to.
No.
Okay, Tausif. Yeah, Tausif first.
Including everyone in the country, including Mamata Banerjee, has demanded death penalty against the culprit. And everyone, including Mamata Banerjee, demanded speedy trial and
Mamata Banerjee has led the cover-up in the case.
Now. And Mamata Banerjee herself is not satisfied, like so many other people, when this death penalty is not awarded by the court. And it's a court-drawn procedure. The same finding, even if you...
What do you mean court? Court is only based on what evidence you present before them.
Even after...
What evidence have you presented before them? You destroyed the crime scene, you're blaming the court. Fuad? Is that fair, Fuad? If they destroyed the crime scene, now they're blaming the court? 1 minute, what the court has done is wrong. But Fuad, do you accept that, Fuad? Do you accept that? Fuad Halim, please. Fuad Halim, do you accept that?
And yet you say,
Fuad.
On what basis do you make these
I would like to begin by saying that this judgment does not proceed from circumstantial evidence, but is evidence of the circumstances that we are existing in India at this point of time, of which the judiciary is part of. Now let's be very clear. When Mamata Banerjee says that she is dissatisfied with because the death penalty has not been done, she is not defending the verdict. He's not defending the verdict. Take him again. Questions the verdict. Because the CBI has actually...
Opposite Tausif. Yeah, please continue.
CBI has concurred with Mamata Banerjee's opinion. So now you got this peculiar situation where you got some of these underlings of the BJP saying that they are dissatisfied with the way the CBI has what you call investigated the matter.
Phone lines, bottom grid, am I to say?
This situation is so peculiar that justice is nowhere
so
to be
you are in some kind of an arrangement with the Trinamool Congress. You can't question the Trinamool Congress. You got to bring the BJP into this. You're not going to talk about the Trinamool Congress because they, in your words, they're a secular party.
This is very clear. You've got this statement by Shubhendu Adhikari where he's saying the CBI has not done its job, and you have an indirect admission of how well the CBI has been performed by Mamata Banerjee. You know, Mamata Banerjee is not saying that justice should be brought.
You even believe what you're saying? You believe what you're saying? You want to defend the Kolkata police Fuad? You want to defend the Kolkata police Fuad?
I am telling you that this evidence
what are you
that the
saying?
Kolkata police, which has been corroborated by the CBI, is a clear indication of how justice has been murdered in the Abhaya case. The Kolkata police from day one has not taken responsibility for one of their own. This Sanjay Roy was a member of the Kolkata police. The commissioner of Kolkata didn't have the courage to identify him as a member of the Kolkata police.
So you're going to stop your protest now. Are you going to resume the protest, or are you going to resume the protest, or just use this as a sort of political ping pong? You did a lot of protests at that time, but you seem to be tired out of protest now.
Please have no what you call confusion. As far as the protesters are concerned, they are singular in their intention, they are singular in their way they are going to take this forward, and until justice is not delivered, the people of West Bengal are not going to be satisfied. That's the situation. You have this entire complicity. You've got the police,
the elements of the day.
You have got the administration, you've got the judiciary, you've got the political leadership of both the TMC and the Bharatiya Janata Party coming together to ensure that this travesty of justice takes place. And this is well organized from day one. The corruption case was separated from the murder case. That gave you a very clear indication that the murder will somehow be disassociated with the corruption that was taking place, while it is linked with an umbilical cord. The corruption that was taking place in RG Kaur, that corruption led to the identification of matters that led up to the circumstances in which this girl was murdered. So you've got this conspiracy which was hatched not from outside but from within the state and the system.
The criminal offence,
and that is what is playing itself out in the judiciary. The CBI is part of it, the Calcutta police is part of it, and you've got everybody who's, all their hands are red with blood. All of them are part and parcel of protecting the entire, what you call, setup that ensured that this innocent girl was murdered on that night to suppress all the wrongdoings that were being done by an entire organized force over there.
Supreme Court is monitoring the investigation. The part of the investigation concerning financial irregularities is still not over. Anyone has any material, they can bring it on before
that Tawsir has his confidence in the system and how the system can be worked. How the system can be worked this is an exemplary example how the reality and how the system can be worked and how something needs to be suppressed and can be suppressed.
Of hospitals, all
I'm learning tonight, and I'm opening the lines. All I'm seeing today, all I'm seeing tonight, Subarna Goswami. All I'm seeing, Subarna Goswami is Deputy Chief Medical Officer there, and he's been fighting for justice for Abhaya. We have Advocate AP Singh. He was an advocate for Nirbhaya's convicts. He defends this verdict. I don't know how you can defend the verdict, Advocate AP Singh, but I'll go to you. What is there to defend? This is the rarest of the rare case. He should be hanged by the neck till he is dead. I don't want to pay my taxes in order to pay for his food for the rest of his life, but the government, the system and the courts are making me do that. Advocate AP Singh, please.
Yes. Arnab, you are top most senior media personality of the world who dare to submit public sentiments to court versus justice for Abhaya, no doubt. But now point is that Sealdah court passed trial. After first is the good movement that within 5 months of the case, trial was completed. And he was not acquitted, he was convicted, life-term conviction. There is a difference between life, rare to rarest, and life-term conviction. A point arises on the investigation. First is the part of investigation, which starts from the registration of FIR. Destruction of crime scene is evident. Nobody denied, neither media personality, neither a public, neither investigation agency, neither CBI. And court will pronounce the judgment on the basis of investigation, which is a charge sheet.
But there can be no investigation when the government of Bengal has ruined the crime scene. You can ask Subarna Goswami. Subarna Goswami, the government of Bengal has ruined the crime scene. In fact, the government of West Bengal should be made a party and as an accused in the case.
Tried to mark this as the rarest of rare crime, but they could not produce, they could not table forth any hard, direct evidence. They relied on only on circumstantial evidences. And, who wanted to hang Sanjoy and all? Only those who are in the power in the state, those who tried to shield the actual perpetrators and tamper with the evidences, they only wanted to hang Sanjoy so that the story ends there, and the actual perpetrators are never disclosed. That's the thing. So that's why we wanted that, no, at least there should be one witness. When time will come, that the BJP will not be at the center and TMC will not be in the state forever. So if the government changes, then any new government wants to disclose the truth to the public and to bring out the actual perpetrators, punish them, then this Sanjoy can play a pivotal role if he remains alive and been in the jail. But if you hang him, then the story ends here. The CBI will, wash their hands and cast the fight to Delhi. And, the people who are shielding the actual perpetrators, they will also, sleep peacefully. And from now on, that we have already had the only witness who can tell the actual perpetrators. So that is not the case here. That is why I am welcoming. I rather welcome this verdict. Though this is a fragmented verdict, still I will welcome, because there is a ray of hope. At least in future, we can get.
No,
to
there isn't. This verdict has to be challenged. If this verdict goes through, then there is no hope for justice in this country.
Definitely, yeah.
But I'm surprised at the way Kamru and and Tausif and indirectly also Fuad want to end this here. Kamru, I'm shocked.
It's legal fight. We will continue. We will keep on fighting it in the higher courts.
CBI can file supplementary
Already,
even BJP is quiet on this today. Yes, Kamru.
One thing you tell me, within 7 days of the crime happening, the CBI had been handed over the investigation. There was instances wherein evidences were tampered with. Let me finish. There were instances when evidences were hampered with. The CBI was responsible for bringing them together and placing before the honorable judge the evidences. Why only Sanjay Roy was punished? Why there were no abatement to this crime? Why were destruction of evidence not taken as a case to be taken forward? Why nobody else was convicted in this case? These are the questions that the Amit Shah CBI needs to answer to the nation. Mamata Banerjee has bungled on the first day itself. We all know. We are on the streets of Kolkata protesting against them. But Republican Arnab Goswami will try and take a bite of a particular congressman who has...
Particular congressman is Salman Khurshid, former law minister and right-hand person of the Gandhis. Right-hand person of Sonia Gandhi. What are you saying, particular congressman?
No, don't.
Please watch your words.
The Congress party is out of
Salman Khurshid is the senior most you can go in the Congress party. Then expel him.
Then expel him. No, you did not.
Then expel him.
Of the Bengal Congress out here. You
Bengal Congress.
Your own imaginary.
You all want this case covered up because you are insincere.
The verdict. No, very sorry, Arnab. Please present the facts before the Republic viewers. Not like that. You want to say that Congress is culpable out here. I am saying Amit Shah CBI is very much culpable in today's verdict. They have bungled it big time. They failed to produce evidences before the court, indicting even destruction of evidence, even indicting anybody who was responsible for this horrific negligence leading to the crime and murder of that innocent girl. The people of the state and the country ask answers from the CBI. Why did you bungle the investigation? This is not a case of the Trinamool, BJP or the Congress. Only Amit Shah CBI has to answer in this case. We all want a death penalty for this convict out here.
No, all you people want is when
Kolkata has found out here. The justice has not been delivered.
Okay, all that political parties want to do is conveniently close cases. Yeah.
Before bringing out all the perpetrators, who stands to gain? If this Sanjay Roy is hanged before other perpetrators are identified and taken to task, who stands to gain? Only the state government, the current ruling political dispensation, they are going to gain. Mummy,
It is,
and nobody
it
has.
is so ridiculous.
Already, sir,
Okay.
6 months
These
have
people
gone
who
by.
demand justice
Why has the CBI not arrested even a single
opposing
man?
No, we don't have 2 minutes.
The demand,
Yes, they have
the demand for
No,
death penalty.
anyway, I'm so shattered, I'm so disappointed, I'm so upset with this verdict, and I hope you are too, and I hope the CBI and the state government, everyone gets their act together and appeals against this. I thank you very much. I have some breaking news coming in with Alisha, and Alisha is reporting tonight that apparently the Mumbai police in a hurry to try and close the case about Saif Ali Khan. After a series of misinformed arrests, a headless investigation, the Mumbai police, after arresting a suspect and saying he's a Bangladeshi immigrant, have given themselves a pat on the back, and they've had an award ceremony. You can see it there. They're all giving each other awards, saying they've closed the case. It's really crazy. I mean, I don't know what they are celebrating. Alisha, what's going on? The Mumbai police seems to want to close the Saif case as quickly as possible.
Well, Arnab, we know that they have started with first a robbery theory, because it's after 70 years where we know that one accused who has been arrested from Thane. We know that one team which was already deployed in Chhattisgarh, other in Madhya Pradesh. They have been saying there are several suspects that has been brought to the police station for the questioning. But now, here after 70 years of investigation, they have been constantly into one theory, that is robbery theory, and that is what the section has been imposed on the accused and the FIR that has been registered. But here we can see in the visuals itself, it is joint CP who is now honoring the other police officials for investigation the case, clearly showing that the team has been working day and night to nab the accused. And here we see the accused who was hiding in Mumbai itself, which is nearby in Thane. He was nabbed in Thane itself. The team were sent to the other places, but yet there are theories and theories that has been constantly made by the police, and there are still no clear evidence that has been emerged as of now.
Well, there isn't anything. People have been asking me what are my views on this. I think it's a complete sham. I think viewers, people, and I'll run the pictures there of this stabbing and the case after that. A couple of things make no sense to me. Absolutely make no sense. With respect to the police, they're giving themselves award. But can the producers kindly pull out the pictures of the day of the crime and the visuals from the spot on that day outside Saif's residence? If it's not too much trouble, they can do that. And I'll tell you, viewers, why I don't believe the Mumbai police one bit right now. And here are my thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. One, keep me on air for a bit in the side, and I'll tell you why I don't believe the theory that's doing the rounds. One, visuals on air, producers, if it's not too much trouble. Thank you. Now the question is, where was Kareena Kapoor during the attack? We are told that we must look upon her also as a victim party, but why should we? The question is, where was Kareena Kapoor during the attack? Was she on the 11th floor? Was she on the 12th floor? Was she somewhere else? Was she in the house? How is it possible that you have this, near fatal incident which happens in your house, and your wife is there in the house and doesn't know anything about it? But worse than that, why did she not go with Saif Ali Khan to Lilavati Hospital, which is 10 minutes away, less than 10 minutes away? Does she know how to drive a car? The first instinct of Kareena Kapoor would have been to drive Saif, if there was no driver, to the Lilavati Hospital herself. Surely she knows how to drive a car. I'm told she knows. In that case, why did she allow her son, along with her younger son, Taimur, and Ibrahim, to go alone with Saif in an auto rickshaw to Lilavati Hospital? It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. It's very, very fishy. So unless we get an answer to that, where was Kareena Kapoor during the attack? Why did she not drive to the hospital? Why was she 1 hour, 2 hours late? I mean, is it possible, viewers, that your husband is fighting for his life and you are quarreling with the domestic help at home, as was seen in the videos? Is it conceivable, ladies and gentlemen, that you're quarreling with domestic help in the foyer lobby of your house while your husband is fighting for life in an ICU after being almost fatally stabbed? Does it make sense to you? Now they're going to feed us some theory and say, don't ask questions. We will ask questions. Besides, what was the robbery about? What was the robbery about? Bandra is full of homes. I don't think anybody, if the motive is a robbery, would insist on going to Saif Ali Khan's house to rob. There are many rich people in Bandra with perhaps lower levels of security. Why would you go to Saif Ali Khan's house for a robbery? What was the robbery? What was robbed? In that case, we are told now that shoes were robbed. Now imagine this. Do you believe that someone will go to Saif Ali Khan's house, almost kill him, risk his life to steal his shoes? And Kareena Kapoor, instead of trying to save her husband's life, is fighting with domestic help, quarreling over something. And young children are taking the father to the ICU. And what was the motive? Now we have these MPs from Mumbai, or ex-MPs and others, who started this whole theory that we must deport Bangladeshis. Okay, I also support we must deport Bangladeshis. But how is this Bangladeshi angle being put up so strongly now? Can they tell us what the motive was? Next they'll tell us that some foreign intelligence agency wanted to bump off Saif Ali Khan. Would you believe that? Why would they? How is Saif Ali Khan? You know, we pray for his health and we wish him good health in the future. But how is Saif Ali Khan a national security asset for India? It doesn't make any sense. And what doesn't make any sense is the hurry with which they're trying to close the case now. So ladies and gentlemen, I personally do not believe any of this Bangladeshi infiltrator angle. And what has been embarrassing is that they arrest someone, they say this is the guy, then they release him, then they arrest someone else, release the guy, release him. This Bangladeshi infiltrator has no rights in this country. He's not even a citizen, he's entered the country illegally. So there is all these pictures, all the facts, and the fact that you see the Bollywood PR machine is so strong, so strong. And Republic is one network which doesn't give two hoots about this Bollywood PR machine. That's why we are saying, asking the questions we do. They are all putting out these stories. Oh, Saif walked into Lilavati hospital like a lion and said, take out my knife. And rubbish. Some B-grade Bollywood story is being put out there when you should be asking real questions. Frankly, ladies and gentlemen, this is all very distasteful. It's all very terrible and all completely avoidable. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get some views in besides my own. Our guest tonight, Swapnil Kothari, Savita Hiremat, filmmaker, Yogiraj Gade, Uddhav Sena spokesperson. By the way, Uddhav Sena is expert in all these things. You remember the pictures of Parambir Singh giving certificates to, what is that, crook? Sachin Vaze? Crooks and crooks and crooks at that time, you know, and now these pictures. So, what do you have to say? Let me start with you, Yogiraj.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about what's going on? You think you've got the full story?
Sir, actually, yes, the Kapoor family has asked for privacy, and I think instead of having media trials, the police is investigating this matter. And when
what
there
privacy?
Is security,
what privacy?
They have asked for privacy.
Oh, so we should give them privacy. Whole life they will be in public, open, paparazzi running behind them. They want privacy at this time. Why?
The whole nation is so disturbed with the news, and how can they ask for privacy now? And yesterday,
where was Kareena when the incident happened? Well, I will certainly not intrude on her privacy, but as a journalist, I will ask, where was Kareena when the incident happened? Why did Kareena not go to Lilavati? Why was she quarreling with domestic help in the foyer of her house?
So many common citizens face such issues every day all over India and in Maharashtra. Only when some VIP is attacked, it becomes news everywhere. Correct. The law and order in the state is only gone for a toss actually.
Savita,
and if you...
No, what are you saying? You know,
question today, do you believe the theories?
You know, this is ridiculous. I mean, when you want media, use the media. You are disturbing so many mind and all that this has happened. It was so scary for everyone to even understand what's going on. And what this nonsense now that give us privacy. Yesterday, Saif's sister came on camera. She was not ready to utter even a single line beyond what she wanted to say, even maybe half a line. But she was not ready to even give any information. Why? What are they hiding?
No, and if they want to rob, look at this. Some C-grade Bollywood script. This man, this Bangladeshi, finds that there is a pipe. He climbs up like a gymnast to the 12th floor using a pipe and nobody sees him. He's busy climbing a pipe, nobody sees him. Then, like a seal out of Golmaal, he opens the window and enters the kitchen through the window.
Yes.
Yeah, and the house staff don't know, building security don't know. And he goes inside and he steals Saif Ali Khan's shoes and goes out. Who believes that? I don't believe that one bit.
Very sad story. Because if you see, he's not even panicking when he's going down. He's going down so nicely. He just killed, he just stabbed.
This guy looks like a character artist waiting to get shot in that moment. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And the guy they have just picked up, we don't know even if it's the same guy or not.
But the Maharashtra police is investigating the matter, and what they
ठीक है ना, Maharashtra police is investigating the matter, so I shouldn't.
I am saying
we cannot conclude to any decisions or come to conclusion because the police is investigating. We don't know what is true and what is not. This is just speculation.
Savita,
we are
better visuals.
In front of camera, if you see, this guy was not showing any panic. He's just going smoothly because he's just coming out of SAF after attacking SAF. Where is he panicking? Nowhere.
You are scared because a VIP is attacked. There are so many common citizens being attacked every day. Why is that not coming into news? Why is that crime rate not shown on news channels?
Tell me, it's a common sense, right? It's a common sense because they make more, the news, hua, everything, paparazzi happens with them only. People want to watch them more.
More than the VIP people, I think the common citizens are more important.
I'm just saying. Yeah, the common citizens shouldn't be thought to be fools. You see, the way the system thinks common citizens are fools, give them any story. It's like those Parambir Singh and this, what is that crook's name?
Waze,
that crook Waze. They put this theory that some terrorist group wanted to target Mukesh Ambani. All rubbish. See the two crooks standing together there in that picture. See, all 3, 4, 5, all of them. Now the question is, there was no logbook.
If you have, I just want to add a line. If you have seen Khosla Ka Ghosla, in second half, how they play and make a fool out of Baman Irani or Khurana. And this also looks like a plot of some...
No, and Bollywood will be quiet. Nobody will say anything. Then they'll say, we want our privacy. All rubbish. Yeah, it's nonsense. Okay, now I'd like to get Swapnil in on this incredible Alice in Wonderland story. The question on tonight, let me open the phone lines. Do you believe the latest wild theory on Saif stabbing? I'd like to get some phone calls tonight. Swapnil.
Yeah, no, Arnab, I don't believe this. I don't think the case should be closed at all like this. There is no Bangladeshi. Even if he's a Bangladeshi, I don't think, he matches the description of the person who climbed up the stairs. Now, from what I understand, is Sadhguru Sharan is just...
He doesn't look like the guy who climbed the stairs. Exactly. He doesn't look like the guy who climbed the stairs. Can I put these pictures back 50-50? This one and that one? They're not the same person. They're not the same person.
Correct. Arnab, the point is, Savita ji, can you please let me finish? I heard you patiently. Let me also have a turn. My turn to speak. Okay, so Arnab, this hush-hush business about this whole shutting up the case, see, it is not a burglary attempt. It is definitely with an intention to murder. Now, whether it has got any relation with the antecedents that have taken place in this, suburb of Bandra, and you know it very, very well. Arnab, Sadhguru Sharan is just about 1.5 kilometers away from where I stay. And, unfortunately, that building does not have any CCTV cameras, does not have on all the floors except floor number 6, where the floor number 6 residents have had their own personal CCTVs. That's the reason why we are able to see this footage, fortunately. And able to even say that...
No, are you saying Saif's house had no CCTV?
Does not even match the description, Arnab.
No, Saif's house have no CCTV. You believe that? You believe Saif's house has no CCTV?
No, Saif's house, 11th and 12th, in their own house they could be.
No, but tell me one thing. One minute.
The staircase.
Do you believe this guy? We are first told this guy climbing up the stairs is the crook, is the killer or potential killer. Yeah. Can I see the pictures? Now we told he climbed up the stairs. We're told he climbed up the stairs. One minute. And we are told climb up the stairs. Visuals producers, not a problem. On the right, we are shown pictures. This is the guy. We got him. He's climbed the stairs. And that is leaked to the media, which unsuspectingly slurps it up. And then we are told, oh, he didn't climb the stairs. He climbed the pipe.
No, that's nonsense, Arnab. He has to have climbed the stairs. This person on the left-hand side
Show
is
the
not
pictures of
person.
climbing up the stairs.
They have caught the wrong person. They've caught the wrong person.
1 minute, one minute. Just hold on. Swapnil, go slow. The question is, if this guy climbed up the pipe, then who is this fellow climbing the stairs?
There is no one who.
There was some.
No. Who is this guy? Is he an actor from? Is he an actor from Bollywood? Who is this guy climbing the stairs like that?
No, Arnab. Where is the video about the guy climbing the pipes? That's what I'm saying.
No, but now we are told the killer climbed the pipe. But who's the guy climbing the stairs?
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm trying to say is there's an inside job.
Do you believe this, viewers? I don't.
Open the door. Arnab, who can open the door?
Open the lines here.
So that means there is complicity with somebody inside the house.
Achha, one more question.
Who can open the door at 2 a.m.?
Swapnil.
Who will open the door at 2 a.m.?
Swapnil the Great, listen to me. Let's show the pictures also of the guy coming down. By this time, he's more confident because he's stolen Saif Ali Khan's shoes. His face is uncovered. He's happy. He's wearing Saif Ali Khan's shoes. Right? Now tell me, viewers, look at the two pictures I put on your. Is the guy on the left who has a mop of grey on his hair
exactly
the same guy as the guy on the right?
No.
Is it? Are these two the same person?
Not at all.
Are they the same person? Viewers, please call me right now. Are they the same person? What do you think, Savita?
Not at all. I mean, anyone can guess it. I don't know why police is even make. I mean, whatever story they have.
Who's cooked up this story?
It's working out.
Who's cooking up this? I can't believe that the Mumbai police is trying to shove this all under the carpet, saying that this is a Bangladeshi
There is
person.
more to this.
And what nonsense is this? This is a mockery of the investigation. What is going on in this country? There is a mockery of justice with RG Kaur case, and there is a mockery of investigation with this case. If that is the case, if that is the official version of the investigation, I shudder. Arnab, vigilante justice is not going to be there only with relation to cows. It's going to be there with everything.
No. First, I'll tell you one thing. We should not. The cops should not think we are fools, because first they catch one guy going up the stairs, then they catch another guy going down the stairs, then they say this fellow went to Dadar via Bandra station, and they say we've caught him at Bandra station, and he was eating parathas in a food stall where he used a UPI, and he was caught in a labor camp near Ghodbandar in Thane. Right?
Yeah.
Now this is one theory. Now they are saying he climbed the stairs. Then they are saying, no, he didn't climb the stairs, because we'll ask questions on CCTV. They're saying he climbed the pipe. Which pipe?
Is he some acrobat or a gymnast or something? Arnab, that is nonsense. That's utter nonsense. He climbed the stairs. There is no question about it. And 11th and 12th floor, some work was going on, and the best people to identify the attacker would be the whole family. When Saif recovers, I bet those people need to be shown that this is the person, and I'm sure they'll brush it aside, saying that this is not the case, that this is not the man.
Achha, then one more question. We were told there was no forced entry, right? That was the first theory which did the rounds. Now, if there was no forced entry and the man climbed through a pipe and opened the window and came in, was that not forced entry? Is that not forced entry? Or is it a scene from Golmaal?
Arnab, there is somebody from the inside who's opened the door. Arnab, this is an inside job. There is somebody who's alerted this person, who's told him that there are no CCTV cameras. You need to come in.
No, but now we got this footage. Now we got this footage.
Which room belongs to whom?
Now this guy is there. He's wearing a different shirt and he's looking for shoes.
And we don't even know whether it's the same guy, Arnab.
Now tell me one thing. Swapnil. Do we think the crazy? Is this man entering a house to steal Saif Ali Khan's shoes?
Not at all.
Have you ever heard? Swapnil, on air, please, in a small window. Yeah. Swapnil?
I am also saying something.
Savita ji, are you Swapnil? Savita ji, are you
okay, Swapnil is
not? The question has been asked to me. Let me finish.
For quite some time, so I'm just reminding.
Okay.
No, but Arnab is questioning me.
Swapnil.
So let me answer him. So Arnab, this man is not that man. I don't know why. This was a clear case attempt to murder. I don't know whether he's a Bangladeshi or whether he's not. I believe that this whole theory has been concocted, cooked up to take it away from the actual truth which lies behind it. Whoever it is, whatever it is, the question is that there was an attempt to murder. Why was there an attempt to murder? Those are the more pertinent questions, and the Mumbai police has to come out on that and give an official version of the investigation once they believe that there is something for them to say in a press conference.
Okay, Rupali is calling from Mumbai. Rupali, hi. Do you believe this? All this theories?
I find it absolutely ridiculous. I don't understand what are people thinking of, common people. They think we are fools.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy is clearly not the guy that is shown in the CCTV.
It's not. See the visuals. It's not the same guy.
And most ridiculous thing that they have been saying that Mumbai police has done such a brilliant job using artificial intelligence, face recognition, and after all using all this artificial intelligence, you still got the wrong guy.
It's not the same guy. And who comes into someone's house to steal shoes?
Exactly. But there were reports that the person who climbed the stairs is not the person who's gone into the house.
Varsova, Mumbai Varsova. That guy also is clearly not the same guy shown in the CCTV footage of Saif Ali's building.
No, see, if there's, that means there's CCTV inside the house, no, Rupali. If there is CCTV inside the house, that means the moment of the stabbing should also have been recorded on CCTV. And who's releasing all this? One more question. No, who's releasing all these leaks? Who's putting these leaks out?
I really truly believe there's some inside story going on. The Bollywood PR is involved, and also currently I think even the MPs and everybody's trying to cover this up.
Cover this up, 100%. Maya's calling from Hyderabad. Thank you, Rupali. Maya, what do you think? Do you believe these theories?
Hi, Arnab, and hi, all the panelists. This is the first time. I've been calling you for ages, but this is the first time I'm able to get to you.
Oh, great. Nice talking to you.
Yeah. So, from day one, nothing is adding up.
Yeah, it's not adding up.
Nothing is adding up.
Nothing.
Not a single thing is adding up with the subsequent action taken by the police or what. Even, you see, common people are not fools, like everybody's saying. Yeah, we agree to that 100%. But having said that, the person who's climbing the staircase or coming down, now they have arrested another person. That person is not shown in the CCTV anywhere.
No, he's not shown.
So it's just crazy. I mean, it's some kind of a Bollywood story.
Yeah.
I don't know what is going on, but it's very scary what is happening if the police is not doing their job. They're trying to protect people, or it's a made-up story. It's very difficult to understand right now. Very difficult to understand.
And also, this whole thing, about taking him in the car. Kareena Kapoor says, I'll stay at home and quarrel with the domestic help. While my husband fights for his life.
No, 2 kids taking a Bollywood superstar,
two kids.
Wealthy, influencing, very, very influencing person in Mumbai. You are taking him in a auto rickshaw.
You have got, point is, if they don't know how to drive a car and the driver is not there, then knock on someone's door, the whole world will take him in the car.
Yeah,
but how can Kareena Kapoor say, okay, no problem, Saif, you go, take the kids with you, I'll sort out the domestic help. It's a mad story. It's a mad story. I've got Subhash from Nashik. Maya, thanks. Subhash from Nashik.
Arnab, good evening, Arnab.
Good evening.
Arnab, there is one small little catch. You see, the door is open. The Saif's house door is open. Okay.
Which in the visuals? Which visual?
No. The story what is circulating that the man entered Saif's house and he stabbed him. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the door is being opened by somebody inside the house. Okay.
Exactly.
Kareena Kapoor is missing since the attack day. She's not come on she's nowhere in the picture. She's not even in the hospital. Okay. And the story is going around Saif Ali Khan, Kareena Kapoor and this man. Okay. Nobody knows that what is this, the whole thing being cooked about. Kareena Kapoor is still not come out with a statement.
She should clarify on what happened. I know it must be difficult for her. But, the video captured moments after the attack says that Kareena Kapoor is standing next to the auto rickshaw and speaking to the house staff around 3 a.m. Why would you be speaking to the house staff? We got Vikram from Bengaluru. Bengaluru. Hi, Vikram. What do you think?
Hi, Arnab. Privileged to talk to you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of points which I could observe. One is a professional killer doesn't use a kitchen knife. Second one is Saif Ali Khan has been taken in an auto. Are these people trying to tell that Ibrahim doesn't know how to drive?
That's another one.
What is going on? This is a dirty Bollywood B-grade script being played out and just...
And why an auto? Why an auto?
Why an auto? His son doesn't know how to drive. 23-year-old guy.
Oh God. Well, you know, Vikram, I got so many calls coming in, and I just want to tell you this. See, I'm not one to take this at face value. I'm going to clearly say it's not adding up. Sorry. Anyone else will buy your story. Republic will not. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all. There are too many callers. I can't take the calls. But remember tonight is the end of wokeism, a possible end of this crazy, nonsensical, radical left wokeism, fake pseudo brigade, and the whole fake pseudo radical left woke brigade is facing an existential crisis because Trump's getting sworn in little over an hour from now. That's the big focus when I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
कहाई सुनाही बाहु विधि सब संता राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वीर परी जब बात पुकारे दूर करो प्रभु दुख हमारे। दशरथ की गर्जन में राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ विश्वामित्र मुनीश्वर आए दशरथ भूप से वचन सुनाए संग में भेजे लक्ष्मण राम सिया राम जय जय राम। ओ वन में जाए तारका मारी।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Let's create a new avatar and let's see if that works out for us. I'll just record and also transcribe it with the Note Assist using the Galaxy AI.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters. It's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the nation's sharpest opinion, and prepare to have lots and lots of fun if you're a right-winger talking about the right views for the right reason instead of being a radical left wrong-winger. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a lot of fun because hashtag the wokes have gone crazy. They've lost their mind. They don't know what to do in an existential crisis. You know, ladies and gentlemen, you know, they're like the mammoths. They know they are going. They're just taking a long trudge as each one of them and their ideologies comes dropping down. The wokes are going to be extinct. They will have nowhere to go. And the wokes and the radical left and all those fake pseudo liberal cholawalas, business class flying cholawalas are all going to be without a job. And of course the wokes are going to go crazy every time they are seeing pictures out there. It's like a personal defeat for them. They don't know how to handle it. There are pictures of Donald Trump coming back to the White House. So this is a particularly wonderful, bittersweet moment. Oh God, and Donald Trump and Melania are walking in and the Bidens are going. This moment, you know, you don't need to say anything over it. Just watch that. That is the end of the radical left woke ecosystem, because they're anyway on their last legs. You see, this woke ecosystem, this pro-Hindenburg ecosystem, this deep state ecosystem, this Rihanna, NRI, Dhruv Rathi kind of fake ecosystem, this parroting the deep state ecosystem, this George Soros, Muhammad Yunus ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, this entire ecosystem has its strong members and affiliates in India. You know, this whole ecosystem is going to collapse. Personally, this is a huge defeat for Rahul Gandhi. Because see, Rahul Gandhi attached himself to the woke, left, liberal, fake, pseudo, radical, anti-India ecosystem. And to that ecosystem, he kept saying, come and help me, I'm losing elections, I have nowhere to go, it's your duty to help me, I'm Rahul Gandhi, my family has been in power forever, come and help me. And I'm sure Kamala Harris and all would have promised him, you know, along with this Rihanna, NRI, Dhruv Rathi, deep state ecosystem, must have promised him that don't worry, Rahul, we're going to come and save you when Kamala is going to be back in office. But Kamala is out, Biden's out, the whole system is out. This team does not know what to do. This was, ladies and gentlemen, the only oxygen that they had left with them. And it's gone now. Instead, you have Donald Trump coming in. And Donald Trump is not a neutral character. He's promised to end this whole system. So when he ends the whole system, imagine the whole superstructure collapses in America and all these people, these intellectual beggars running their fake organizations in India, getting money from Hawaii, shady places, getting invited to some Hawaii conclave, getting invited by some Pakistani based in Florida to fly club class and take CIA money indirectly. This whole ecosystem has nowhere to go. They're going to be without jobs. They're going to go into oblivion. And it's a very, very, therefore, a frightening moment for them. They've attached themselves so deeply with falsehood. They've attached themselves so deeply with vested corporate interests, with vested political interests. They've attached themselves so deeply with this Hamas Islamist brigade that for them the prospect of not getting funding is a big deal. And let me tell you, can I run the pictures over and over again, because I want on Republic people to enjoy this moment, producers. You realize we must enjoy this moment, because I believe this is a moment of change. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg saga. The same Hindenburg, the fraud company that closed down a couple of days back. You know why they closed down? They closed down because they realized their game was up. They're all going to be arrested. They're going to be exposed. Remember Greta Thunberg? Remember Rihanna, who said, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protest in India? Ladies and gentlemen, remember the US State Department, which says that we are concerned about the CAA. Remember those people who meddled into our system? Remember the silence of Rahul Gandhi over the coup led by Muhammad Yunus, the army-backed coup? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, how the Democratic Party questioned why Rahul Gandhi was expelled from parliament? Just consider all of these things, ladies and gentlemen. Just consider all of these things. And remember, the anarchist anti-India Tukre Brigade has been sponsored and financed by the same ecosystem from America. I can tell you this, I have information with me, I can't share it on air right now, but I have information, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of money was pumped into this Tukre ecosystem by the same group which wanted to come into power. This is the Kamala Harris, that entire group, this group which says we are going to cut the country into pieces. And remember, Rahul Gandhi was very emboldened. He actually was depending on the return of Kamala Harris. That is why he said during an election rally that 6 mahine baad ye jo Narendra Modi bhashan de raha hai, look at the way he spoke. 6 mahine baad ye ghar se bahar nahi nikal payega. Hindustan ke yuva isko aisa danda marenge. That is the language spoken by that entitled Rahul Gandhi. Now Rahul Gandhi is very scared because he's not going to get any importance from the Trump administration. And ladies and gentlemen, one very important thing to understand why the wokes are feeling so scared tonight is because nationalism has a rebirth everywhere across the country. When Trump says, make America great again, it is the precise same vision with which Narendra Modi says, I will make my country a developed country by 2047. We are going to be the third largest economy. You see, wokes like Arundhati Roy, Prashant Bhushan, all these people, they will never understand the pro-nation stance. Rahul Gandhi will never understand the pro-nation stance because people like Rahul Gandhi don't even believe that India is a nation. That is anti-national sentiment. People like Rahul Gandhi, this entire Award Wapsi gang, this Rana Ayub gang, NRIs like Dhruv Rathi, all these others, wokes like Deepika Padukone, Swara Bhaskar, they will not understand the pro-nation stance. You first have to believe in the nation. You can't say, I want to fight the nation. I'm going to fight the state, right? And then go around saying that I want help from the Americans. Now everything is over. The whole go-to propaganda has not worked for this woke brigade, ladies and gentlemen. And the same lamenting that is there in India when Narendra Modi and the BJP wins an election, that same lament to the power of infinity is going to be heard when Trump is sworn in America. Everything around the world is going to change. These are live pictures coming in on a very, very cold morning. Very, very cold morning in Washington. But let me tell you that things are chilly now. They're going to become very hot very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, let's debate.
In a little over an hour from now, Donald Trump will return to the Capitol Hill to take oath as the 47th President of the United States.
We won! We want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Trump 2.0 is going to be different than the first time, ever since his near grace with life itself. Trump is a changed man with a greater resolve in his beliefs. Trump is bolder than ever on issues both domestic.
We will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien, gang member, and migrant criminal operating on American soil.
And issues that are international.
I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are.
But Trump's biggest battle in his second term is one against the woke.
We're going to restore patriotism to our schools, get radical left woke ideologies the hell out of our military and out of our government. And we are going to make America great again.
All throughout the campaign, Trump made it clear he is on a mission to dismantle the woke.
Woke has to stop because along with everything else, it's destroying our country. We're going to stop woke. Woke is.
Even Trump's incoming cabinet colleagues have time and again vowed to wage a war on the wokes, including Elon Musk.
We're looking forward to making a lot of changes, and you know, this victory is the start, really. What matters going forward is to actually make significant changes, cement those changes, and set the foundation for America to be strong for a century, for centuries, forever.
Trump 2.0 is here, and the war on the wokes is on the top of his agenda.
Before these things of, think of it, open borders, prisons and mental institutions, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Transgender. And very soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even larger than President Dwight Eisenhower, who has the record right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the wokes, this visual. Donald Trump is coming to be sworn in, and the wokes are in a fright and a frenzy. And it's not just in America. Let me tell you, all the wokes are finished. The liberals are over, the radical left, the anti-national forces, Tukre gang, have nowhere to go. They're just finished. There's no sponsorship. There is no hope for them because they're marginalized. You see, the people across the world hate them. And that hatred for the wokes is coming across in every election after election. Saira Shali, what's going to happen to you guys now? Who's going to save the wokes?
See, I'll tell you. See, what is wokes, I think it is just being socially aware, because here, understanding the deeper structure of the social hierarchy that exists in society, that is what being woke means. Nowadays, woke or being liberal is being
You actually think that?
Word,
Understanding what? Can you come back with that again? Understanding the social hierarchy of what happens in society
the
is being
Bharatiya
woke.
Janata Party all use this term woke without understanding what being woke is or what being awake is, because again, like I said, it is about knowing and understanding the inequalities of society and also the injustices. However, here, when Donald Trump talks about being woke, he means anyone who's dissenting this, this white supremacy in the US. Anyone who is
more
fighting
blacks voted for Donald Trump than Kamala Harris.
More
blacks voted for Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. More blacks voted for Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and Rahul Gandhi are all alike. Only Kamala Harris is smarter than Rahul Gandhi.
The left lip and wokeism is the same what we are facing in India. Anybody who is a liberal, is being, like abused and trolled and similar things.
Stop playing the victim.
Happening in America
Stop playing the victim. Stop playing the victim.
Why am I not surprised?
Stop playing the victim.
Why am I not surprised?
Stop playing the victim.
Because here Donald Trump is trying to crush dissenting voices.
I'll tell you.
He doesn't want people, these highly educated liberal people to critique him.
Highly educated liberal people. Achha, if you're not a woke, you're not educated.
America to be America.
We are all uneducated fools.
Making the whites great again.
We are only uneducated fools. Only rubbish YouTubers and NRI Dhruv Rathis are educated.
People chose to make America their home.
Sure, Rihanna is very well educated. Sure, Rihanna is an Oxford DPhil.
Values it stood for.
Yeah, okay, I'm getting in anti-woke tonight, pro-woke, anti-woke, two positions tonight. Abhijit Chawda on the other side. Abhijit, they're going crazy. I'm telling you, they're going crazy. They're going to. It's an apocalyptic moment for them. They don't know how the hell this happened.
Yes, indeed. So instead of splitting hairs over the definition of what is wokeism, let's look at the bigger picture of what's happening right now. Donald Trump is being sworn in. He's on a mission to make America the greatest nation on the planet. And he's going to leave behind the legacy of being the greatest US president since George Washington. And in this quest, he's going to be as subtle and as restrained as a wildfire in a library. So Trump is going to hit the ground running. He's going to upend the existing system. And the key difference between Donald Trump 45 and Donald Trump 47 is that Trump 47 has the full backing of the deep establishment. And they have tasked him to transform the US from a superpower into a hyperpower. So we're talking about Greenland acquisition, we're talking about Panama Canal, we're even talking about Canada. But he intends to completely transform the global order and to be the most impactful POTUS since Lincoln. And today itself, he's going to sign over 200 executive orders undoing much of what Biden has done about the border, about designating cartels as terrorist organizations, about overturning energy drilling restrictions and all that. So he's undoing the woke agenda of Biden. Senior career diplomats are resigning en masse from the State Department because they have been instructed to do so by Trump's administration, the incoming administration. These are forced departures. So Trump is immediately breaking from the Biden era.
Why did Hindenburg close down in your view? Why did Hindenburg, let me take that to Saurabh, why did Hindenburg close down, shut shop? Because there was this moment here in India where these people, the last hope they had was Hindenburg. Rahul Gandhi's last hope was Hindenburg. Why did Hindenburg shut shop?
Arnab, the message is very clear that this time the presidency of Donald Trump will be decisive. And all the remnants of the woke ideology, the extreme radical lefts, who were trying to run an agenda, trying to derail America's partnerships with countries like the US, trying to hit at business leaders in India with their own agenda. It's time for them to pack up and go away. And that's what is happening. And I can tell you that this is unprecedented. I've been talking to people here on the streets here in Washington, D.C. I'm here. I can tell you that the electric atmosphere tells you a story of a president who won this mandate because of the fact that because extreme woke left elements had overtaken the administration and common people were really feeling slighted. Whether it was on inflation, whether
but tell me from the Indian context, what is the impact? What is the impact on India? Because what will Rahul Gandhi do without Rihanna, Greta Thunberg, Deep State, Kamala Harris, Dhruv Rathi, and rubbish YouTubers?
You're right about that because a lot of
you'll still get the 20% vote share in the country.
We're trying to embrace. Can I just complete? First, a lot of opposition politicians were trying to embrace. A lot of people of Soros kinds were thinking that they can do regime changes, they can do all kind of things and get away with that. That's not going to happen. This is the administration run by Donald Trump, which will have countries like India engage at the highest level. You will also see a summit meeting happening between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi very soon. That should send a message to naysayers who were saying that India was not invited. It's the contrary. He wants a more substantive meeting happening.
So what Rahul Gandhi wanted to do, I'm told, what Rahul Gandhi wanted to do, what Rahul Gandhi was thinking, because he's not going to win an election, was that he wanted to sort of, over-engineer the anarchy thing and then get support from the State Department and then create this Bangladesh-type situation in the country. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen now, Nikhil. It's finished.
Who tells you all these things?
It's obvious.
Who tells you all these things?
You need to just connect the dots between what he says. He says he's fighting the country.
Donald Trump's presidency is going to pan out for India rather than whether the wokes are having a good time or a bad time in the United States.
Are you woke? Are you woke? Are you a woke? Are you a woke, by the way? Are you a woke?
Liberal, I don't.
Are you a woke? Are you a woke? Are you a woke?
Are you a man?
No, are you a woke?
Answer. I am a liberal. I don't.
Are you a woke?
I really don't understand what that term means because.
Now they won't say. You know what we want. You see that? You see that Hindol? You see that Hindol? Till a week back, Hindol Sengupta. Till a week back, they were saying we are woke. We are woke. Wokes unite. Now they deny being woke.
2 long years.
They deny being woke right now.
I identified myself.
Yeah.
I've been on your debate for 2 long years. And I've always identified myself as a liberal. I do not call myself a leftist, a communist, or a Wokey, or whatever the other words that you like to throw around on panelists who are not supporting the BJP government. Let me talk about issues that are relevant to India. What is relevant to India is that in December 2024, Donald Trump says that I'm going to impose high tariffs on goods coming from India. In 2019, he says that India is a tariff abuser. In September 2024, he identifies India as a very big abuser of trade ties. In 2019, he had a problem with Indian tariffs. Those are the kind of things I'm concerned about. Donald Trump is saying that I'm going to cut down funding to federal schools, that is government schools.
No, I don't want to know. I'm not that interested. I'm not an Americophile like you.
No, I'm
I'm not an Americophile like you. No, with one foot in Delhi and one in Dallas. I'm not a fake like you. I'm not a pseudo like you. I'm not a woke like you. I'm not a fake liberal like you. I'm not a radical like you. I'm not a frustrated anti-India tukre camp like you. You guys are all done for. Close your shop and go home. Close your shop and go home.
Caring about Indian citizens in America makes me a radical, so be it.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you what is similar between you.
Racism in the United States.
Okay,
and people
chill,
like Trump
okay,
do
just
not
chill.
want education to the
Just
kids
chill,
that
just
would
chill,
stop
just
that
chill.
racism.
I don't care about
why should I
Americans
chill?
so much, but what I care about is when there is an assassination plot against Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the Bhima Koregaon case accused. Right? When there is an assassination plot, I don't celebrate it. But there were people who celebrated the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And there are people, be quiet, there are wokes who, during that fake farmers protest, who said, Marja tu Modi. So there's a similarity between you guys.
Say something?
Okay, Hindal is on the debate. Be quiet. Hindal is on the debate.
Why is the
Hindal.
agricultural minister meeting those fake farmer protesters, Arnab?
Hindal, he's having
all these little bits about trade, this tariff will go up, that tariff will go down. All of this is not important. What is important is there was an agenda being created on what is called a
breaking news. Yeah, open the lines.
Post-nation state is basically states that they are governed by this international confederacy, an international bureaucracy, and nationalism and nation states don't mean anything. Canada, that fool Justin Trudeau used to say very similar things in Canada, and there was an agenda to create this post-nation state. So any state like India, which cherishes its nationalism, was an enemy. Now I think that agenda is coming to an end. This entire nonsense about a post-nation state is coming to an end. And I think the Trump presidency digs a hole for this entire post-nation state agenda. There was this agenda to try and cripple all nations that take great pride in their nationalism and their sense of sovereignty. Now this post-nation state...
Why has the Chinese president been invited for
change on the right? Continue, Hindal, audio up. Continue, Hindal.
There is no such thing as sovereignty. So therefore, Kashmir sovereignty doesn't matter. The Northeast problems don't matter. Then Bangladesh, you can set it on fire, and Indians hurt. It doesn't matter. All of these things don't matter because the idea was that nation state conglomeration is going to be created. Now, countries like India must fight back against this. But it is tough to fight back when the agenda is coming straight from America. I think the Trump presidency brings back the value of sovereignty. We are idiots in India that we do not value our own sovereignty. India is among the few countries in the world where the public square in India doesn't even understand why we should cherish and value and protect our sovereignty. And how this post-nation agenda destroys our sovereignty, whereas our sovereignty is absolutely critical to us.
Sovereignty more than anybody.
So therefore, this agenda that is
we had the
including the people on your show. I heard this lady say that only educated people understand this thing. I don't know what degrees she has, but I know what degrees you and I have. So let's not talk about who's educated, who's uneducated. We know the conspiracies, we know what the treachery is, and we know what's going on. We must defend our sovereignty, we must defend our nationalism, we must defend our patriotism, because that's the only way we can keep our nation intact. And these people don't want that to happen.
Now, it's a terrible situation for the wokes Rashmi, because you see, Modi is firmly in power, becoming stronger. And his term is going to be co-terminus almost entirely with the second term of Donald Trump. There's no hope.
Absolutely.
Rashmi.
Absolutely, Arnab. There's no hope. The champagne socialists
Yogita
are
on the
going
left.
to
Go on.
funding for their business class flights, for their caviar, for their champagne. They're basically going to go broke. And they're also going to come under heavy scanner when their father, mother, and sister organizations are going to not just be investigated but indicted in America. There are only so many people that Biden could have pardoned, and he did this, express pardoning at midnight. He can't pardon everybody. That's why organizations like Hindenburg have gone packing, because you can't just pardon everybody. People are going to come under scanner. They are going to be investigated. Facts are going to come up. And all of the underhand dealings that went on to undermine democracies across the world, to undermine sovereignty of countries like India are going to come out. And the people who carried out these things in this country can't hide anymore. Because the people who saved them, who funded them, and who, sort of ratified all of their movements are going to go packing, are going to be indicted, and the links are going to be out in the open. So they have to be scared. They have great reasons to be scared. In fact, so many career diplomats have resigned overnight at the incoming of Trump administration. I wouldn't be surprised if they skip the country, because what they've done across the world in order to support one political agenda and ideology is unpardonable. And there aren't enough pardons left to pardon all the crimes that have gone on under the whole garb of wokeism and political correctness. They try to indoctrinate little children in schools and colleges. I mean, how can one forgive that? How can one forgive brainwashing of little children and students in colleges just because you want to further a political agenda? How can one forgive subversion of democracies in different countries just because you want to settle a particular political agenda?
These people also have no, the one thing about the wokes in America and the wokes in India is that, they are shameless people with absolutely no morals, no ethics. Look at the way in which the disgraceful Biden pardoned his own son, right? And he look at the way it's so similar. It's the same kind of nepotism that this Vadra Gandhi family have, Same kind of nepotism, dirty nepotism, Yogita. Same way today, Fauci and all the others who have been investigating the Capitol Hill incident, all been given a preemptive pardon here so that there is no problem. George Soros has been given a presidential medal. They're all dirty, nepotistic people. Reminds me, Yogita, of all these people, these termites who were there in the NAC during Sonia Gandhi's prime ministership when Manmohan Singh was the proxy. But no, sorry, either of them was a proxy. Sonia Gandhi was the effective prime minister. Same nepotistic thing. Right? But now they're going into a moment of darkness. There's no hope. In India, there's no hope. FCRA, NGOs, foreign money, funding, all finished. All finished. All finished. Yogita, what will happen to all the groups who've been getting funding, support, from America, North America, all the allies, etc.? It's not happening. What are they going to do?
Arnab, I just first want to understand from you, what do you understand? Why do you say vokes are anti-nationals? I am neutral here. I am not saying that whatever, don't go by because he's re-elected or he's Trump, he can influence us. We need to have our own.
You're asking me that question.
Yes, I'm asking
you. You're asking me. I'm an anchor.
No,
you're asking me.
I just want to understand. You call them anti-nationals.
Yes.
That's why I want to ask you.
I call them anti-national. I say
yes,
that.
And Trump says so.
You're asking me. Okay. No, I'll tell you why I call the wokes anti-national. I'll tell you why I call the wokes anti-national because I'll tell you simple.
College verdict came. I wish we were discussing that, where they got away. That person got away with capital punishment. He got.
We've already debated that, by the way.
That was a bigger agenda.
Well, no, I have debated that. In fact, indirectly, I have called on former Chief Justice of India, Chandrachud, to talk about it. He gives a lot of interviews. He should talk about it. Absolutely. I'm very clear. I talk openly. I don't think I shoot from the hip. I don't care. You are asking me why I think wokes are anti-national. I'll get Saurav to reply because wokes are anti-national. The wokes in India are anti-India, anti-national, anti-Bharat, anti-my country.
Why do you have that narrative?
I'll tell you
Because
what's been happening is...
Trump thinks so. Whosoever is woke in America is an anti-national there. Why do we have the same philosophy here? Everybody has their own...
Okay, Saurabh will reply. Saurabh will reply.
The challenge with the wokes, just hear me out. The challenge is these woke organizations are working against national interest. That's the biggest challenge.
How?
Whether it's in America, whether it's in India, that is the problem. And the reason why they need to be now shown their place, because for long enough, they have run their own agenda. And they're more intolerant than, what is made out to be. It's always,
so you can't defend every woke
the conservatives who are made out to be intolerant. The reality is the other way around.
You can't define the whole
it's the other way around. It's not that, and that is going to be dismantled. What is President Trump talking about when he speaks about getting somebody like Cash Patel and FBI, the whole idea?
Okay, I'll tell you. No, one minute.
Because he said something, you have to abide by.
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, let me say this. I'll give a very simple answer. I'll give a very simple answer. I'll give a very simple answer. I'll give very simple. I think people like that, what is that person, One Book Wonder, can't write for nuts. What's her name? Got a Booker Prize and then the next book was as unreadable as the first.
We're talking about Arundhati Roy.
Yeah, Arundhati Roy, she's woke, she's anti-national because she says Kashmir has never been an integral part of India. You think anyone who says Kashmir has not been an integral part of India is not anti-national? You think that's not anti-national, ma'am? You think that's okay?
That's not okay, but not...
We should accept it like the 37th gender?
Not with India. I'm saying
it's not okay.
I'm not defending...
I'm saying it's not okay. You people want like 37 genders to be recognized in India. I say that is not okay.
It's personal choice.
A personal choice. 107 genders. You can choose to be a cat, a dog.
It is not anti-national.
I'm sorry. What this is nonsense.
The whole agenda.
They want to make India like Canada.
Anti-national. I have objections.
I say save your country.
Disagree to the government.
This typical Rahul Gandhi talk. Okay, Saurabh.
People were getting funded on that. See the situation in Kashmir now. Kashmir has become a symbol of economic development. It is a symbol of India's democratic credentials today. And that is the challenge that folks have, because they were getting money to say that Kashmir is a nuclear flashpoint. That was the agenda that was being driven. That was the agenda, if you remember, Arnab. That was the agenda.
Indol, fix your audio. Fix Indol's audio.
That Kashmir is a nuclear flashpoint. Give us money so that we can create, development and democracy in Kashmir. But development and democracy came through the people of India, people of
Jammu and Kashmir. Not yet have come.
Voted for democracy, the real democracy, not the sham democracy that some of these ideologists were promoting. If you remember, Arnab, they were whole, delegations which were being sent, fact-finding missions which were being sent on Kashmir. For what? To run your
own agenda. You think Kashmir has developed now?
People of Kashmir have spoken, and
I'll tell you. I'll get Hindol. I'll get Hindol in.
And Donald Trump will ensure that they view America's foreign policy through realist angles, not through a leftist ideology.
Nobody's following America, please. But it is happening. It's happening. Yogita, you got to understand. I want to bring Hindol in. See, first of all, you guys have to understand one thing. With the greatest of respect, listen, just relax, take a deep breath and pinch yourself. This is not a nightmare. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Trump is being sworn in again. The whole ecosystem is about to collapse. Illegal immigrants will be thrown out. Indira Jaising may want Rohingyas to be included in CAA, but that's not going to happen. Right? Okay, the NAC is not going to come back. Jean Drèze is not going to be deputy prime minister. Bad, rubbish YouTubers are not going to turn leaders. Fake NRIs like Dhruv Rathi will not be taken at face value. Arundhati Roy is not going to be Home Minister of India. And Rahul Gandhi will not be able to make the country burn like he threatened to. Wokes go crazy over. You understand that? You understand that? Rihanna is not going to be your moral compass. Greta Thunberg will not be your intellectual idol. The award Bapsi gang is all going to line up and take their awards back. The funding for the NGOs is not going to come. Amnesty will not rule India's agenda. Do you understand? Are you getting it? Tough to believe. I'm telling you, Hindol, they've not come to terms with it. They have not understood. They feel it will be limited to America.
Let me just say this, if I may. Somebody was saying something about Kashmir. No matter who says what, we should proudly say on your channel, we will never give up Kashmir. Kashmir is our fundamental forward defense. We cannot protect Delhi without Kashmir. We will never give it up. Kashmir is the heart of Shaivism, and no matter how many Islamists sit on which TV show and shout and scream, and how many woke agendas continue, Kashmir will never be given up by India, no matter what happens. So all this is futile. They can keep screaming and shouting. The other thing that's very important to point out is, this Breaking India agenda has been there for a long, long time. You can look at entire strategies in the West. All of this is now out. All the documents are out on this entire agenda. Then how can India even be together? India cannot be together. There was no such thing as India before 1947. So there is no country such as called India. India must separate into different, this agenda which says there are many nations within India. There is no many nations within India. There is one nation called India, which has more than 5,000 years of recorded history. Now, if we cannot establish this, it's our failure. And I think this is now needs to be ingrained in every Indian. And all this agenda, you will continue this internal constant battle. On one side will be Kashmir, the eastern border will be set afire, Bangladesh will be in turmoil, the crooked Naxals will continue their deals inside India. All of this cannot continue anymore. We must put an end to it. We cannot hope to be a rising power and have this agenda going on. This is an agenda, it's an old agenda. It's been going on for decades and decades in India. We must put a stop to it. And no matter how many people come on how many shows and say whatever nonsense they want to say, on the ground we will not let it happen. Let them even try.
I'd also, one more thing, absolutely, they will fail. But these wokes are so shameless. They, as I said, they have no sense of right and wrong. They are opportunistic people. They'll go with wherever there is money, there are the wokes. The wokes are attracted to money. The wokes are attracted to anti-national ideas. The wokes are also the usual suspects for foreign intelligence operations to plant themselves on. And, look at the way in which, for example, after whatever happened in Manipur, Eric Garcetti thought he's going to decide India's agenda. He was the woke ambassador, and I once said this guy should be thrown out if there's going to be any improvement in India-US relations. Huh? Why are you shouting, Nikhil?
Whatever happened in Manipur, hundreds of our citizens have been burnt alive, they've died, they've been murdered. Our civil
it's not America's concern, It's not America's concern.
Why are you bringing up?
It's not America's concern to interfere. It's our problem.
I'll tell you what.
Why are you bringing
India?
Saurabh, go ahead.
Right to solve its internal problems.
These are the guys.
Nobody has to preach. I'll tell you what. One of the things.
Why you not care about?
You talk about what about
Indian citizens living in Manipur? Do you not care about Indian citizens living in Manipur instead of talking about?
Yeah, I can care because I'm an Indian, not Eric Garcetti and the fake Americans.
But everybody does.
You have no self-respect.
I'll tell you, everybody
Saurabh
does.
on the left, keep changing on the right.
Nobody goes and interferes in a sovereign country's internal affairs. That's for the government of India to decide and to take care of it, and they're
Then
doing
why
it.
is Arnab
And the
creating
whole
such a
idea
narrative that
is,
he's
the
not
whole
going to
idea
become the
today
Home
is,
Minister, he's
how
not going
many
to become the
times have
Prime
you
Minister?
seen
Open the line.
fact-finding missions being run by folks on things like Islamic terrorism?
No, I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact, Rashmi? Rashmi, is it not a fact? Is it not let's get Rashmi in. Rashmi is a fantastic right-wing voice. She's been the president of the Oxford Students' Union. Rashmi, hey, one minute. Why don't you take a chill pill, yeah? You guys are going to have to either change sides or jump ship or whatever.
No, are you saying that Donald Trump is going to meddle into India's internal affairs?
I'm saying he's not going to give you guys any money. He's not going to give you guys any money. No money. No money.
Who needed their money?
Okay,
He's
Rashmi.
going to indict your brothers and sisters in America.
Rashmi and Asad.
And then gives it to
Abbas.
the BJP and
Rashmi and Abbas.
Rashmi.
You know, Trump doesn't have to interfere with Indian affairs. All he has to do is indict people in America, the sister, brother, cousin organizations of the very organizations meddling with Indian affairs. That indictment is going to be enough to, push people out of their ships. Is going to be enough to cut all the funding, and there's going to be no sort of a, encouragement, incentive for the leftists in India to toe the line that they do currently. There is absolute no incentive to be as anti-national as they are today. As, there's going to be no incentive to push for a divisive agenda. There's going to be no incentive or money really to carry out violence on the ground. There's going to be no money or reinforcement which is going to try and defend the violent activities of these separatists on the ground who've been taking shelter under the political correctness and the sort of wishy-washy statements coming out from America. All that is going to stop, and people are going to see them for what they are, criminals.
I just want to tell you one thing.
Can I come to that?
Abbas, I tell you one thing. I just, among the things we want Donald Trump to do, of course, is hand over Tahawur Rana, build a strong relationship with India, arrest that Khalistani, that funny comedian Khalistani who keeps putting these videos of. And I would also want to know whether an Indian politician was arrested in 2001 at Boston Airport, and whether that Indian politician from a political family, I'm not naming anyone, it's just, so nobody needs to freak out. Nobody needs to freak out. I'm not naming anyone. Whether an Indian politician, I want the intel. Be quiet, Dhruvrati. Sorry, as bad as Dhruvrati, Nikhil Jain.
Name the politician.
Listen to me.
Name the politician.
I'm saying, I just want to, I don't know. I'm not naming anyone. You be careful, don't name. You'll get into defamatory stuff. I'm just saying, I want to know whether there is any truth. I want to know whether there is any truth that an Indian politician from a political family was detained at Boston Airport in the possession of banned narcotics and unaccounted cash. Oh. When Vajpayee was Prime Minister. I'm sure it'll take 1 second for Donald Trump to share that intel, or his team to share that intel with all of us. I'm not taking names. I'm not taking names.
He's going to declassify. He's already.
Okay, Arnab, now can I come in?
Say the
I have an important, yes. Arnab, speaking on the much larger front, I was listening to Rashmi, very interesting, ma'am, how a right-wing supporter from India will dictate sitting here on your show that how Mr. Trump needs to run the government. Fantastic. Kudos, ma'am. I give you a round of applause today. Now, let me get straight to the point. Ma'am, I will tweet you. Please read this Economic Policy Institute, a beautiful article written by Celine McNicholas, Lynn Reinhardt, and Margaret Poydock. You should go point to point and understand
published
the kind
where,
of
what, who.
failure
Just because someone
Trump
is a foreign-sounding name does not make him the authority over Indian authorities. Stop trying to do this. Stop trying to do this number on me.
Figures, statistics. Arnab.
Yeah, statistics.
Arnab, yes. So allow me. So therefore, we all know how, it's nice to see the right-wingers, getting all crazy excited about Trump coming in. But respected sirs and madams, do you know how badly, miserably he has failed in his first term? Are you even aware of the catastrophic deaths
boring.
during
You
the
lost.
pandemic?
You guys
during
lose.
The pandemic,
okay, why do you lose all the time?
President?
Why do you lose all the time? Why do you lose?
Memory, or this is a
but why do you lose?
Which we
but why do you lose? But why does Kamala Harris and Rahul Gandhi always lose? Why does the Congress lose? Why do the Wokes lose?
I come from Karnataka.
Why do they lose? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God. In Karnataka, there are three chief ministers right now, and you got bankrupt also.
Arnab, there is one, and that is Siddaramaiah. And he is the chief minister, and we are proud to have him as a chief minister. Now let's get straight to the point, Arnab. Arnab, what really let me down is, let me tell you, to a crores and crores of Indians today, Dhruv Rathi is an absolute hero, and he is my hero, and he will remain to be, Arnab. The way he's revolutionized
Rahul Gandhi sent DK Shivakumar to meet Kamala Harris, true or false? Why was DK Shivakumar meeting Kamala Harris? Why was DK Shivakumar of the Congress meeting Kamala Harris before the results? Tell me, let me embarrass you.
DK Shivakumar, a state deputy chief minister, can meet the vice president.
Really? And meeting Kamala Harris for what?
Invitation to the president swearing in.
Why meeting Kamala Harris? Why?
Narendra Modi still can't manage a swearing in invitation. Chinese president is personally called by Trump, but Narendra Modi does not even get an invite. The same Narendra Modi who was going around campaigning for Trump in 2020.
Just will you be quiet?
People.
Listen.
The fact is something else. Prime Minister Modi would have been invited. He's getting, there will be a proper visit which is going to happen. It's already in the works. So don't be too happy about it. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar was there and is there for a purpose. Let me say, there's going to be a big meeting between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump, which you will see very soon. That's going to happen, and obviously all the Wokes are going to cry on that because there is a substantive agenda which is being worked on. So don't mislead people.
Well, the moment is coming.
The agenda to increase tariffs against India.
I'll give everyone a moment. I'll give everyone a moment to tell us what their thoughts are. The pictures are there. Let me get the ambience up so we get a feel of what's happening at the event. Amber, please. And I first invite... Okay, while the music plays and all that happens out there, I want Abhijit Chawla to tell us in a minute what he thinks this moment means for the left liberal, radical, pro-Islamist, pro-Hamas, woke lobby. Abhijit. Keep a little bit of Amber up and Abhijit on the left. Yeah, Abhijit. Abhijit.
Yes, I think there's a climate of great uncertainty and fear when it comes to the woke left liberals in India. They're not sure if they will continue to get the funding that they were getting from the Biden administration and their proxies and so on. Great climate of fear, and Trump brings in a lot of uncertainty. So they will have to double down on their agenda. They'll have to keep on supporting the Pakistani stand on Kashmir, the Chinese stand on Arunachal Pradesh, and they'll have to keep on supporting Project K, which is Cookie Land for Christ, and portraying foreigners as Indians. So I think they're going to double down on that, but there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty and fear for them because of Donald Trump's victory and swearing in.
Yeah. Saira, you're watching this tonight. Why is the lobby in India taking it as a personal defeat so much?
See, I'll tell you what. Now, you've seen what has happened in the NEP, right? New education policy. It is a complete dumbing down of the education process. They don't want thinking people. They don't want journalists to question. History chapters have been completely erased, from history textbooks. Medieval history has been completely wiped out. Yeah. So, if you look at it, they are right-wing governments, both in America and and in India at the moment, and they both despise education. They don't like the idea of journalists asking them tough questions. They don't like the idea of medieval history, or the idea of a syncretic nation.
Now J.D. Vance also has entered the frame. I'll have to just say here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I have to take a very, very short break. I'll take that break. When we come back, this live coverage continues. Do you think the Wokes are going crazy? I think they're having a meltdown and more. I'll see you in a break's time. Just a break's time.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी। समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University. QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पे जो मौतें हुई हैं उस दिन से आर्मी जो है वो पूरी मदद कर रही है, टेंट वगैरह भी लगाए हैं, राशन भी दे रही है, तो पूरा इसमें नाका लगाया हुआ है उन्होंने, तो अच्छी तरह से देखभाल कर रहे हैं हमारे लिए।
तो पूरी तरह से जो आर्मी खाना बना के
हाँ, खाना बना के दे रही है।
कितने दिनों से दे रही है आर्मी खाना?
4-5 दिन से, जब से ये मौतें इधर हुई हैं ना, तब से आर्मी हमारा पूरा तावन दे रही है। खाना वगैरह, पानी शानी की भी सहूलियत है, टेंट वगैरह दिए हैं, सब इंतजाम कर रही है पूरा।
जहाँ तक यहाँ सेना का मसला है या सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का है, तो आज 40-42 दिन से लगातार दिन रात हमारे साथ खड़े हैं। अब सेना ने भी यहाँ टेंट लगाए हैं, राशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, सुबह शाम देख रेख कर रहे हैं, तो जो भी उनसे हो सकता है वो हर कदम उठा रहे हैं हमारे हेल्प के लिए। लेकिन हर कोई सियासी लीडर आ रहा है, हर कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हमारे साथ, तहसील एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, एडी साहब, पुलिस, हर एक कॉपरेट कर रही है बड़े पैमाने पर। लेकिन अफसोस है कि अभी तक कुछ हल नहीं निकाल पाए हैं, तो इससे जो है अभी दहशत का माहौल बराबर बना हुआ है।
Watching the live pictures coming in from Washington DC. Donald Trump overcame impeachments, criminal indictments, a pair of assassination attempts to win another term in the White House, being sworn in as we speak. As the 47th American president taking charge, as the Republicans claim a unified control of Washington and are set out to reshape the country's institutions. As we stay with these live pictures, I'd like to go across to Charles Kupchan. I can see him. Charles, good evening. Charles is a professor at Georgetown in DC, joining us live in the broadcast. Charles Kupchan, this is a turning point in America, in many ways, Charles. How do you read the developments, the announcements that have already been made, the indications of the new legislations to come?
Trump won a fairly decisive victory over Kamala Harris, and we have to make the best of it. And I think that there are reasons to believe that Trump may do some good in the United States and in the world. He appears to be ready to be more transactional, to try to end the war in Ukraine. That effort is overdue. To try to end the war in the Middle East. We've already seen some success on that front with the ceasefire that took effect yesterday. He was right in my mind to invite Xi Jinping to his inauguration. If he can lower the temperature and improve relations between the US and China, more power to him. What do I most worry about? Chaos, tariffs. If he imposes high tariffs on Canada, on Mexico and China, I fear he may blow up the global economy. I fear he might strike a bad deal in Ukraine, which would invite further Russian aggression. And I think here at home, my main concern is, will he do irreparable damage to American democracy by going after political opponents, intimidating the media? But let's give him a chance and hope for the best, because he is the president for the next 4 years.
Yeah. Ray Locker is also joining us on the broadcast, journalist and a presidential historian. Ray Locker, good morning.
Forces chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
Okay, I'm getting in a live shot. But before I cut to those live pictures and the live commentary there, I'd like to get in a quick word from Ray Locker, because as a presidential historian, Ray, Argentine president, Italian premier, world leaders there, as Trump breaks precedent by inviting foreign leaders to attend inauguration. How many times have you seen that before?
because usually the ceremony is such a bigger deal than it is now, so these people don't stand out as much. And I mean, these aren't the world's biggest leaders. I mean, Javier Milei, Meloni, Viktor Orban. I mean, Italy is a fairly significant ally, but the other two aren't. It's nice that people want to come and participate in this, but I don't think it's that big of a deal.
The few announcements that have already been made, I mean, indications of him issuing executive orders, Ray, while I have you with us, saying that one of the first decisions he takes will to issue the executive orders to remake immigration policies. Logistical legal questions remain, is what most experts in America are saying. But you know, the picture being portrayed sitting here in India is that many of those illegal immigrants are going to be sent back across the border as early as tonight. Is that going to happen?
Well, it's not going to happen tonight. I mean, he may start the process in motion, but executive orders are not fiat. I mean, you can write them, you can sign them, but they don't take place immediately. There's a process that has to happen. First of all, executive orders have to follow existing law. And when you look at these orders, many of them say, here's the law we're citing, here's our authorization to do this. And then it goes through a process. And sometimes the order doesn't take place, you know, for months or years after it's signed. So yes, there could be some short-term things that he can do just by altering existing policy. But a lot of these far sweeping things will not take place immediately. Or it may never take place at all because they'll be subject to legal challenges.
Yes. Let me also introduce this evening Jayant Krishnan, who's a senior fellow at the CSIS, joining us live from Delhi. Joseph Chalili, he's an author and publisher at the Universal News Network, joining us live from Florida. I also have Anang Mittal, who's a digital head for the US House of Representatives, joining us live from Washington. And Yashwant, I see Yashwant is also joining us live, senior journalist there. Saurabh Shukla also will be live with us. Let me get a perspective from Joseph. Joseph, on the India front, on relations with India, many hoping that things will be better. For example, there will be cooperation from US on key decisions, right? But there is also a fear on the trade front, on tariffs, etc. What's the perspective as an Indian American sitting in America? How do you see Trump reacting to India?
This is a proud day for all of us in the US, especially from Trump's home country in Palm Beach, Florida. And, for some of us who've been working, to make this happen for the past several years, it's a dream come true. Again, especially for Indian Americans, this is the first time several of the Indian Americans are part of either the Trump cabinet, Trump advisory team, the tier 2 level of leadership, which you may not see in public. But what you see is the geopolitical shift from China to pro-India. You will see many of the secretaries are mostly anti-China, even though they may not be pro-India, but we have many Indian-friendly faces, India caucus members from the Secretary of State to the rest in the team. So I would really believe this will be a good time for Indo-US friendship and relationship to grow bigger. But I don't assume automatically this is going to be a pro-India government. Trump is definitely a America first president. Trump will do what is good for the US. So if that means increase in the salary caps of H-1B visas or some tariffs on certain things or demanding reduction of tariffs on American products like the Harley Davidsons or Tesla cars or whatever. So it's going to be all transactional, but it'll be friendly, especially in the geopolitical side and the military side with regards to the Quad, which is going on, the fiasco in Bangladesh. I would assume we would have a friendlier American president than President Biden was.
Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. Charles Kupchan has to leave, so I'll take another question with him before I open this up to our other panelists. Charles, one interesting announcement that came in is of Joe Biden issuing preemptive pardons for Anthony Fauci. For example, I mean, some of the pardons that he's granted, one to his son, raising questions, second to Anthony Fauci, who's been under intense scrutiny, especially during COVID, for the decisions taken for his role or the role that he and his institution played in perhaps covering up the COVID truth. Many felt even sitting here in India. How do you view these preemptive pardons?
Well, I think that Biden must have had some reason to believe that Trump would go after some of these individuals, whether the panel that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, whether Mr. Fauci, who was in charge of the COVID effort during the pandemic under Trump as well as under Biden, and he was trying to give them some cover. I think there's a lot of concern here in Washington that Trump, rather than trying to reform the government, could damage the government. I mean, civil servants, diplomats, they are not subversive members of the deep state. They are experts. They are public servants. And so we just don't know what Trump is going to do once he's in office to a lot of the people who have been in public policy. Scientists, for example, were treated very harshly during his first term. Will they again be pushed out of the government? Too soon to tell. But right now, I think Biden is attempting, in protecting some of these individuals, in getting aid to Ukraine. These are the kinds of steps that he's taking preemptively to try to limit some of the damage that many in Washington are concerned about after Trump takes the oath of office in just a few minutes.
Yeah. All right. Saurabh Shukla is also joining us live. Yashwant with us. Ray, Trump interestingly got this congratulatory message from Vladimir Putin some time back, expressing optimism about potential improvement in relations with the US. For the longest time, people accused Donald Trump of having some sort of, close ties, lines open with Vladimir Putin. What kind of role do you see him play now in the Ukraine war?
If you ask me right now, I think Trump is going to be very sympathetic to what Putin wants. If I'm Vladimir Zelensky, I'm very nervous about the future starting in about half an hour. Trump says, Putin didn't invade Ukraine when I was president because I would have stopped him. I don't think we know that. And I think when he talks about reaching some kind of deal, it's going to come at Ukraine's expense. I think Joe Biden did an admirable job of assembling an anti-Russia coalition to defend Ukraine, or else Ukraine would be another part of what would be like a greater Russia. And so I view that very nervously, and I don't think that, under the guise of finding peace, that you can find a lot of comfort in what's going to happen with Ukraine.
Okay. Anang Mittal also joining us on the broadcast. Anang, good evening. And before I go across to Saurabh Shukla, a visual that came in earlier of, all right, I think we have the speeches beginning there. Let's cut across live. I'm coming to you. Anang, just hold on a second. I just want to dip in live to the rotunda in Washington, D.C. for a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Okay, as we count down to Donald Trump taking oath as the 47th President of America. These are live pictures beaming in from Washington, D.C. I'd like to go across to Saurabh Shukla, who's in Washington, D.C., to give us an overview of what we can expect in the next few minutes. And Saurabh, you've been in India, you've covered American politics for a long time.
Welcome to
Why is tonight
the 60th presidential
significant?
inauguration. Today,
what I'm gathering from people here in Washington, D.C. is that he's going to be much more decisive than his first term. It's going to be better for the world and better for friends like India, because he's somebody who's known as a friend of India. He values
For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us. all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago: pray. Pray when fighting, pray alone, pray with others, pray by night, pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray.
Saurabh, sincere apologies as we had to cut you short last time, but just to take it forward from what you were indicating, particularly about how assertive President Trump is going to be in his second term. All eyes certainly would be on the executive orders. Are we to expect that's likely to be on the tariff as well as an immigration? Is that what one would expect, perhaps Trump setting the tone right now for his presidency?
You know, a very clear message coming out of Washington today from President Trump's key aides is that he's going to get the ball rolling on day one. These 200 executive orders expected. They've been working very hard over the last few days to get this in order. But illegal immigration, I won't say immigration, illegal immigration, deportations, making sure he's going to get Mexican cartels, drug cartels, which is a big, strong action, branded as terrorists, a range of other orders, or in ensuring that, it's America first. But, I want to just sum it that Donald Trump wants to send out a message that his is going to be a decisive presidency, which is going to be good for the world and good for friends like India. Because in India, he has a huge strategic stake. That's the reason why you will see a summit meeting happening very shortly between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. So that's a big message coming out. And you will see, as you're seeing on your screen, it's
the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
With the glory in his
is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
If you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the guns early light, what so proudly we hailed at that voiceless gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, bombs bursting in earth, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Well, a decisive speech by President Trump, making it very clear what exactly is he aiming for. Dr. Sampath Shivangi joining us on this broadcast. Dr. Sampath, is India going to be really worried at this point in time with two important aspects really coming in? One, with regards to tariff, where you're essentially seeing President Trump indicating the fact that this is going to be something that he wants to do only to enrich his citizens. Does that mean that India should worry?
I think so. In my judgment, I think President Trump is much closer to China and not than India. I think India, has not responded equivalently to President Trump's request for a meeting with Modi ji when Modi ji was in New York a few months ago. I think we know President Trump is a very demanding personality. I think he's not, in my judgment, right now, he is not very happy with India, and tariffs may go against India, unless we go one step ahead and come to terms with Washington in some way or somehow. We have good relations with Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and we have good contact with Congress and the Senate. I think we must use it and make sure that India is in the best position than China. Of course, the TikTok has become a big issue in the US-China relationship, and Trump is willing to forgo or forget what TikTok has done to US economy. So I think that is even an example.
Dr. Sampath, unlike many of the analysts, you've been extremely cautious here. Alexander, thank you very much for returning to Republic TV. Alexander, for those who have been watching President Trump, this does not really come across as a surprise. In fact, he's very clear as to what is he going to offer, starting with the executive orders. But does that once again mean that this time it's way different than his first term, when he had essentially relied heavily on the vice presidential candidate, Mike Pence, at that point in time, particularly the choices that he has essentially made? He's decided how his roadmap is going to look like. Who exactly should be really worried? Alexander, I think you'll have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry. So I was saying the primary focus of President Trump always was the United States of America itself. That's why he always, throughout his campaign trail, he said America first. He was saying yesterday at one of the rallies that he was saying that all these years we've been trying to make our allies or other countries safe and providing every support we can, getting involved in the issues that other countries has, and we forgot that we ourselves has a domestic issue. We have a safety issue right in front of us. Our borders are open. I'm sure you listen. So the first order that he's going to sign is a national emergency on the southern border of the United States of America. A total mess. Illegal criminals, people with terrorist background, they have invaded this nation in last 4 years. they opened it up. He had a policy in his first administration, remain in Mexico policy. So they repealed it. They just shut down that, and they just allowed anybody and everybody to enter into this nation. See, we are not against immigrants. We are not against any proper immigration policy. We are definitely against the criminal invasion of the nation. That is the primary focus. So I think in regards to all the foreign policies and relationships with India, China, it's all definitely there, but it's all secondary as of now. The primary focus is definitely the nation first, the financial, the economic condition of the nation. That is his primary focus, and I believe that's where we need to start right now. Unless we fix our own nation, we can't help others. That is where we are at right now.
Mark, deriding your predecessor, that too during the inauguration function, many would say that that's a departure from what we have seen in the past. And perhaps this inauguration has seen a departure from the past, particularly with J.D. Vance being sworn in first. Of course, this entire program also happening indoors. So there are a lot of changes that have essentially been brought in. Does that indicate the characteristic of the second presidency of Trump?
Well, that's a great question, and there have been some unusual circumstances, but I think it's well warranted. I think something that's probably not broadcasted very widely is that there are safety concerns. Unlike I think any other president has had in the past, we have seen at least 2 official assassination attempts. I think there's been much more assassination threats. And so having it indoors, of course, they said that, it's cold outside, so we need people inside. But I think that also makes it a much more secure inauguration. And so that's probably why we're seeing this. This is a very unique situation. We've seen a lot of new precedents set, not just in inauguration and the processes, but we've also seen a lot of new precedents set as far as prosecuting former presidents goes. And so we hope to make use of that in the new administration. If the Democrats want to set new precedents, we should use those precedents to go ahead and move forward. But I think that's part of, to answer your question directly, I think it's necessary for security, but also we're seeing essentially an American renaissance, renewal, a golden age coming forward. And so it's going to necessitate some changes in policies and the way we do things. But President Trump is, probably the most hated president in a long time by the radical left. They see him as a huge threat. And so I think we're going to continue to see security threats. And so things are going to be a little different, a little tighter. But that's all for the best and to keep the president safe.
Dov, if I can also bring you in right now. A lot has been made about the ceasefire agreement, which was brokered, as President Trump was indicating, a day before he assumed office. But the bigger challenge essentially remains with regards to Russia, Ukraine, and not much has been spoken about by his administration. Which way is it really headed? How exactly would he be perhaps bringing both of them on the negotiating table? And that remains the biggest challenge, despite the kind of assurances that he has made during the entire campaigning.
Well, first of all, I want to reiterate what you just heard about safety for Mr. Trump. People probably don't know this, maybe Americans don't know this, but in 1860, when Abraham Lincoln was elected, he had death threats, and he had to go by train from Illinois to Washington. And he had to literally sneak into Washington in the early hours of the morning because he was afraid, not he, his people were afraid of death threats. There were apparently some plots against him. So Mr. Trump has every reason, having been shot at a couple of times, to worry about his safety. And so I think that what you just heard about why it was in the Capitol, why things were done a little bit differently, there's a good reason for that. Now, on the question of Ukraine, look, Mr. Trump feels, and I think with some justice, that he should have at least had a serious chance at a Nobel Peace Prize, having pulled off the Abraham Accords. Nobody had done anything like that You might talk about Jimmy Carter, but then again, Yasser Arafat got a Nobel Peace Prize, and he didn't deliver anything. Obama got a Peace Prize. I don't know what he delivered because he got it just as he took office. So Trump has a reason to be A, resentful, and B, to hope he can get it. And obviously, getting an agreement on Ukraine would make him a leading candidate for the Peace Prize. Now, a lot of people suspect that he's going to cut off aid to Ukraine. I'm not so sure. First of all, he's got a Secretary of State and a National Security Advisor, and, in fact, General Kellogg, who is the lead person on Ukraine, who are supportive of Ukraine to a greater or lesser extent. Secondly, if you're going to get a deal, you have to have a situation where both sides feel that there's something to protect and something to get out of it. He knows this. He's been a negotiator. And so I wouldn't be so sure that he will sell Ukraine down the river. And, oh, by the way, if Putin tries to play games with him, and I've written about this publicly, Trump is not the kind of guy to take intimidation lightly. He hits back. And so I think Putin needs to be very careful about how he handles Mr. Trump. I think that Trump is going to work very hard. His team is going to work very hard to get some kind of deal. The French president, Macron, has already said Ukraine has to come to terms with reality. That's what deals are about. You don't win it all. You don't lose it all. Trump understands that. So I think you'll see activity on Ukraine.
Martha, if I can also bring you in, some very controversial statements have also been made by President Trump, particularly about gender rights. Then, of course, you also have on the energy issue, which is largely his candidate as far as the energy minister is concerned being brought in, particularly all of that indicating that it's not going to be really easy. He's not going to really have the way it is largely spoken about, and it's going to be President Trump bringing him, which may not be very, very popular.
Sorry, whom did you address the question to?
Martha, if you that question was for you.
Okay, so a couple of things, let me address that. First of all, I think the ball is in India's court. I think Jaishankar is the key. There are a few issues. Economically, you look at the BRICS, I think that has not pleased Mr. Trump. And I think Modi and Modi-ji and Jaishankar-ji are in a very good position to bring that resolution to the Ukraine conflict. I think it's a golden opportunity because, China, Russia, and the other, North Korea, of course, has joined them. And India has been on the fence, and they have been the conduit between United States and them. But joining BRICS might have kind of increased created that abrasion. So I think even United States is slowly creeping towards cryptocurrency. I don't think they are going to use the dollar going forward, maybe in the future with Elon Musk being there. They are highly favored, and you looked at the cryptocurrency stocks, they jumped nearly 12,000%. So I think, making use of the current situation and setting horses for courses, I think India is in a very good position to work with the Trump administration. As you know, he made a special mention of Usha Vance. I think he's highly appreciative of that couple. He feels they're a very intelligent couple. And so I don't think he has any prejudice on any of these nations, but I think he will maneuver carefully politically to bring about world peace and peace through strength and economic stability and, of course, securing our border and bringing in meritocracy and then making all access and all activities through legal means and stop all this illegal activity.
Nishant, how do you really look at certain statements that he has essentially made, particularly in the past, vis-a-vis China and India? What we have also seen, given the fact that perhaps India is among the few nations who wouldn't be extremely nervous with President Trump really coming into the picture right now.
All right. Prashant, firstly, thanks for having me here. It's a very emotional day for us, hundreds and thousands of people, who are members of Republican Party who have worked very hard over the last 1.5 years for this day to come. And having heard President Trump yesterday at the Capital One Arena and today at the inaugural speech, we are all very sure that the president will lead this country in the right direction with spirit and grace. And we as his cheerleaders will be cheering in from the sidelines. I think the president is very well positioned in this term as he was as compared to the last term. He's a lot more prepared. His priorities are very clear, both in the domestic and in the international arena. There's full majority in Senate and in the House. And then as far as Make America Great is concerned, it doesn't mean that make only America great again. Having talked about India, there are challenges in the relationship, and some of the challenges are very recent. However, one good thing for India, and this is not a sarcastic comment, is that India is not on the radar right now, which is kind of a good thing. It's better not to be in the radar the way international politics is going currently. India has, how immigration policy changes will affect India a lot. Having said that, the US immigration policy is broken. A lot of people talk about H-1B visas. H-1B is certainly broken visa. Even from the US perspective, it's broken.
But,
and from India's perspective, I'm sorry.
Nishant, perhaps, that's an area of concern because largely we haven't seen much of it being resolved. And President Trump in the past, in his first presidency, has also made very clear about where he stands as far as the H-1B visas are concerned. Kunal, if I can also quickly bring you in before we once again play that speech of President Trump, full of his, what he believes is what he's going to deliver and bringing in what he essentially believes as the golden era of America. Kunal, one final word from you coming in with regards to how do Indians really see it, the diaspora really sees all of this panning out.
Yes, greetings to all the fellow panelists. Shravan, if you remember, on the November 5th Defense Day, you had specifically asked me this question. I told you 3 critical points that day. Okay, one was regarding fostering merit system, alienating inflation, and working on the inflation. If you noticed in Trump's speech earlier today, he specifically talked about these 3 things I mentioned that day. This is what I like about. This is what all the Americans, majority, came here as well.
Right.
We all want this ecosystem here. People who are having skills, who work hard and have intellect, and most importantly, coming are going to succeed and go to the sky.
Kunal, I'm sorry I'm interrupting because we seem to be having some problem with your audio line. But gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast as we once again play out what President Trump had to say a short while back.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
الحمد لله الله أكبر ولله الحمد. خلاص يا شباب.
We at Republic are happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as our studio partner. Viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is one of India's largest and fastest growing standalone health insurance companies, providing coverage to over 1.75 crore people nationwide. Now, Niva Bupa Health Insurance has settled more than 23 lakh claims since inception. Over the last year, Niva Bupa has processed a claim every 45 seconds. This is the Republic Niva Bupa studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी। समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
महापर्व पे गीता प्रेस ने यहाँ जो शिविर लगाया था उसमें 3 सिलेंडर फटने की वजह से 4:08 पर आग लगने का एक हादसा हुआ। चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे एनडीआरएफ के दस्ते थे और अग्निशमन दस्ते थे उन्होंने आपस में मिलके बहुत अच्छा काम किया और आग को बहुत ही कम से कम समय में अपनी कार्रवाई करके आग पर काबू पाया। हमारे जो दस्ते थे उन्होंने रास्ता बनाया जहां पर आपने देखा टीन की जो शीट्स थी उनको काटा, उनको हटाया, क्योंकि हमारे पास इस तरीके के इक्विपमेंट्स वगैरह होते हैं कि रास्ते में कहीं ऐसे लकड़ी है, कोई बल्ली है, पिलाई है, तो उसको तुरंत काट कर रास्ता बनाया जिससे कि जो गाड़ियां हैं वो तुरंत अपनी पानी की बौछार या जो उनके पास अन्य सामग्री है वो जल्दी से जल्दी वहां पहुंचाकर अपनी कार्रवाई कर सकें। तो यही हमारी टीमों ने मिलकर आपस में काम किया।
Hi everyone, I am Kamya Karthikeyan and I am thrilled to share that I am a part of the Republic India Women's Summit 2025. It's going to be an incredible event celebrating the powerful women that inspire and uplift our nation every single day. And you can be a part of it too by watching me live only on Republic Media Network. See you there.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania, And anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect, something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%, and we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas, but as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, "Sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it." No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, "You're going to run for president? You're going to run." And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary. And then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, "What do you think?" And she said, "You want to do this again?" And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did. And this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it. And around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things. At this time, they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is, it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom. And the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should, she's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody, thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.